Chapter 1960. Previously, in the Azura field, Lu Yi had seen a high bounty for Ma Bin in the bounty hall. The bounty was worth tens of millions of Azura seals. However, he wasn't sure if this Ma Bin was the one he knew. Later, he wanted to ask the Heavenly Azura clan to help investigate, but Ajito didn't have enough authority to investigate. He didn't expect to hear Ma Bin's name at this time. Could it be the former Nine Regions senior? The possibility was still very high. There might be a lot of people named Ma Bin in this world, but how many of them had this name and sunshine cultivation? Lu Yi calmed down and carefully sensed. Unfortunately, the aura of sunshine was too strong, so he couldn't be sure. Ridiculous. Why didn't I see you so arrogant when you were chased by me? Now that you have help, you dare to be arrogant? Chang Feng, you'd better pray that you'll never be alone, or I'll take your dog life sooner or later. Another strong voice came, as if responding to the previous words. Hearing this familiar voice, how could Lu Yi not know that this Ma Bin was the former Nine Regions senior he had seen before? He had a rough understanding of this senior's strength. Back then, he fought 1 against 3 on the 10,000 Elephant Sea and killed one of the 10,000 Elephant Sea Sunshine. In the end, he successfully escaped. Since then, the number of Sunshine Guards on the 10,000 Elephant Sea had increased from 3 to 5. It could be said that he was the one who forced them. However, he didn't know who was chasing him now. Even Ma Bin didn't dare to face them head-on. From this, it seemed that the number of people chasing him was either very high or very strong. This senior was really good at causing trouble. Lu Yi felt helpless. He didn't intend to intervene in the confrontation on the sunshine level, and he couldn't intervene. Moreover, Ma Bin had said that the former Nine Regions had nothing to do with the current Nine Regions, and he didn't intend to involve the current Nine Regions. Back then, he planned to bring Lu Yi to him. After a series of questions, he confirmed that the Nine Regions still existed. That was enough. He didn't even think of returning to the Nine Regions to take a look. However, Lu Yi didn't want to intervene in this matter, but he couldn't help it. The direction that Ma Bin fled in was exactly where he was. Even though he tried his best to leave, it was simply too late. The powerful and chaotic aura of sunshine was getting closer and closer. Lu Yi sighed. Although he was reluctant, he still had to activate the red talisman to escape. Otherwise, once he was involved in such a battle, he would not be able to protect himself. Just as he was about to do so, he suddenly felt a powerful divine sense sweep over him. Shortly after, the divine sense paused slightly on him. In the next moment, Nikitaresu's aura, which was rapidly approaching his area, suddenly stopped. Ma Bin's cold voice sounded, "Since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wish." Lu Yi was startled. Turning his head, he saw a dazzling beam of light returning the way it had come. 3 breaths of time later, intense and terrifying shockwaves erupted from that direction, causing the void for hundreds of thousands of li to tremble. Lu Yi didn't even look back as he continued to flee. He ran a good distance before turning back to take a look. He could no longer see the commotion over there. Even the aftershocks were negligible. This undoubtedly meant that he was safe for the time being. He sighed in his heart and prayed that Ma Bin would be fine. Otherwise, he would have harmed Ma Bin this time. This former senior of the 9 prefectures was obviously fleeing, but he suddenly turned back to kill. The fundamental reason was that he had discovered his existence. The cultivators from the 9 prefectures all had the imprint of the divine fate plate on their bodies. Ma Bin had participated in the creation of the divine fate plate. Back then, on the 10,000 Elephant Sea, he had relied on this to discover Lu Yi. This time, it was obviously the same. The reason why he turned back to kill Lu Yi was that he had sensed that Lu Yi was on his escape route. If he continued to flee like this, he would inevitably implicate Lu Yi, a junior of the 9 prefectures. Therefore, he gave up on fleeing and turned back to fight back. The 2 generations of 9 prefectures cultivators didn't have any communication. But at that moment, Ma Bin's divine sense paused to investigate. Lu Yi had seen through Ma Bin's decision. This matter was really troublesome. He had originally planned to use the red talisman to leave this place, but he didn't expect Ma Bin to make such a choice. This made him somewhat worried. However, on second thought, Ma Bin's strength wasn't weak. Since he dared to turn back and fight back, his life definitely wouldn't be in danger. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yi decided not to think too much about it. His strength wasn't enough at the moment, so it was useless to think too much. He flew forward again, opened the door of the small flower world, and let Yu Yaorao out again. "Senior Marshal Brother, are you all right?" Yu Yaorao asked. Lu Yi shook his head slowly. "I'm fine." Yu Yaorao glanced at him curiously. She was keenly aware that Lu Ye's mood wasn't good, but she didn't ask anything. "Is that fellow Taoist Lu Yi?" A voice suddenly entered his ears. Lu Yi was startled. Before the voice came, he didn't notice anything unusual in the surroundings. He quickly looked in the direction of the voice's origin and saw two figures standing on a big meteorite there. Both of them were women, and their figures looked somewhat familiar. After seeing their appearance, Lu Yi couldn't help but be surprised. After thinking for a moment, he urged his magic power and flew over with Yu Yaorao. After landing on the meteorite, he cupped his fists. "Fellow Taoist Walnut, Senior Nan Lian." The two women here were surprisingly Nan Lian and her disciple. Lu Yi didn't expect that they would be so fated to meet again here. He was wondering why he didn't notice them before. With Riguang here, he only needed to conceal himself casually. With his strength, he naturally couldn't detect anything. If Walnut hadn't taken the initiative to speak, he really wouldn't have known there were people here. When Lu Yi fought for the Moon Jade list, this pair of master and disciple made a lot of money, and Lu Yi also gained a lot. It could be said to be a win-win situation. Later, according to the Azura contract he signed with Lu Yi, Walnut shared half of the benefits with him, and all of them were exchanged for treasures that could improve the quality of his source. Nan Lian, on the other hand, took the initiative to give Lu Yi a Blue Moon spirit follower. It really is fellow Taoist Lu. Walnut looked very happy. Nan Lian also nodded at Lu Yi with an amiable expression. "What a coincidence we meet again. This is..." Walnut looked at Yu Yaorao, who was following behind Lu Yi, and for a moment he was somewhat unable to shift his gaze away. Such a charming person was rare, and she was only a star constellation realm cultivator. But now she was following beside Lu Yi. His expression immediately became ambiguous, and he had an expression of "I understand." Yu Yaorao's face blushed slightly. Lu Yi didn't take it seriously and only introduced her casually. While he and Walnut were talking, Nan Lian's eyes shone brightly, and she looked into the distance. Lu Ye's expression changed when he saw this. "Senior, how's the battle over there?" Nan Lian was definitely watching the battle between Riguang and Riguang. She had Riguang's cultivation, and it seemed like she also cultivated some kind of eye technique. The reason she was standing here was probably to watch the battle. "It's very intense," Nan Lian replied casually. After that, there was nothing else. Lu Yi felt an itch in his heart. It was rare for him to meet Riguang, who was watching the battle. Moreover, he knew Riguang, so of course he wanted to know how Ma Bin was doing. However, he couldn't show it, so as to avoid being seen through. Even if he used his toes to think, Lu Yi knew that Ma Bin had many enemies. If Nan Lian also had a grudge against Ma Bin, and he revealed that he was related to Ma Bin, it wouldn't be good for him. At that moment, he started chatting with Walnut. After a long while, Nan Lian finally exclaimed in admiration. As expected of the Azure Demon King Ma Bin, he could even fight his way out of the encirclement. Lu Yi was greatly relieved. Even though he had guessed that Ma Bin's life wasn't in danger, he couldn't watch the battle with his own eyes, so he didn't know how the battle was going. Now that he heard Nan Lian's words, Ma Bin should be fine. He tried his best to put on an innocent and curious expression and said, "Ma Bin? Senior, I saw a bounty for this name in the bounty hall. Could it be?" Nan Lian said, Who else could it be but Ri Guang Ma Bin of the Azura Arena? Is he very powerful? I think his bounty is very high. He's more than powerful. It's said that more than 20 Ri Guang have died at his hands alone. Nan Lian looked like she couldn't afford to offend him. Look at me. I'm also a Ri Guang, but if Ma Bin wants to kill me, it'll be as easy as crushing a little chick. Lu Yi was dumbfounded. Senior, you're too modest. He had never heard anyone give him such an evaluation. More importantly, Nan Lian was a Ri Guang. This woman was really open-minded. Nan Lian glanced at him with a smile. There are strong and weak Ri Guang as well. Take you, for example. If an early Yu Yao stood in front of you and insulted you, how long would it take you to kill him? Lu Yi thought about it. An early Yu Yao could probably be killed with a single slash. With this comparison, he immediately understood what Nan Lian meant. He knew that Ma Bin was very powerful, but he didn't expect him to be this powerful. Walnut was also dumbfounded. She couldn't help but ask, Shizhuan, we don't have any enmity with this Ma Bin, right? Nan Lian sneered. What enmity could we have with him? Don't worry. Shizhuan may not be good at other things, but I still have a lot of connections. If I really do meet him one day, Shizhuan will kowtow to him and guarantee your life. Walnut's face darkened. Shizhuan, don't say any more. She felt embarrassed. Lu Yi wanted to ask more about Ma Bin, but he couldn't bring himself to do so, so he could only restrain himself. Fortunately, Walnut's curiosity was very strong. She had already told her Shizhuan to stop talking, but she couldn't help but ask, what did this Ma Bin do to anger so many Ri Guang? He's called the Azure Demon King. Just by hearing this name, it's obvious that he's a guy who kills people like scything flax. Nan Lian clicked her tongue. He often intrudes into realms by himself and kills the Ri Guang of those realms. As a result, there are naturally many people who want him dead. Why did he do that? Of course it's because of enmity. Nan Lian waved her hand. Don't ask me what enmity I have with him. I don't know either. I only know that this Azure Demon King is very old. When I first started cultivating, he was already a Ri Guang, committing crimes everywhere. Now that I've been a Ri Guang for 1,000 years, he's still alive. As she said this, Nan Lian suddenly had a strange thought. Good people don't live long, but scourges live for 1,000 years? Chapter 1961. Walnut's face changed. Master, don't think too much. She knew that her honored master's temperament was fickle. She was really afraid that her honored master would learn from that green demon king Ma Bin and do evil. Ma Bin had lived for a long time, not because of some scourge, but because he had his own secret method. How dare you? Nan Lian said. How can a disciple talk to her master like that? Apologize. Master, I'm sorry. Walnut apologized. You're the one who's sorry, not the other way around. Nan Lian looked at her. Yes. Disciple has let master down. Walnut kept nodding. Lu Yi and Yu Yaorao were dumbfounded. They felt the relationship between the master and disciple was really good. I'm sorry. As Nan Lian spoke, she rubbed Walnut's head as if her disciple was really an immature child. Where were we? Lu Yi hurriedly continued. Ma Bin is very old. Nan Lian nodded. This Ma Bin, I don't know what kind of grudge he has with those realms. Logically speaking, at his age, those who have a grudge against him should have all died long ago. It's said that one shouldn't be blamed on the third generation, but he's relentless and has set his sights on other people's descendants. But then again, he also has his own principles when it comes to killing people. Walnut was still scared. Master, we really don't have enmity with Ma Bin, right? If we did, would I still dare to stand here? Nan Lian rolled her eyes. Only now did Walnut feel assured. Lu Yi was speechless. Nan Lian was right, but once enmity was formed, it wasn't so easy to resolve it. How could those realms that had Ri Zhao dying to Ma Bin easily let him go? Those realms that could give birth to Rizhao were all very powerful realms. They wouldn't show weakness to external enemies. Enmity was passed down from generation to generation like this. Ma Bin's injuries are probably not light, Nan Lian suddenly murmured. Lu Ye's heart tightened, but she didn't dare to show it on the surface. She could only ask curiously, "Didn't you say he ran away?" Nan Lian said he escaped. Moreover, he fought 1 against 4 and killed one of them. However, he must have paid a heavy price. Lu Yi wanted to ask more questions, but Nan Lian was no longer in the mood to continue the conversation. She looked at Lu Yi and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Where are you going?" Lu Yi regained his senses and quickly asked, 9 Mysteries Galaxy. Does Senior know the location? He came from Yuhua Galaxy, but he didn't want to go back the way he came. Now that Yu Yaorao was by his side, Lu Yi wanted to send Yu Yaorao back first. At that time, he only needed to communicate with Soul Race's ancestral land. Then he could easily return to 9 regions. Nan Lian shook her head and said, "I don't know. I'm still looking for the location." "What is this place?" Lu Yi asked again. Here, while the two of them were talking, several figures were sitting cross-legged at the battlefield where Rizhao had fought. They were all tens of thousands of miles apart from each other. These people were all at Rizhao's level of cultivation. They had participated in the siege of Ma Bin just now. At this moment, their qi and blood were surging, and their magic power was surging. After a long while, an old man with white hair and beard let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. As expected of the Azure Demon King, Ma Bin, this strength is even stronger than the rumors. The 4 of them besieged Ma Bin, but in the end 1 died and 3 were injured. Admittedly, the 4 of them only joined forces temporarily and weren't very skilled in cooperating. However, with the number of people here, they still managed to fight to this extent. This showed how terrifying Ma Bin was. Fellow Taoist Zunyu. In another direction, a woman opened her eyes. Her face was still slightly pale, and there was a hint of lingering fear in her eyes. The Zun she mentioned was Rizhao, the one who died in the battle. His strength wasn't the weakest among the 4 of them, but because he was targeted by Ma Bin, he died. "I'll take care of fellow Taoist Zun Yu's funeral," the old man said. The old man said, "After this, I will make a trip to his homeland and bring the relics and news there. Then we'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Changfeng." Another young man, Rizhao, said, "Although fellow Taoist Zunyu died, in this battle, Ma Bin also damaged his Tao foundation. Fellow Taoist Zun, you died a worthy death." In such a fierce and hasty battle, Ma Bin fought against 4 alone. Although he killed one of the enemies, how could he be unharmed? Nan Lian could tell that Ma Bin's injuries weren't light, but in reality his injuries were more serious than what Nan Lian had seen from afar. If it were a normal injury, it would be fine. However, injuries to one's Tao foundation are not so easy to recover. The woman turned to look in Changfeng's direction. "Fellow Taoist Changfeng, we should send a message out as soon as possible. Let the nearby top realms be on guard. Don't let Ma Bin find a chance to recover. If Ma Bin wanted to recover from his injuries, he would only have a chance to go to a top realm. However, the top realms were full of powerful people. How could they be so easy to invade? Therefore, as long as this path was blocked, Ma Bin's injuries would never be able to recover. In fact, they might even worsen. With his current age, if he couldn't recover from the damage to his Tao foundation, he would definitely die in the long run." Changfeng nodded. "Of course. However, compared to this old man is more concerned about another matter." As he spoke, he turned to look in the direction Ma Bin had fled. "Don't the 2 of you feel that this matter is a little strange? Ma Bin clearly could have escaped. Why did he suddenly turn around and come back?" Originally, the other 2 people didn't think of this, but after Changfeng's reminder, they immediately realized that this matter was indeed a little strange. If Ma Bin didn't turn around and counterattack, he should be able to escape successfully with his speed. After the Azura field closed, the four of them had gathered together by chance. They didn't have any specific arrangements beforehand. Therefore, Ma Bin only needed to get rid of them. It didn't matter how many of them there were. Ri Zhao, who looked like a teenager, pondered for a moment. His eyes lit up. Then what's in front that made him feel threatened or afraid? Chang Feng pondered for a moment and nodded. Perhaps so. But if that's all, Ma Bin can completely change directions and avoid it. Moreover, with Ma Bin's strength, who in this starry sky can make him feel afraid? What Taoist Chang Feng means is... The woman looked thoughtful. Chang Feng's eyes shone brightly. If there's someone Ma Bin cares about over there, then his strange behavior makes sense. The woman suddenly understood. He's afraid that the aftermath of the conflict will affect that person. In order to protect that person, he suddenly turned around and counterattacked. At this point, the woman's train of thought was also enlightened. If that's the case, then the person he cares about is definitely not Ri Zhao. If it's Ri Zhao, then Ma Bin doesn't need to be so careful. It has to be said that Ri Zhao's mind is extremely sharp. Ma Bin's slightly contradictory actions allowed them to deduce so many things. The teenager was puzzled. I've never heard of Ma Bin having descendants. The domain he was born in has long been shattered. What else in this world would he care about? Chang Feng said, no matter what it is, we'll know once we go and take a look. The three Ri Zhao looked at each other across the sky and set off. Azura domain. On the other side, Lu Yi fell into deep thought. According to Nan Lian's speculation, everyone should be in the Azura domain. This was a very vast star domain. No one knew how big it was, and no one had seen its true appearance. This was because the entire Azura domain had always been shrouded and concealed by the power of the starry sky supreme treasure, the Azura domain. Anyone who stepped into the Azura domain from the outside would be faced with a test, just like what Lu Yi encountered when he first entered. If a cultivator passed the test, they would directly enter the heavenly Azura domain. If not, they would naturally return to where they came from and could only enter again after 10 years. Therefore, no one knew what the real Azura domain looked like until now, and there was no star chart in this regard. Now that the Azura domain was closed and the mysterious power of the starry sky supreme treasure disappeared, the Azura domain that had been shrouded by the power of the Azura domain was revealed. The nearly 10 million cultivators who were originally in the Azura domain were also scattered in this area. This was Nan Lian's speculation, but it should be correct. Therefore, even a Ri Zhao powerhouse like Nan Lian didn't know which direction to go. She could only choose a direction and try her luck. In any case, as long as she left the Azura domain, she could find the way home in any known galaxy. Moreover, as a Ri Zhao, she could also deduce the approximate location of her hometown by observing the surrounding stars. However, this would take some time, and Nan Lian hadn't done it yet. I've heard about Jiuxian. It's not far from the myriad clouds where I am. It's roughly in the same direction. If little friend doesn't mind, you can go with me. Nan Lian said. Lu Yi glanced at Yu Yaorao, and the latter nodded repeatedly. Then he cupped his fists and said, Thank you, Senior. After all, it would be more convenient and faster to go with Ri Zhao. As long as Nan Lian could find the range of the myriad clouds, she could roughly determine Jiuxian's location. Then, she could send Yu Yaorao back. As for himself, it wouldn't be too late to look for the passage to the Soul Race's ancestral land. It's no trouble at all. Nan Lian faintly smiled, not minding it at all. She was very optimistic about Lu Yi, a junior who had allowed her to fiercely satisfy her gambling addiction and even made a lot of money. In particular, Lu Yi had displayed extraordinary talent and background in the battle arena. Nan Lian didn't mind investing in him in advance. Someone like Lu Yi, once he advanced to the Ri Zhao realm, would definitely become famous. Maybe he would be able to help her in some way in the future. This was also a kind of gamble. She was betting on her own vision. Nan Lian suddenly raised her head and looked into the depths of the starry sky, and her brows slightly wrinkled. "What's wrong?" Walnut asked. "Stand behind me," Nan Lian said. Walnut was standing behind his master, so he was undoubtedly talking to Lu Yi and Yu Yaorao. Lu Yi and Yu Yaorao didn't hesitate and stood behind Nan Lian. After a few breaths, a figure suddenly appeared not far in front of them. His majestic gaze swept over them, and when he saw Nan Lian, he was slightly startled. Obviously, he didn't expect Rizhao to be here. End of this chapter. Chapter 1962. On the meteorite, Lu Ye's gaze swept past Nan Lian's figure and looked forward. He found that the newcomer was an old man with white hair and beard. Although he looked old, he was hale and hearty. The faint magic power fluctuations on the surface of his body were like the gentle breathing of a hibernating dragon. "Rizhao," Lu Yi immediately noticed. "So it's fellow Taoist Nan Lian." The old man recognized Nan Lian's identity and bowed. There were many Rizhao in the Azura field, but not many. Most people knew each other, and even if they hadn't seen each other, they had heard of each other. Without a doubt, this old man recognized Nan Lian. "Fellow Taoist Changfeng." Nan Lian smiled and nodded. "Fellow Taoist, you seem to be in a hurry. What brings you here?" Changfeng. Lu Ye's heart skipped a beat. Ma Bin had called this name before. It seemed that this old man was one of the people who participated in the encirclement of Ma Bin just now. Almost at the same time when Lu Yi thought of this, Changfeng suddenly glanced at him. This made Lu Ye's heart tremble. Rizhao's perception is really sharp. It's just a very small change in expression, but it was noticed by the other party. He quickly lowered his eyes. Changfeng's gaze swept past him, then looked at Walnut and Yu Yaorao. Only then did he say, "Since fellow Taoist is here, this old man wants to ask if fellow Taoist has noticed anything or anyone here that is worthy of your attention." Nan Lian had a puzzled expression. "In what way?" "In any way," Changfeng said. Nan Lian laughed. "I don't know how to answer fellow Taoist's question. It's just that I've been standing here all this time and haven't noticed anything suspicious." Changfeng said, "These little friends behind fellow Taoist are—" Nan Lian smiled and said, "They're all juniors of this galaxy. They happened to be with me before the Azura field closed." "I see." Changfeng nodded slightly. "Then I'll have to trouble you. Fellow Taoist." Nan Lian raised her hand. Changfeng, who was about to leave, turned to look at her. "Is there anything else?" Nan Lian said. "May I ask what fellow Taoist is doing?" "Of course, if it's a secret, fellow Taoist. Just pretend I never asked." Longfeng thought for a moment. Then he said, "There is no secret, and there is nothing that can't be said. It's just that since Mister has been standing here, you must know about the battle just now. That Green Demon King Ma Bin's performance was a bit strange, so I suspect that there is someone or something he cares about in this direction. So I came to investigate." Nan Lian wasn't an idiot. When she heard him say this, she thought for a moment, and a look of realization appeared on her face. No wonder he suddenly turned around and attacked. Behind her, Lu Ye's eyes were still lowered. Her expression was calm, but her heart was not as calm as it seemed. Ri Guang was still Ri Guang. He could infer the reason for Ma Bin's strange behavior because Ma Bin's divine sense paused on him for a moment. However, even though it was not a flaw, Changfeng still noticed it. He rejoiced inwardly that he had encountered Nan Lian. Otherwise, if he had been stopped by Changfeng with Yu Yarao, who knew what kind of attitude Changfeng would have and what kind of methods he would have used. Under Ri Guang's majesty, any abnormal behavior would be infinitely magnified, and Changfeng might really have noticed something. After Changfeng left, he still had to continue investigating. The other two Ri Guang were also searching nearby. If there was really someone Ma Bin cared about in this direction with their methods, they would definitely be able to find out. After a while, Lu Yi was sitting in a flower basket-shaped star boat, flying at lightning speed. Riguang's speed was indeed extraordinary. Yu Yaorao was sitting on his left, and Walnut was sitting on his right, talking to him. As Yu Yao, she naturally had a lot of common topics with Lu Yi. She was especially curious about Lu Ye's incredible strength, so she wanted to ask him for advice. Although she had Riguang as her master to guide her, her master was sometimes too unreliable. On the contrary, she learned a lot from Lu Yi. Lu Yi could feel that Nan Lian's gaze had faintly swept past him a few times. She should be suspicious. Before meeting Chang Feng, although Lu Yi tried his best to conceal it, he still asked Nan Lian about Ma Bin. If Chang Feng hadn't come, Nan Lian wouldn't have thought too much about it. But since Chang Feng had come and said those words, as long as Nan Lian wasn't stupid, she would have guessed. But she should just be guessing. It didn't matter. Especially in front of Chang Feng. She had personally said that they were all juniors of her galaxy. Since that was the case, she shouldn't meddle. Following Riguang's side was peaceful. After a few days, Nan Lian suddenly showed a happy expression. "Ah, I found Wan Xiao's location!" To think that a Riguang powerhouse like her would one day get lost in the starry sky and spend such a long time to find the direction of her homeland. It was quite a bitter experience. Master is really amazing. Walnut clapped. Nan Lian snorted and said with a complacent look, "Of course." Lu Yi hurriedly asked, "Senior, where is Jiu Xian?" Nan Lian had said before that Wan Xia and Jiu Xian weren't too far apart and were roughly in the same direction. Now that she had located Wan Xia's location, it shouldn't be a problem to deduce Jiu Xian's location. If it weren't for the previous incident, Lu Yi wouldn't have minded following Nan Lian for a while longer. After all, Riguang's speed was indeed fast. But now, he felt that it was better to separate as soon as possible. Nan Lian didn't give him any sense of threat. This woman had always been easy to talk to, but Lu Yi had a guilty conscience. It was better to leave as soon as possible. If it's Jiu Xian. Nan Lian counted with her fingers, then pointed in a direction. "It should be this way." She then looked at Lu Yi. "Why? Are you leaving already?" Lu Yi said, "Yes. Thank you for taking care of me these days, Senior." Walnut showed a reluctant expression. "Senior Brother Lu, do you want to travel for a few more days? Anyway, we're all in the same general direction." She had learned a lot from exchanging experiences with Lu Yi. If she still had the Azura field, she felt that her ranking would have risen by several hundred places. As soon as she finished speaking, Nan Lian slapped the back of her head. All good things must come to an end. Don't disturb them. Yu Yaorao, who had an innocent look on her face, was stunned for a moment. Then she blushed and lowered her head, not saying anything. Walnut touched the back of her head and said with an aggrieved expression, "Master, you hit me again. I'll become stupid later." Nan Lian ignored her and just looked at Lu Yi with a smile. "Little friend, take care." Lu Yi bowed solemnly. "Thank you, Senior." Yu Yaorao also hurriedly bowed. The two of them jumped off the star boat that looked like a flower basket. After a few breaths, Nan Lian and her master disappeared from sight. "Let's go." Lu Yi summoned his star boat, called out to Yu Yaorao, and flew in the direction Nan Lian had pointed out. The Azura field had been closed for half a month, and the bustle of the Azura field had died down a lot. After all, most people, like Lu Yi, would try to find a way to leave this star field as soon as possible. As time passed, the number of cultivators here would become fewer and fewer. Only some people with evil intentions would continue to stay here or wander around and do evil things. After some time, while Lu Yi was driving the star boat, Yu Yaorao suddenly said in surprise, "Senior brother, I've contacted someone from our galaxy." During this time, she had been sending messages to the outside world. Unfortunately, she had not received any reply until now. "What did they say?" Lu Yi asked. Yu Yaorao sent another message. After a while, she said, "Senior Nan Lian is really amazing. Her calculation was right. This direction is indeed the Nine Mysteries Galaxy. The senior brother I contacted said that many people from our galaxy have gathered there. They are led by a martial Uncle Rizhao. On the way back, they are trying to gather the lost cultivators of our galaxy. That's good. Lu Yi nodded. In this way, he only needed to send you Yaorao there. He did not need to follow her to the Nine Mysteries Galaxy. During this time, Yu Yaorao had been contacting the cultivators of our galaxy. He had also been trying to communicate with the ancestral land of the soul race. Now he had made some progress. He felt an extremely weak response in a certain direction. This undoubtedly indicated that there was a passage to the ancestral land of the soul race in that direction. After sending you Yaorao there, he could set off in that direction. Ask them how to meet up with us, Lu Yi said. Okay. Yu Yaorao nodded quickly and communicated with them. 3 days later, Lu Yi and Yu Yaorao stood on a meteorite and waited. Not long after, a huge ship appeared in their field of vision. The ship was 6 or 7 stories high, and it was decorated rather magnificently. There was a large Xian character on the hull of the ship. This is it. It's the ship of our world. Yu Yaorao was excited. After wandering for so many days, she was finally going to meet someone familiar. The next moment, she led the way, and Lu Yi followed closely behind. On the spacious deck, many people were standing on the side of the ship and looking over. There were even some people waving at them. Lu Yi even felt Rizhao's divine sense sweep over him. He couldn't help but look up at the highest point of the ship. That place should be where martial Uncle Rizhao, whom Yu Yaorao mentioned, was waiting. Junior sister Yaorao. On the deck, a man with a dignified appearance looked at Yu Yaorao, who was flying down, and greeted her with a smile. He revealed an expression as if he was relieved of a heavy burden. Senior brother son. Yu Yaorao returned the greeting with an aggrieved look on her face, as if a kitten who had been wandering outside for a long time had finally returned home. It's good that you're fine. Senior brother son nodded and turned to look at Lu Yi. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, although Yu Yaorao had contacted him before and said that she was with a good friend of Yu Yao. He didn't pay much attention to Lu Yi after asking about his name and origin. But at this moment, when he saw Lu Yi, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he was filled with deep veneration. So it's the Yu Yao first rank. I apologize for my rudeness. There were many cultivators on the deck. Most of them were constellations, but there were also a few Yu Yao. When they heard senior brother son's words, they couldn't help but widen their eyes and look at Lu Yi. End of this chapter. Chapter 1963. In the 2 years before the Azura arena closed, something big had happened in the Yu Yao battlefield. A mysterious expert had defeated Abro from the ancient barbarian realm and Gusheng from the Yellow Dragon realm, taking the top spot on the Yu Yao battle ranking. When the Yu Yao battle ranking was announced, countless Yu Yao were shocked. After all, they had long known of Abro and Gusheng's strength. In the entire Yu Yao battle ranking, these two were the most powerful. Ever since they came to the Azura arena, no one had been able to shake their positions. They had always been each other's opponents. How could the Yu Yao battle ranking, which had been maintained for many years, suddenly be broken by a mysterious expert one day? How could the Yu Yao battle ranking not care? Although there were some spectators that day, there weren't that many of them. In addition, Lu Yi had hidden his name on the battle list, so other than a few people who knew his background, most people didn't know his specific origin or what his name was. After that, this Yu Yao champion, who had risen to fame like a legend, suddenly disappeared without a trace. He never appeared in the battle arena again, and his ranking fell again and again. By the time the Azura arena closed, he was already outside the top 500. However, no one looked down on him because of this. He was still recognized as the Yu Yao battle ranking. Many people said that this Yu Yao battle ranking didn't care about his ranking, so he didn't continue to participate in the battle ranking. However, in reality, Lu Yi had been helping the heavenly Azure race deal with the bloodline curse during that time. Moreover, he had the same discount as the heavenly Azure race, so the benefits of the Yu Yao battle ranking could be ignored. Sun Zheng had undoubtedly watched the battles between Lu Yi Abro and Gusheng, so he recognized him at a glance. The other Yu Yao battle ranking disciples hadn't seen Lu Yi before. When they heard Sun Zheng's words, they all looked over curiously. They had admired this mysterious Yu Yao battle ranking for a long time. Now that he was in person, they all came up to greet him. Lu Yi returned their greetings. After all, this was the first time they had met, so there wasn't much to say. They just wanted to get to know each other. Lu Yi turned to look at Yu Yaorao. Under her nervous and apprehensive gaze, he said, "Junior sister Yu, I have to go. Take care. We'll meet again if fate wills it." Although Yu Yaorao had guessed what Lu Yi was going to say, she was still reluctant to part with him. Pursing her red lips, she nodded and said, "Senior brother, take care of yourself too." Sun Zheng glanced at Yu Yaorao and understood what she meant. He smiled and said, "Are you leaving now? Why don't you take a break?" To be able to defeat Abro and Gusheng, he would definitely become a great talent in the future. Jiao Xian sighed at his own inferiority. It was obvious that junior sister Yaorao was interested in Jiao Xian. If he could facilitate this fate, it would be beneficial for both Yu Yaorao and Jiao Xian in the future. Yu Yaorao was thin-skinned and didn't want to keep her here, but he naturally didn't have such concerns. Lu Yi shook his head and said, "I appreciate Brother Sun's kind intentions. I should also go find the way home." Sun Zheng tried his best to persuade him to stay. There is no need to rush. Fellow Taoist may not know this, but Marshal Ants and Xen speculated that this place was the Azura domain covered by the power of the Azura field. After the Azura field closed, we were scattered here. It is difficult to distinguish directions for the time being. Marshal Ant also used some secret methods to deduce Jiao Xian's location. Instead of looking around aimlessly, why don't you return to Jiao Xian with us and ask Marshal Ant for help? It might be more convenient than searching on your own. If Lu Yi didn't use the 7-colored divine lotus to communicate with the soul race's ancestral land, this would undoubtedly be a very reliable suggestion. But now that he had faintly sensed the location of a passage to the soul race's ancestral land, there was naturally no need to waste time. Glancing at Yu Yaorao behind Sun Zheng, Lu Yi saw the hopeful look in her eyes, but he still shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from the cabin on the top floor, followed by a woman's voice. "An enemy is attacking. Continue forward and prepare your defenses." As soon as the voice fell, Lu Yi vaguely saw a figure fly out from there and rush towards the depths of the starry sky. On the ship, all the cultivators were startled. Sun Zheng reacted extremely quickly and hurriedly shouted, "Hurry up and activate the defensive array!" Many cultivators quickly got to work. Lu Yi couldn't help but spread out his divine sense, but soon his brows furrowed because he vaguely sensed that many powerful auras were rapidly approaching them. At this moment, the violent sounds of Rizhao's battle suddenly came from the depths of the starry sky in the distance. It should be Jiao Xian's Rizhao facing the enemy. For her to take the initiative to fight, the other party was undoubtedly Rizhao. "Senior brother, come with me." Yu Yaorao suddenly reached out and grabbed Lu Ye's hand, pulling him in a certain direction, and in a moment they were inside the cabin. Sun Zheng was already standing there, and many cultivators were sitting in various spirit arrays, urging their strength. "Who are these people?" Sun Zheng asked with a solemn expression. In one of the detection spirit arrays, a cultivator had his eyes closed and was using the power of the spirit arrays to scan the surroundings. When he heard Sun Zheng's question, he immediately replied, "I saw Fan Gu's starship." "It really is them." Sun Zheng seemed to have expected this, and he gritted his teeth and asked, "How many of them are there?" "Less than 10. The cultivator replied, and then his expression changed. No, there are at least 15 of them here. Sun Jiang's face paled. 15 people was not a large number, but if they dared to come at a time like this, then they were undoubtedly Yu Yao. In other words, there were 15 Yu Yao here, and how many were there on their side? He immediately understood the urgency of the situation. Fan Gu's starship had somehow discovered their whereabouts, and Ri Zhao had first lured Marshal Anson Exine away, and then a dozen Yu Yao had come to attack them. They were trying to kill them all. The difference in numbers was too great, and they were no match for them at all. He could only give the order to increase their speed to the maximum and escape as quickly as possible. On Lu Ye's side, Yu Yaorao was still holding his hand tightly, and it was clear that she was very nervous. Fan Gu is... Lu Yi asked softly. Only then did Yu Yaorao come back to her senses, and she explained, Fan Gu Galaxy is a galaxy close to Jiuxian Galaxy. We don't have a good relationship with them, and there are always conflicts between us. This time, they must have discovered our whereabouts and targeted us. She didn't expect that they would encounter such a situation after finally reuniting with the cultivators of their galaxy. She couldn't help but feel a little apologetic. Senior Marshal Brother, I've implicated you. Lu Yi shook his head. At his current cultivation level, cultivators of the same level as him couldn't pose any threat to him. The only one who could threaten him was Ri Zhao. However, Fan Gu's side should also be underprepared. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent so few people. If there wasn't a second Ri Zhao, he wouldn't be afraid at all. However, if there was a second Ri Zhao, he secretly made up his mind. When the time came, he would put Yu Yaorao into the Little Flower Realm and use the power of the Red Talisman to escape. Senior Marshal Brother son, we can't escape, a cultivator shouted. Although this kind of huge ship could accommodate more cultivators, it wasn't as fast as a small ship. The attacking cultivators were all driving small ships, so it was easy for them to catch up. Fight! Sun Jiang's face turned cold. As soon as he gave the order, the battle immediately broke out. A moment later, the ship kept shaking violently. The cultivators shouted one after another. The strength of the defensive formation was constantly decreasing with the enemy's fierce attacks. Once the defensive formation was broken, the enemy would be able to do whatever they wanted. Sun Zhang walked up to Lu Yi and bowed. Fellow Taoist Lu, this is unexpected. I'm afraid you'll be implicated. But if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. We may need your help later. I wonder if you can join forces with us to fight against the enemy? Fan Gu's actions had indeed caught Jiuxian Galaxy off guard. However, they probably didn't expect that the first place of the monthly Jade ranking would be here. Sun Zhang had seen the battle between Lu Yi and Abdullah with his own eyes, so he naturally knew how important the first place of the monthly Jade ranking was. If Lu Yi was willing to help, Jiuxian Galaxy might be able to turn the situation around. No problem. Lu Yi nodded. At this point, he couldn't just leave. After all, he couldn't tell Fan Gu's people that he wasn't a Jiuxian cultivator and ask them to let him go. Therefore, just as Sun Jing said, he was already implicated in this matter. Since that was the case, he had no choice but to fight back. Sun Zhang was overjoyed. Thank you in advance, fellow Taoist. He turned around and left. It was obvious that he was going to mobilize everyone before the battle. Lu Yi looked down and said, Junior Marshal Sister Yu, I'm going to meet the enemy. Yu Yaorao nodded. Senior Marshal Brother, be careful. Lu Yi shook his hand. Yu Yaorao looked down and realized that she hadn't let go of Lu Ye's hand. Her ears turned red, and she quickly let go. A moment later, the 5 Yu Yao of Jiuxian Galaxy gathered on the deck. Including Lu Yi, there were only 6 of them. This didn't mean that Jiuxian only had a few Yu Yao. It was just that these were the only ones that could gather. The others were still scattered all over the Azure Realm. On the other hand, Fan Gu's side had more than a dozen people surrounding the ship. They were using all kinds of methods to break the ship's defensive formation. Sun Zhang, how have you been? It was one of Fan Gu's subordinates, Yu Yao. Her voice was filled with pride and arrogance. "You didn't expect us to meet here, did you?" Sun Zheng's face was gloomy and he didn't respond. "Who is the strongest among them?" Lu Yi, who was standing beside him, suddenly asked. Sun Zheng replied, "That's the guy who shouted. His name is Jiang En, and he's ranked in the top 1,000 on the Yueyao ranking." "That's indeed not bad." Lu Yi nodded. There were so many moon jade cultivators in the Azura arena. Anyone who could rank in the top 1,000 of the moon jade ranking was clearly an extraordinary figure. As he spoke, Lu Yi looked over at Jiang En and found him to be somewhat familiar. "I vaguely seem to have seen it somewhere before." As if he had sensed Lu Ye's gaze, Jiang En's gaze shifted and he saw Lu Ye's face clearly. This caused him to be involuntarily stunned, because at this very moment he suddenly had the same feeling as Lu Yi. "I vaguely seem to have seen this person somewhere before." End of chapter. Chapter 1964. Yu Yao's memory wasn't bad, so whether it was Lu Yi or Jiang En, it only took them a moment to remember where they had met each other. Lu Ye's expression was calm, but Jiang En's was horrified. At this moment, Lu Yi, who was supposed to be standing on the deck, suddenly became dazed. Jiang En felt his hair stand on end, as if a great danger was about to befall him. Without thinking, he fiercely circulated his magic power to protect his body. At the same time, his blood boiled, and his fists punched forward like dragons. Originally, there was nothing in front of him. However, when he punched out with his fists, a figure appeared. It was Lu Yi. Jiang En used all of his strength in this attack, and he was confident that no Yu Yao could withstand it. The ferocious power of the attack directly smashed Lu Ye's body into pieces. Jiang En was stunned and realized something was wrong. What he had shattered was a shadow. His opponent's speed was too fast, so fast that he couldn't see him clearly. This scene had happened before in the Yu Yao battle arena. His experience back then was exactly the same as today's. Behind him, Jiang En roared and swung his arms to counterattack. However, he had just assumed a stance when he noticed that the magic power protecting his body had been broken. Then, pain shot through his body and he froze on the spot. The corners of his eyes twitched violently. He clearly saw that a person had appeared beside him without him noticing. The person was holding a long saber, and the saber had pierced through his abdomen. Extremely pure magic power condensed in the long saber. Jiang En didn't doubt that once this person activated it, he would die in an instant. Last time in the battle arena, he had been defeated like this. Although he didn't die because of the battle arena's protection, there was an extremely strange power lingering around his wound. In the end, he had to spend 30,000 Azura seals to find someone to help him deal with it. The Yu Yao battle champion. Only now did Jiang En grit his teeth and growl. It wasn't because he was unwilling, but because he wanted to remind his companions who the enemy was. He knew that no matter how unwilling he was, it was useless. Last time, the battle arena's rules protected him, but this time he would die without a doubt. However, he couldn't understand why the Yu Yao battle champion was on Jiuxian's starship. Could it be that he was from Jiuxian? But if that's the case, why haven't I heard of this person before? By the time he finished speaking, Lu Yi had already sent him flying with a kick. Blood gushed out of his wound like a fountain. Lu Yi stood in place, gently shaking off the blood on his mountain plate saber. His gaze calmly swept over the enemy. Whether it was Fan Gu, Yu Yao, Jiuxian, Sun Zheng, or the others, they were all rooted to the spot. Sun Zheng and the others didn't expect Lu Yi to be so quick and decisive. Jiang En, who was the strongest on Fan Gu's side, couldn't even last one round against him. Such strength, how shocking was that? His strength was about the same as Jiang En's, perhaps even a little inferior. If this Yu Yao champion could kill Jiang En so easily, didn't that mean that he would be able to defeat him in a single exchange? How could there be such a huge difference in strength when they were both at the late Moon Jade realm? Even though Sun Zheng had personally witnessed the battle between Lu Yi and Abdullah, and knew the weight of the Yu Yao champion, he only realized how shallow and laughable his previous understanding was when he compared it to Lu Yi. After a brief moment of shock and astonishment, Fan Gu's Yu Yao roared, "Attack together! Kill him!" They were enraged. Even though Jiang and had revealed Lu Ye's identity, they didn't back down. They outnumbered Zhu Xian by several times. One person might not be a match, but what about 2, 3, or 4? They were all Yu Yao. No matter how strong the Yu Yao champion was, there would be times when 2 fists would be outnumbered. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 10 Yu Yao charged at Lu Yi. Seeing this, Sun Zheng hurriedly shouted, "Attack!" In the next instant, several of Zhu Xian's Yu Yaos flew out to meet the enemy. However, their strength was limited, and each of them could only hold back 1 Yu Yao. They could only watch as Lu Yi was surrounded and attacked by close to 10 people. Sun Zheng couldn't help but worry. Although Lu Ye's strength was astonishing, there was a limit to a person's strength. If he couldn't hold on, then all the cultivators on the ship would suffer. Therefore, he had to deal with his opponents as soon as possible and help Lu Yi share the burden. He was confident that he could do this because he had purposely intercepted an opponent who was much weaker than him. He wanted to reduce the gap between their numbers as soon as possible. As soon as the battle began, his opponents were forced to retreat. Sun Zheng took a moment to look at Lu Yi. For a moment, he couldn't shift his gaze away. This was because Lu Ye's figure was moving back and forth in the chaotic battlefield. As he moved, the saber lights flickered and disappeared. Groans and screams of pain rang out one after another. Blood splattered everywhere. Sun Zheng could not believe his eyes. He had thought that with so many Yu Yao surrounding Lu Yi, no matter how strong he was, he would be at a disadvantage. However, that was not the case at all. He had never seen such a nimble figure before. Although there were many of them, it was difficult for them to form an effective encirclement against Lu Yi. On the contrary, it was the enemies who were injured one after another as Lu Yi moved around. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain. He had been hit by an opponent while he was distracted. Fortunately, there was a difference in their strength. With the protection of his transcendence energy, he wasn't seriously injured. Sun Zheng hurriedly collected his thoughts and focused on dealing with his opponent. Screams of pain continued to ring out. However, after a dozen breaths, a familiar roar rang out. "Retreat! Everyone retreat!" Sun Zheng was stunned. He looked in the direction of the voice. Jiang En. He wasn't dead. When he looked, he realized that Jiang En wasn't the only one alive. Even Fan Gu and the Yu Yao who had been injured by Lu Yi were still alive. While he was distracted, his opponents hurriedly retreated and left. Lu Yi stood in place and watched as Fan Gu and the other Yu Yao retreated. Since he didn't move, the Yu Yao of Zhu Xuan naturally didn't dare to chase after him. They had won this battle thanks to his strength. Without him leading the charge, the Yu Yao of Zhou Xuan would be courting death. "Fellow Taoist Lu." Sun Zheng stepped forward and saluted Lu Yi. His attitude was undoubtedly more respectful than before. A late-stage Yu Yao, like him, would only show such respect in front of Rizhao. Lu Yi looked in the direction where Fan Gu and the other Yu Yao retreated. No one knew what he was thinking. Sun Zheng didn't disturb him. After a while, Lu Yi suddenly turned around and cupped his fists. "Fellow Taoist Sun, most of Fan Gu's people are injured. They probably won't come and offend you again. Rizhao should be returning soon. I'll take my leave first." As he spoke, he looked in the direction of the ship. Yu Yaorao rushed out of the cabin and onto the deck, looking at him from afar. Lu Yi smiled at her. "Junior sister Yu, we'll meet again if fate wills it." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash. "Senior brother Lu." Yu Yaorao reached out and called out, but she didn't get any response. She could only watch as Lu Ye's figure disappeared from her sight. For a moment, she looked lonely. After a while, Tsin Xian, the Zhu Xuan Rizhao, returned. She had fought with Fan Gu's Rizhao for a while. Since Fan Gu's Rizhao had retreated, she naturally wouldn't rashly pursue and kill him. She was concerned about the safety of the local cultivators and hurried back to investigate. In the end, she found that although many of the ship's formations were damaged, there were no casualties. She found it hard to believe. She was already mentally prepared to collect the corpses of her juniors. After all, Fan Gu had caught them off guard this time. The difference in numbers between them and Yu Yao was just too great. After a short while, she understood the whole story after Sun Zheng explained it to her. She also finally understood why Fan Gu's Rizhao had retreated so quickly. He obviously knew that this operation had failed and didn't want to waste any more time. The reason why they were still safe and sound was all thanks to the protection of the Yu Yao leader, called Lu Yi. Otherwise, they would have suffered heavy casualties. She summoned Yu Yaorao, who was most familiar with Lu Yi, and asked her, "Oh, he's the Lu Yi who helped you in the Alpha origin stage back then?" Sun Xian revealed a look of interest. She had undoubtedly heard of this matter. Yu Yaorao's aptitude in the Nine Mysteries world was extraordinary. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to obtain a quota to enter the reincarnation tree back then. After obtaining the Alpha origin stage spirit light, Yu Yaorao's prospects had undoubtedly expanded. It could be said that Jiushuan Rizhao had treated her as a key talent to be nurtured. You two are quite fated to meet again in the Azura battlefield. Sun Xian nodded. Yu Yaorao's face was a little gloomy, but she still said, "Yes, Senior Brother Lu and I met in a training location. It was only with his help that I was able to complete the training." She was undoubtedly talking about the first time they met. As for using the Azura summoning token to summon Lu Yi, she wasn't going to mention this to anyone. After all, this matter involved the death of a senior sister. In just a few decades, he has cultivated from the divine sea to the advanced Yu Yao stage. Moreover, his strength is so outstanding. Sun Xian was secretly shocked. No matter how knowledgeable she was, she had never heard of anyone who could cultivate so quickly. This was no longer something that could be described with the word genius. Yes, Mr. Lu's strength is truly incomparable. Jiang and was seriously injured by a single slash from him. Sun Zheng's heart trembled as he recalled the scene he had seen. It's a pity that Mr. Lu didn't kill Fan Gu and the other Yu Yao cultivators. None of them died. Sun Xian said, "After all, Fan Gu doesn't have any grudges with him. Fan Gu was only implicated because he happened to be there at the right time. He displayed his strength appropriately and made the invaders retreat on their own accord. He didn't want to create too big of a grudge because of this. Fan Gu's actions can be considered mature, and it's also the best way for him to deal with this. But no matter what, he is your savior." Yes, Sun Zheng respectfully nodded. Given the strength Lu Yi had just displayed, he could have left on his own. Sun Zheng believed that no one on Fan Gu's side could stop him. However, he still helped them. It was likely that a large part of this was to protect Yu Yaorao. Sun Xian looked at Yu Yaorao and said, "Such a person's future is limitless. If you are interested, you have to seize the opportunity." Ah, Yu Yaorao was stunned. She quickly waved her hand and said, "Senior Master, I don't." Sun Xian smiled and said, "Whether you do or not, you know it clearly in your heart." Then, as if she had thought of something, she sighed and said, "Young people should dare to think and do. Otherwise, many things will become regrets when they are old." Chapter 1965. Lu Ye's eyes flashed as he traveled alone in the boundless starry sky. He had originally planned to leave Yu Yaorao to Jiuxian and head to the passage leading to the Soul Race's ancestral land, but he had made an unexpected discovery during the battle just now. He couldn't help but be a little concerned, so he made a prompt decision to bid farewell to Yu Yaorao and move alone. With the help of the mountain coiling saber's Fang energy left on Fan Gu's Yu Yao, Lu Yi could easily grasp their exact location. Therefore, even if he knew there was a sunshine expert in the enemy camp, he should be fine as long as he was careful. The only thing he needed to worry about now was Sunshine's speed. If Sunshine was driving the starboat, he might not be able to catch up. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. The other party's movements were neither fast nor slow, and he didn't exceed the speed of the Yu Yao. Lu Yi was still far behind Fan Gu's group. A few days later, Lu Yi suddenly sensed that the residual Feng energy on one of the Yu Yao's body had disappeared without a trace. He immediately understood that Sunshine had helped to dissolve the Feng energy that had invaded her body. As for which Lu Yi it was, he didn't know. Of the dozen or so Yu Yao who had attacked him before, except for a few, he had injured all of them with Feng energy residue. He couldn't help but feel helpless, but he couldn't stop them. If all of the residual Feng energy in Yu Yao's body were to be completely neutralized, then he wouldn't be able to continue tracking her. Furthermore, after the previous battle, if he were to get too close to Yu Yao and be detected by the Fan Gu cultivators, then he would definitely suffer a terrible fate. He could only pray that Sunshine wouldn't act too quickly. In the following period, the Feng energy in one of the Yu Yao's body disappeared almost every few days. In less than a month, Lu Yi had completely lost track of Fan Gu's group. He became even more cautious and didn't even dare to use the star boat. He only used his physical body to traverse the starry sky, constantly maintaining the concealment and aura-concealing spirit runes. After such a long time, he had a rough idea of the direction Fan Gu's group was heading in. If he guessed correctly, that direction should be the Fan Gu galaxy. Since he couldn't pinpoint their exact location, he could only sneak into the Fan Gu galaxy and act according to the circumstances. One day, Lu Yi was stealthily moving forward when he suddenly sensed something. He hurriedly dashed towards a nearby shattered continent and found a good hiding spot. Moments later, a starboat flew over from that direction. A man was standing on the starboat. Lu Yi didn't pay much attention to it at first, but after taking a look, he immediately revealed a look of joy and immediately urged his divine sense slightly. The oncoming planetary ship came to a halt. The cultivators on it glanced around and soon spotted the floating continent where Lu Yi was hiding. Then they flew over in a flash. As soon as he came to a stop, Lu Yi came out of his hiding place. As their eyes met, the newcomer revealed a complex expression. Lu Yi felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. If Sun Zheng were here, he would definitely be puzzled. This person was one of the Yu Yaos who had attacked them before. Her cultivation base was not high, only at the early Yu Yao realm. She was an insignificant existence among the dozen or so Yu Yaos. But from the looks on Lu Ye's face, there was no doubt that they knew each other. Lu Yi cupped his fists and said, "Long time no see, fellow Taoist Jew." Zhu Yuan. Back when he had just gone to the myriad manifestation sea, he had been worried about making ends meet. Therefore, he had accepted a mission to deliver supplies on Recruitment Island, thinking that he might be able to earn some spirit jades to make ends meet. Zhu Yuan had been part of that mission. Lu Yi thought it would be a very simple mission, but who would have thought that something would happen halfway through? Zhu Yuan lured the few cultivators who had accepted the mission to a desolate star. Everyone else died tragically on the spot, and only Lu Yi survived. It was on that desolate planet that Lu Yi had met the injured Ma Bin. It had happened not long after Ma Bin had killed Ri Zhao of Myriad Manifestations Island. Ma Bin had sensed Lu Ye's presence when he had fled from Myriad Manifestations Island. That was why he had asked Zhu Yuan to lure him to that desolate planet and use the opportunity to confirm Lu Ye's identity. Since then, Lu Yi had never seen Ma Bin again, nor had he seen Zhu Yuan again. Therefore, he had never imagined that he would meet Zhu Yuan again in Yu Yao's team that had attacked Zhou Xian. When he had met Zhu Yuan's eyes, both of them had been stunned for a moment. Neither of them had expected to meet in such a place. However, the two of them had a tacit understanding and had kept their composure. They hadn't even had the slightest bit of secret communication. Since both sides had Ri Zhao fighting nearby, they had been very careful. Back in the myriad manifestations sea, Ma Bin had borrowed Zhu Yuan's hand to carry out his mission. It was clear that Zhu Yuan was someone Ma Bin trusted. Now, it seemed that Zhu Yuan was undoubtedly a cultivator from Fangu Galaxy. What about Ma Bin? Could it be that he was also in Fangu Galaxy? Nan Lian had said that Ma Bin was most likely seriously injured this time. The reason he had chosen to turn around and fight back was because he didn't want to implicate Lu Yi, a junior from the 9 states. Fundamentally speaking, Ma Bin had been injured because of Lu Yi. If he hadn't found any clues about Ma Bin, he wouldn't have been able to intervene in Ri Zhao's matter. However, since he had found some clues, Lu Yi couldn't ignore them. This was why Lu Yi had hurriedly left Jiu Xian's team and secretly followed the cultivators from Fangu Galaxy. Therefore, Zhu Yuan's sudden return at this time was somewhat thought-provoking. The wounds on Zhu Yuan's body had already disappeared, and the residual Feng power had also been dealt with. It should have been Ri Zhao from Fangu Galaxy. That's right, long time no see. Fellow Taoist, your strength has improved too quickly. As expected of the master's favor, Zhu Yuan said with a sigh. Zhu Yuan sighed. When they met on the 10,000 creations sea, there were still constellations, and his cultivation was much higher than Lu Ye's. Now, Lu Yi was already at the late stage of the Moon Jade Realm, while he was only at the early stage of the Moon Jade Realm. In the previous battle, he had personally experienced the difference in their strength. Master, Lu Ye's heart skipped a beat. Is that? Zhu Yuan pondered for a moment and said, If it's you, it shouldn't be a problem. Come with me. As he spoke, he turned around and led the way. Lu Yi jumped onto his star boat. As if sensing that Lu Yi wanted to ask something, Zhu Yuan spoke first. There's no need to ask. You'll know when we arrive. Lu Yi nodded silently. After more than 10 days, Zhu Yuan suddenly turned around and flew in the direction of a dead, desolate star. A moment later, Zhu Yuan and Lu Yi jumped off the starboat at a desolate star that was filled with sandstorms and devoid of life. Zhu Yuan put away his starboat and searched the surroundings. Finally, he found an entrance that led to the depths of the earth. The two of them entered one after another. Lu Ye's heart tightened when he sensed that there was a lingering smell of blood in this place. It took them about an hour to reach the deepest part of the earth. There was a natural karst cave here that was dotted with a few pearls. Gentle light filled the small space. A man was sitting cross-legged at the center of the karst cave. He looked like an ancient pine tree. Upon hearing the voice, the man opened his eyes slightly. The sharp light in his eyes was like lightning in the darkness, lighting up the surroundings for a moment. You, the man said, slowly looking at Lu Yi. Why are you here? Lu Yi hastily stepped forward and bowed solemnly. Lu Yi greets Senior. The man in front of him was none other than Ma Bin. Zhu Yuan had left Fan Gu's team and returned alone. Obviously, he was here to meet Ma Bin. Zhu Yuan half knelt behind him and said, I'm late. Please forgive me, master. Ma Bin didn't mind. He knew his subordinate's situation. On the surface, he was Yu Yao of Fan Gu Galaxy, and Ri was looking after him. Most of the time, he had no choice. Previously, Zhu Yuan had secretly sent him a message saying that Ri was the one who had attacked Jiu Xian's team. Why are you together? Ma Bin's body relaxed. However, he was tall and sturdy, and although he looked a little old, he still gave Lu Yi the feeling of a mountain that he couldn't look up at. He naturally knew that Lu Yi was in Azure realm. He had sensed him from afar. Zhu Yuan was also here. Theoretically, it was possible for them to meet, but the probability was too small. Obviously, something had happened that he didn't know about that had connected the two of them. It's like this. Zhu Yuan briefly explained what had happened. Only then did Ma Bin understand. He looked at Lu Yi and nodded slightly. Thank you for your concern. This junior of the 9 prefectures had obviously discovered Zhu Yuan and secretly followed him. Coincidentally, after Zhu Yuan left Fan Gu's team, he met Lu Yi on his way back. Senior, How are your injuries? Lu Yi asked with concern. Nan Lian said that Ma Bin's injuries weren't light, but she didn't know the details. Ma Bin's current condition didn't seem to be serious, but Lu Yi felt that his aura was a little weak. For a top expert of Ri Zhao to be weak, it was no small matter. I won't die. Ma Bin laughed. It's just a small injury. As soon as the words left his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed unsteadily. Master! Zhu Yuan was shocked. He quickly rushed forward to support Ma Bin. Lu Ye's expression tightened. Only then did he notice that there was a lot of dried blood on the ground. Ma Bin's injuries seemed to be serious. He hurriedly rummaged through his storage ring and took out all the healing pills he had. He placed them in front of Ma Bin. Senior, take a look and see if there's anything that can help you. All the healing pills he had on him were brought over from the three-world island. They were refined from pill gourds and were of the highest quality. In terms of medicinal efficacy, they were many times better than those sold outside. Ma Bin took a deep breath and nodded. He picked up a jade bottle and checked it. After a while, he raised his eyebrows. Good stuff. Unfortunately, it seemed to be useless. He picked up another bottle and was slightly surprised. He put it down and checked the next one. After a while, Ma Bin looked at Lu Yi in confusion. Where did you get so many good things? All these pills were of the highest quality. It seemed that this junior of his had been doing well in the 10,000 Elephant Sea. One should know that ordinary people didn't have such wealth. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to buy so many high-quality pills without proper channels. End of chapter. Chapter 1966. They're all refined at home, Lu Yi explained casually. If Senior thinks they're useful, feel free to take them. Refined at home. A puzzled expression appeared on Ma Bin's face. Was there such an exceptional pill refinement master in the Kingdom of the Nine States? Last time he spoke with Lu Yi, he learned that the Kingdom of the Nine States had only recently become a large realm. Logically speaking, it would take at least tens of thousands of years for such a realm to develop. Yet, it was able to refine so many supreme-grade spirit pills, all of a sudden. The rate of development was unimaginable. Then I won't hold back, Ma Bin said as he retrieved a few jade bottles and swallowed some spirit pills. Only then did he turn toward Lu Yi with a profound expression. You received the inheritance of the Tao tree. As a former cultivator of the Nine States, who had lived from that tumultuous era until now, he naturally knew of the Tao tree. The last time he saw Lu Yi, he didn't think much of it. But this time, after only a few decades, Lu Ye's cultivation had risen from the middle stage of the constellation realm to the late stage of the moon jade realm. This rate of cultivation was clearly abnormal. The only explanation was that he possessed an inheritance with immense potential. Back then, Zhao Nian's cultivation base had also risen at such a rapid rate. He had witnessed it with his own eyes, so he naturally had his own speculations. Lu Yi nodded. Indeed, Senior has sharp eyes. There was no need to hide this from Ma Bin. As expected, the inheritance of the Tao tree is still in the Kingdom of the Nine States. Ma Bin sighed. Back then, Zhao Nian was the previous successor of the Tao tree. After his death, the inheritance of the Tao tree disappeared without a trace. Many people guessed that the inheritance had been left behind in the Kingdom of the Nine States. Countless people searched for it with great effort, but to no avail. Who would have thought that after 10,000 years, it would be you who received the inheritance? His expression became serious as he spoke. However, you have to remember that the Tao tree can devour and refine all living things in this world. But there's one thing you can't refine. Cultivators. Lu Yi continued. Ma Bin's expression shifted. You've tried it? Lu Yi replied. Sunshine from the dwarf tribe once told me about this. He said that the Tao tree can't be refined, so if a cultivator is refined, bad things can happen. Ma Bin nodded. That's right. The calamity of the Kingdom of the Nine States back then was largely due to this. You have to learn from it. I'll remember it. Lu Yi replied with a serious expression. In the Azura field, he had experienced this before. That feeling was truly unforgettable, and it left him with an endless aftertaste. But it also made him extremely vigilant. Cough, cough, cough. Ma Bin suddenly coughed again. He raised his hand to cover his mouth. When he released his hand, his palm was covered in dark blood. It was a ghastly sight. Lu Yi frowned. The supreme-grade spirit pills that Ma Bin had just swallowed didn't seem to have any effect. He pondered for a moment and said, "Senior, can you let me take a look at your injuries?" Ma Bin smiled and said, "You have medical skills? However, there's no need for that. I know my own injuries. Ordinary methods won't be able to heal them." Lu Yi said, "I don't understand the methods of medical cultivators. But since Senior knows that I am the successor of the Tao Tree, you should understand that I can refine some of the abnormalities in Senior's body. Perhaps it will make Senior feel better." Ma Bin asked curiously, "The power of the Tao Tree can still be used like this?" He really did not know about this. Chao Nian had not shown this ability back then, so his understanding of the Tao Tree was not much better than the little human tribe. "Try it." Lu Yi looked at him. "Then let's try it." Ma Bin was interested. He stretched out a large hand that was like a cattail leaf fan. Lu Yi sat cross-legged in front of him. He placed his hand on his wrist and activated the power of the talent tree. Ma Bin's expression could not help but change. He clearly sensed something. There was indeed an abnormality in his body. Previously, when he fought against 4 experts of the same level, he killed one of them and injured 3 of them. His battle record was impressive. However, his own injuries were not light. Several powerful waves of mana that did not belong to him were rampaging in his body, making it difficult for his injuries to heal. However, following Lu Ye's actions, those mana that invaded his body actually miraculously disappeared slowly. It was as if they were being refined by some power. Ma Bin's condition gradually showed signs of improvement. 2 hours later, Lu Yi withdrew his hand. Ma Bin silently sensed his body. He could not help but laugh and said, "I feel much better now." However, Lu Yi did not look very happy. He only looked at Ma Bin and asked doubtfully, "Senior, your injuries are a little strange. Why do I feel like you have injured your own foundation?" If that was the case, then his efforts just now could not help Ma Bin much. He could only relieve his injuries slightly. If his foundation was not repaired, then Ma Bin would never be able to recover. In fact, his condition might even worsen over time. As soon as he said this, Zhu Yuan, who had been standing quietly behind Ma Bin, could not help but change his expression. Ma Bin's laughter slowly faded. He looked at Lu Yi and said, "The 9 states environment is indeed nourishing. After 10,000 years, a talent like you has appeared. This old man is very relieved." Lu Ye's expression was serious. "Senior, did you really injure your foundation?" However, Ma Bin did not think much of it. "It's not a big deal. I have taken my revenge over the years. I don't plan to do anything in the coming days. I just want to find a place to spend my old age in peace." Lu Yi felt sad. Although he was not at the level of the sun and did not know how famous the Azure Demon King Ma Bin was, he could tell from Nan Lian's words that Ma Bin was a well-known figure in this part of the starry sky. He repaid his debts of gratitude and enmity as he pleased, living a free and unfettered life. But now, because of him, he was defeated here. If Ma Bin hadn't noticed him when he was escaping that day, he definitely wouldn't have fought 1 against 4, and the current situation wouldn't have happened. It was undoubtedly sad that such a person had to come to a sad end in the end. "Is there no way to heal Senior's injury?" Lu Yi asked. Ma Bin slowly shook his head. "No." Lu Yi was silent. However, Zhu Yuan suddenly said, "Actually, there is a way." Lu Yi looked up at him. "What way?" Zhu Yuan glanced cautiously at Ma Bin. When he saw that Ma Bin had no intention of stopping him, he said, "Previously, when I was following Fan Gu's Rizhao, I heard him talk about his lord. Although he was not one of the 4 Rizhao who fought against his lord, he had some connections with the others. According to him, his lord's Tao foundation had been damaged. Unless he could find a spirit jade vein to treat his injuries, there was no chance for him to recover. The other Rizhao, led by Eternal Wind, had sent out a lot of messages warning the top domains with spirit jade veins to be on high alert and not give his lord an opportunity to take advantage of. Spirit jade mine? Lu Ye's expression changed when he heard this. Ma Bin grinned. Yes, my injury can only be slowly healed if I recuperate in a spirit jade mine. However, all the top realms with spirit jade mines in this world are top realms. In my current condition, if I dare to show my face in one of those top realms, I will be seeking my own death. So, little Lu, you don't have to worry about me. I have lived for so many years, and I am quite satisfied, especially when he knew that the 9 states still existed and that there was a rising star like Lu Yi. Even if he died now, he would have no regrets. Lu Yi did not know why his foundation needed to be healed in a spirit jade mine, but, Senior, I have a spirit jade mine. Lu Yi said excitedly. Finally, there was something he could help Ma Bin with. If it were any other method, he might not be able to do it. However, if it was a spirit jade mine, Ma Bin was stunned. You have a spirit jade mine? Where did you get it? The 9 states had just been promoted to a large realm not long ago. It was impossible for them to have a spirit jade mine. Moreover, spirit jade mines were extremely precious resources. He found it hard to believe that Yu Yao would tell him this. Lu Yi pondered for a moment, then said, It's like this, Senior. I have a good relationship with the dwarf tribe. Previously, they asked me to search for the core of Mount Fengsuan in a starry sky wonder. I was lucky enough to succeed. After that, I brought the core of Mount Fengsuan back to the 9 states and placed it there. There is a spirit jade mine there. If Senior wants to use it, I can go back and give them a call. There shouldn't be a problem. He was now the master of Mount Fengsuan. The entire Mount Fengsuan belonged to him. Naturally, using the spirit jade mine would not be a problem. Even though Ma Bin had lived for over 10,000 years and was experienced and knowledgeable, he was still stunned when he heard Lu Ye's words. After a long while he said, You were actually able to find the lost core of Mount Fengsuan and even placed it near the 9 provinces? The dwarf tribe doesn't have any objections? Mount Fengsuan was a famous starry sky treasure. For so many years, the various tribes of Mount Fengsuan had drifted in the starry sky. They had many members and formed their own faction. They had never had close relations with other tribes. How could they allow Lu Yi to place the core of their sect's supreme treasure so casually? He could not understand. The dwarf tribe didn't have any objections. The core had been found and placed there. The 3 tribes of Mount Fengsuan were being guided by the core and fused together. In a few years, the dwarf tribe would be able to regain the glory of their ancestors. Who would have any objections? Who would dare to have any objections? Ma Bin was momentarily dazed. All this time, he had treated Lu Yi as a junior of his own realm. After meeting him that year, Ma Bin had no intention of forming any sort of relationship with him. But now, it seemed that he had underestimated this junior. Speaking of which, how could the successor of the Tao tree be an ordinary person? For a moment, Ma Bin was truly moved. After all, this was indeed a method to heal injuries. But soon he slowly shook his head. Forget it. There are some things that you might not understand. Even if your relationship with the dwarf tribe is not bad, they might not agree to it when it comes to the spirit jade mine. To any tribe, the spirit jade mine is an extremely important resource. It is not only related to the production of spirit jade, but also the future of the sunshine. After a pause, he said, Moreover, I am in a lot of trouble. If the dwarf tribe knew of my identity, I'm afraid they would not accept me. Chapter 1967. Ma Bin didn't know the exact relationship between Lu Yi and the Minimen tribe. He only thought that the Minimen tribe wanted to get close to him because of his contribution in finding the core of Fengsuan Mountain. If that was all, it was obviously not enough. Moreover, as he said, he was in too much trouble. If he really went to the Minimen tribe, they would definitely not accept him. He might even implicate the 9 states. This was something he didn't want to see. Seeing that Lu Yi wanted to persuade him again, Ma Bin raised his hand and stopped him. That's enough. Let's not talk about this anymore. No, Senior, Lu Yi explained. If Senior doesn't want to go back to the 9 states with me, I have another spirit jade mine that you can use to heal your injuries. Even though Ma Bin was experienced and knowledgeable, he couldn't help but twitch his eyes. He really wanted to ask Lu Yi if he knew what he was talking about. What did he mean by another spirit jade mine? In this vast universe, any spirit jade mine represented a top-tier realm. No one could humiliate it. It was normal for there to be a spirit jade mine at the core of Fengsun Mountain. That was a starry sky treasure. Even if it was destroyed, it could still be maintained. Where did this second spirit jade mine come from? There were so many powerful realms in the universe, and so many Sunshine Realm cultivators begged for a spiritual jade mine, but they couldn't even get their hands on one. Why did Lu Yi and Yu Yao say that it was as simple as having 2 cucumbers at home? Lu Yi suddenly thought of the mermaid tribe. He rubbed his chin and said, Actually, there is a 3rd one, but it's not convenient there for now. When he came to the Azura field, Luan Xiaoa and Great Elder Yin Miao were preparing to break through to the Sunshine Realm. They were in seclusion at the Spirit Jade Mine under the sea. After such a long time, he didn't know if they had succeeded. Therefore, if Ma Bin wanted to heal his injuries, the Mermaid Tribe's Spirit Jade Mine was not suitable for him. Ma Bin was silent. He calmly raised his hand and touched Lu Ye's forehead. He felt that this junior of his, who was from the same world as him, had gone a little crazy. Lu Ye laughed. Senior, I'm not joking. I've occupied a top-tier spiritual island in the Wanxiang Sea. There's a spirit jade mine on that island. Zhu Yuan, who was standing behind Ma Bin, was shocked. Top-tier spiritual island? Ma Bin was also shocked. You've occupied a top-tier spiritual island? Yes. Lu Yi nodded. According to the current information of the 9 states, there are 3 major cultivation realms. Back then, the cultivators of the 3 realms joined forces to occupy a deserted island. As luck would have it, the deserted island gradually came to life and its quality improved step by step. Before I set off for the Azura field, that spiritual island was already a top-grade spiritual island. After listening to his explanation, Ma Bin was sure that Lu Yi was not joking with him. He was stunned for a moment. He had already accepted his fate. After all, the injury to his Taoist foundation could only be healed in the spirit jade vein. But in his current state, how could he have such an opportunity? Who would have thought that things would take such a turn? How did you manage to occupy a top-grade spiritual island? No one covets it? Ma Bin still could not understand how a random deserted island in a place like the Wanxiang Sea could slowly become a top-tier spiritual island. This luck was simply unbelievable. What he could not understand was how the galaxy, where the 9 prefectures were located, could occupy such a top-notch spiritual island. It would not be surprising if the top forces took a liking to it. Of course there are. During the rise of the 3-world island, it went through 2 major battles. In these 2 battles, our island proved its strength. So even if someone covets it, no one dares to touch it for the time being. Lu Yi spoke casually, but Ma Bin could hear the bloodshed in his words. In a place like the Wanxiang Sea, one could only prove their strength if their fists were strong enough and their strength was strong enough. And if the other forces did not dare to touch it, then it must be extremely shocking. Only then would it be able to deter everyone. Ma Bin suddenly realized that he had always underestimated Lu Yi. I am in charge of the 3-world island now. The spirit jade vein is also ours. Senior, you don't have to worry. Lu Yi looked at Ma Bin sincerely. His injury was caused by him. If he could not solve it on his own side, then so be it. But since there was a way, then of course he would do his best. I understand. After quite a while, Ma Bin nodded and looked at Lu Yi with gratification. You're much more reliable than that brat Chao Nian. Since you have such intentions, then this old man will appreciate it. This Wanxiangxi, this old man will make a trip there. He could accept his fate when there was no way to heal his injury, but now that there was a way, he would not give up. Lu Yi stood up gladly. There is no time to lose. Let us depart now. No hurry. Ma Bin raised his hand and gestured, saying, I will go to the Wanxiangxi, but not with you. After all, his identity was very sensitive. Of course, he could not go with Lu Yi. Otherwise, if something happened in the future, Lu Yi would be implicated. Lu Yi thought for a moment and understood what he meant. He said, Is there anything I can help with? Ma Bin smiled. I can go to the Wanxiangxi whenever I want. Don't worry. You go back first. I will meet you there when the time comes. Lu Yi nodded. Then I will wait for your arrival. After bidding farewell to Ma Bin, Lu Yi left the desolate star and felt much more relaxed. Following the extremely weak guidance of the seven-colored divine sense, Lu Yi flew forward. A month later, somewhere in the starry sky, Lu Yi used the rainbow divine lotus to open a passage to the soul race's ancestral land and entered the ancestral land. As usual, he went to Li Shang's rainbow lotus land to see Yi and the others. But when he arrived, he found that everyone was cultivating in seclusion. Even Hoopa was nowhere to be seen. He was not disappointed. The soul race's environment was very suitable for Yi. It was good that the little girl was motivated. He turned around and went straight to the rainbow lotus land where the starry sky pond was. Su Yuan was diligently guarding this place. When he saw Lu Yi arrive, he only looked up at him and then pointed at the starry sky pond, indicating that he could do as he pleased. They were old acquaintances, so there was no need for formalities. Lu Yi was not in a hurry to go to the starry sky pond. Instead, he stepped forward and bowed. Elder, has the patriarch returned? He had some things to ask Han Quebec. Su Yuan said that Han Ke had something to do and left. He did not know if he had returned. Actually, Lu Yi wanted to ask when he was with Ma Bin, but considering that Ma Bin would go to the 10,000 Elephant Sea in the future, Lu Yi was not in a hurry to ask. Not yet, Su Yuan replied. Why is he not back? Lu Yi frowned. Su Yuan smiled. The patriarch is busy with something important. Why? Do you have any questions? It's about the 3 flowers. Lu Yi sighed. Compared to before, he had more questions this time. This was because he saw some unclear records in the Heaven Azure Race's ocean tower. Su Yuan thought for a moment and said, Actually, it may not be a good thing to know some things in advance. Kid, it's best to take things one step at a time. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, many things will naturally become clear. What do you think? Lu Yi looked at him and suddenly realized. So, Elder, there are some things that you know but can't tell me? That's right. Su Yuan hurriedly waved his hand. I don't know much about the 3 flowers. After all, I've never seen it. There are no records of it in the soul race. I'm just a gatekeeper. How would I know so much? He changed the topic and continued. The only thing I know is that if you can successfully condense the 3 flowers, it will be very beneficial to your future. Isn't this nonsense? For a moment, Lu Yi couldn't tell if Su Yuan was hiding something. However, after thinking about it, Su Yuan was right. Some things would naturally become clear when one's cultivation reached a certain level. He did not need to pursue any secrets because it was meaningless even if he did. The foundation of everything in the cultivation world was one's own strength. As long as one's strength was strong enough, everything would be easy. His state of mind was suddenly enlightened. That's right. Regardless of what sect or abyss it was, there was only one thing that he needed to do now. That was to polish his source and strive to condense the flower of qi. Then he would advance to sunshine. It's good that you understand. Su Yuan looked at him with a smile. Thank you, Elder. Lu Yi bowed solemnly. Then he walked towards the starry sky pool. After locating the location of the 9 states, he entered it. An hour later, outside of the 9 states, Lu Yi steered the Starry Sky ship. His gaze reflected the familiar domain in the distance. He had earned a lot from this trip to the Azura field, not to mention the large amount of treasures that could improve the quality of a source. He had even taken back the Azura field treasure that he had given up. It could be said that, since ancient times, no one had earned more than him. Little Nine should be very happy to give it to him. Little Nine had been worried about the future of the cultivators of the 9 states. There were fewer and fewer corpses on the Wushuang continent. Sooner or later, they would all be killed. When that time came, how would the cultivators of the 9 states train themselves? He had already thought of opening up the True Lake and the Divine Ocean battlefield. However, if he really did that, the burden on him would not be small. Moreover, it would also deplete the resources of the 9 states to a certain extent. However, if he borrowed the help of the Azura field treasure, he would not have to worry about this at all. Little Nine would personally preside over it. He could create a training environment similar to the one in the Azura field, allowing the cultivators of the 9 states to train themselves. Then they could obtain battle merits and the like to exchange for cultivation resources. This way, he could completely avoid the internal strife between the cultivators of the domain. Moreover, the Azura field treasure also recorded the shadows of countless cultivators from various eras. This way, the cultivators of the 9 states could directly compare the difference between themselves and other cultivators and work even harder. Everything was progressing in a good direction. Lu Yi was looking forward to seeing Little Nine's expression when he gave the Azura field treasure to him. The mark on the back of his hand suddenly moved. There was no need to think it was Little Nine contacting him. At this time, only Little Nine could sense his return. After a brief check, it was indeed Little Nine's message. However, after seeing the content, Lu Ye's expression suddenly became serious. In the next instant, he hurriedly stopped and even activated the spirit pattern to restrain his aura and conceal his existence. There was no other reason. Little Nine's message told him that at this moment, there was an unfamiliar sunshine in the 9 states that was searching for something. End of chapter. Chapter 1968. Although the Jade Snail Galaxy was located in a remote area, it did not mean that there were none. In the past, when the 9 regions was just a low-level domain, the Heaven's Fate Plate covered its existence. Therefore, even if there were any experts passing by, as long as they did not observe closely, they would not discover the 9 regions. As the 9 regions became a large domain, the Heaven's Fate Plate lost its concealment. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before experts discovered the 9 regions. All these years, Lu Yi had been urgently improving his cultivation because the overall strength of the 9 regions was too weak. If there was a disaster without a strong power, it would be impossible to resist. Lu Yi had long been mentally prepared that the 9 regions would be discovered by some experts, but he did not expect it to be so fast. According to the information sent by Xiao Jiao, this Rizhao came to the 9 regions not long ago. He came quietly and had been hiding himself. The entire 9 regions and even the Fengsun Mountain did not notice him at all. Only Xiao Jiao, who had been monitoring the 9 regions, discovered him immediately. This was obviously not right. If Rizhao was just passing by, he would not be so careful and deliberately hide himself. All kinds of signs indicated that this Rizhao seemed to have some unknown plans. Because of his hiding, the Fengsun Mountain did not notice his arrival. After all, they were separated by a domain. Unless Rizhao of the Miniman clan deliberately investigated the 9 regions, it was impossible to discover his whereabouts. Similarly, because the Miniman clan's Rizhao were in the Fengsun Mountain, this unfamiliar Rizhao did not discover the Miniman clan. From the outside, the Fengsun Mountain looked like a small meteorite. This thing was everywhere in the starry sky. Who would have thought that the famous Fengsun Mountain was now lying in the starry sky outside the 9 regions? The only one who knew about Rizhao's whereabouts was Little Nine and Little Huanyang, who had been following Little Nine. What made Lu Yi feel fortunate was that since this Rizhao came, he had not done anything to harm the creatures of the 9 regions. He had been secretly investigating something. That's right, this guy should be from the demon clan. Little 9 sent another message. He used his power once, and I felt a demon aura. Demon clan's Rizhao. Inexplicably, the face of the black cloud demon venerable that he saw in the Wanxiang Sea appeared in Lu Ye's mind. So far, he had only met one demon clan's Rizhao. Of course, things could not be so coincidental that Black Cloud would come here from the Wanxiang Sea. This is his image. Little 9 sent another message over, but it was unknown when it had silently recorded the other party's appearance. Lu Yi took a closer look and frowned. Things seemed to be a bit too coincidental, because this Rizhao of the demon clan who suddenly came to Jiuzhou was actually He Yun of the Zishuan Demon Star. 3 years ago, he had killed many Purple Jade Islands Yao cultivators in the 10,000 Elephant Sea. 7 or 8 of Yu Yao's Yao cultivators had died. After that, he had negotiated with He Yun and returned Purple Jade Island. But now this guy had suddenly appeared in the 9 prefectures and was acting so sneakily. This was obviously not a coincidence. Lu Yi really wanted to know how He Yun found this place. He pondered for a moment and had some guesses in his heart. Moreover, the timing also matched. It seemed that He Yun had set off from the 10,000 Elephant Sea after the matter of Zishuan Island had been settled. According to Rizhao's speed, it would take him more than 3 years to arrive, which was considered slow. Why didn't you inform the little human tribe? Lu Yi asked. He was secretly glad that he came back in time. Little 9 had always been unwilling to have any contact with others, so far, the only one who knew of its existence besides Lu Yi was the original city, lord of Immortal Essence City. However, if 9 prefectures really had some unresolvable crisis, it could still contact Rizhao of the little human tribe. At the very least, Lu Ye's Yu Yao blood warriors had stayed here, so Little 9 could let them pass the message. What if a fight breaks out? Little 9 was very worried. If Rizhao fights, 9 prefectures won't be able to withstand it. This was also true. Lu Yi had felt the aftermath of Rizhao's confrontation before. If they fought, the entire 9 prefectures would soon be torn apart. Therefore, before determining the purpose of He Yun, Little 9 couldn't rashly alarm Rizhao of the little human tribe. It only thought that the other party was just passing by and would soon leave. After all, it was only born from the combination of 9 prefectures, source and artifact spirit, so it didn't have many complicated thoughts. Otherwise, it would have already seen through He Yun's ill intentions. This person has a grudge with me. I'm afraid he came here for revenge. Lu Yi said, Ah. Little 9 was obviously surprised. Then what should we do? Lu Yi fell into deep thought. Since he was sure that it was He Yun, then he couldn't show up, otherwise he would definitely be beaten up. Or he could show up and then lure him out of 9 prefectures. But before that, he had to find a few Rizhao of the little human tribe to arrange an ambush and sneak attack him. But the other party was not a fool. Once he used 9 prefectures as a hostage, Lu Yi would not be able to lure him out. Instead, he would be controlled by him. How could he get rid of this guy without affecting 9 prefectures? No matter what the other party's purpose was, it must be with bad intentions. The Zishuan Demon Star had suffered such a great loss, and he was extorted by Lu Yi for 10 billion spirit jades. This was fine, but he had personally delivered Lionheart to Lu Yi and was killed. For a Rizhao, this was undoubtedly a great shame. He Yun would definitely not let it go. It might be possible to directly let the Rizhao of the little human tribe come out. But Lu Yi quickly thought of another safer possibility. Little 9, help me cover up. I want to enter 9 prefectures. Lu Yi transmitted. Can you do it without being discovered? If it's just you alone, no problem. Little 9 replied. Very good. After a short while, with Little 9's help, Lu Yi quietly returned to 9 prefectures. Jade Blood Sect, On the green bamboo peak, Lu Ye's figure appeared. Little Nine also transformed into a rabbit and appeared in front of him. He looked left and right, then whispered, "How did you become enemies with Ri Zhao?" Lu Yi also lowered his voice. "It's a long story. The situation over at 10,000 Elephant Sea is more complicated. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand." "Then what do we do now?" Little Nine asked. "Now," Lu Yi said, the corner of his eye twitching. "Why are we acting like thieves? The one with a guilty conscience should be the other party." Little Nine blinked, then suddenly reacted. "Oh, right. Here's something good for you." Lu Yi took out the Azura field treasure and handed it over. Little Nine curiously took it. "What is this?" Lu Yi immediately gave a simple explanation of the Azura field treasure's power, and Little Nine's rabbit eyes lit up. Logically speaking, the power of a treasure cannot be compared to a true starry sky treasure. But if you use it to create a scene that can support Ri Zhao's great battle, will there be any problems? In a true Azura field, there were countless scenes. Constellations Yu Yao and Ri Zhao were all training in peace and did not interfere with each other. A treasure definitely could not achieve this level. But creating a scene that could support Ri Zhao's great battle was possible. If it was possible, then there would be no need to worry about affecting 9 prefectures. "I have to try to know," Little Nine replied. "Familiarize yourself with it first. I'll go find some helpers." As Lu Yi spoke, under the cover of Little Nine, he quietly left 9 prefectures and headed towards Minuscule Mountain. At the same time, in 9 prefectures, in front of Tian Continent's Guardian Hall, beside the withered reincarnation tree, black clouds stood tall. The Guardian Hall was not empty. There were several constellations that stayed behind, but these constellations turned a blind eye to Black Cloud's existence, as if they did not notice him at all. In fact, this was indeed the case. If Ri Zhao wanted to hide himself, the constellations would not be able to detect him. He Yun caressed the withered reincarnation tree clone with an excited expression on his face. He was sure that this realm was really 9 prefectures. To be honest, when he first saw this realm, he felt that it was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. However, because there were many similar realms in this world, he did not dare to be sure. These days he had been secretly investigating until he saw this reincarnation tree. The reason he came here was only for one purpose, and that was to avenge the dead demon race of Zixian. On the 10,000 Elephant Sea, he could not do anything to Lu Yi, but Lu Yi came from somewhere. He received some accurate information from Yuan Du and rushed here, finding Lu Ye's homeland. He was prepared to completely destroy all the living beings in this realm, to let that arrogant brat regret for the rest of his life, and to let him know the consequences of offending Zixian. However, after seeing 9 prefectures, he had doubts and did not act immediately. Instead, he secretly went to investigate. He knew about 9 prefectures because he had once participated in the encirclement of 9 prefectures. The lifespan of the demon race was generally much longer than that of the human race, so even after 10,000 years he was still alive and well. Moreover, he had advanced from the constellation realm to the peak of the sunshine realm. The battle that year had caused the universe to collapse and the starry sky to tremble. After that, news of 9 prefectures being destroyed spread. However, only the cultivators who had participated in that battle knew that 9 prefectures had not been destroyed, but had suddenly disappeared at the last moment. Since then, there had been no news or traces of 9 prefectures. Many forces had maintained a search in the starry sky for nearly 1,000 years, but to no avail. In the end, they had no choice but to give up. Black Cloud had never thought that he would see 9 prefectures again after 10,000 years. There was a great opportunity hidden in this realm. Back then, the major forces had joined forces to besiege 9 prefectures. Although it was because the successor of the Tao Tree had done something that angered both humans and gods. How could a war of such magnitude break out so casually without sufficient benefits? The inheritance of the Tao Tree was the benefit that the various forces had fought over. This was a starry sky treasure, and the only one of its kind in the entire starry sky. If one was recognized by it, no matter how low one's cultivation was, it would recognize them as its master. In comparison, how difficult was it to subdue other starry sky treasures? So what if they were as strong as the Sunshine Realm? There were so many Sunshine Realm cultivators in the starry sky, but how many of them could control starry sky treasures? It was a pity that 9 prefectures had disappeared in that great battle, and so had the inheritance of the Tao Tree. End of chapter. Chapter 1969. In front of the 9 Regions Guardian Hall, He Yin was overwhelmed with emotions. 10,000 years ago, the 9 Regions was the top domain in the entire starry sky. Its reputation was even stronger than the current yellow dragon domain. But today, 10,000 years later, this realm was just an ordinary large realm. He had been secretly investigating this realm recently and found that there were many constellations in this realm, but there wasn't even a Yu Yao, let alone a Ri Zhao domain. Although he didn't know why the 9 regions had become like this, it was obviously caused by the loss of too much of the domain's foundation. This had nothing to do with him. It was just a trip for revenge. Who would have thought that there would be an unexpected harvest? It was really a pleasant surprise. In a large domain with only constellations, the power of Ri Zhao was unimaginable. He thought about how to find clues about the inheritance of the Tao Tree. In the end, he decided to show his unparalleled power and forcibly suppress this domain. As long as this domain was in his hands, he would be able to find the inheritance of the Tao Tree sooner or later and take it for himself. This was the confidence of Ri Zhao. At the same time, in the immortal spirit peak of Mount Minuscule, Lu Yi rushed over and saw a surprised Su Yuqing. Lu Yi had clearly said that he was going to the Azura field to gain experience, but in just a few years he had come back for some reason. But before she could ask, Chen Xianhai and Wu Qimo received Lu Ye's message and gathered here. The situation was urgent. Lu Yi immediately told the 3 of them about He Yin. Wu Qimo was furious. That demon must be blind to dare to cause trouble in front of me, Mount Minuscule. Junior brother, don't worry, I will go and get him out of the 9 regions. Saying so, he was about to leave. Mount Minuscule had a close relationship with Lu Yi. When Lu Yi was not in the 9 regions, they naturally had to protect the peace of the 9 regions. But because they had been staying inside Mount Minuscule, they didn't notice that Ri Zhao had sneaked into the 9 regions. This undoubtedly made him very angry. Senior brother Wu, don't be in such a hurry. Lu Yi hurriedly stopped him. He did come here to ask for help from the 3 Ri Zhao, but the war couldn't break out inside the 9 regions. At that moment, he explained his plan in detail. Su Yuqing and the other 2 nodded repeatedly as they listened and hurriedly got ready. A moment later, Lu Yi exited Fengsuan Mountain again and secretly got in touch with Little Nine. Whether or not his plan could be carried out would depend on the power of Little Nine and the Shura field. If Little Nine could make use of the treasure to create a scene for Nicho to fight, then there would be nothing to worry about. But if it couldn't, then he could only let Nicho of the Little Human tribe make a move. Very quickly, he received Little Nine's reply. Lu Ye's heart calmed down. In front of the Guardian Hall, the Black Cloud had already made a decision. Just as he was about to urge his own sunshine power to show his existence, so as to deter the 9 regions' cultivators, his heart suddenly moved, and he looked up at the sky. His perception was extremely powerful, and he immediately sensed that there was a familiar aura rapidly approaching the 9 prefectures. He chuckled. Good, good, good. Blessings come in pairs. Good things come in pairs. He hadn't expected Lu Yi of the 3-world island to appear at such a critical moment. It was true that his original purpose of coming here was only to destroy the 9 states and take revenge for Lu Ye's massacre of Zi Xian's monster cultivators. But this could only temporarily relieve the hatred in his heart and could not be regarded as true revenge at all. But Lu Yi had been staying in the 3-world island in the 10,000 Elephant Sea for a long time, so he didn't have any good ideas. Lu Ye's appearance at this time was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. He had communicated with Lu Yi face to face in the past, so he naturally remembered his aura, so he could clearly judge that the one who came was the insufferably arrogant human boy in front of him. "Then I'll start with you." The black cloud snorted coldly, and his figure soared into the sky, heading straight towards Lu Yi. Near the 9 prefectures, Lu Yi had a leisurely expression, as if he had been traveling outside for a long time and finally remembered to go home. All of a sudden, his body paused, and his expression changed drastically. He looked bewildered. He looked deeply into the depths of the 9 prefectures and seemed to have discovered something unbelievable. The black cloud demon Venerable? Why are you here? The black cloud quickly approached Lu Yi and laughed. "Island Master Lu, I trust you have been well since we last met?" He had been suppressing his feelings for several years, and when he saw Lu Ye's panicked expression, he felt unprecedentedly happy, as if all the humiliation he had suffered before had been vented. Lu Ye's face was already pale, and he raised his hand and pointed at the void in front of him. As he pointed, a rotating vortex suddenly appeared in front of him. Like a frightened rabbit, Lu Yi dove headfirst into the vortex, and as his figure disappeared, the vortex began to rapidly close. The black cloud was stunned, and for a moment he didn't understand what kind of method this was, but no matter what kind of method it was just a way to escape. Seeing that the vortex was about to close and disappear, the black cloud's speed suddenly increased by a large margin, and in the blink of an eye he arrived in front of the vortex and rushed in without any hesitation. He, Ri Zhao, had personally taken action, and if he allowed Yu Yao to escape, it would really be a joke. Looking around, he found that his surroundings had become extremely strange. This place seemed like a starry sky, but it was also somewhat distorted, giving off a very fake feeling. Even the planets not far away were strangely shaped, with one of them looking like a sheet of paper. This was undoubtedly because Little Nine was not familiar with controlling attribute treasures. In such a short time, it had not been easy for it to create such an environment. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that this attribute treasure was not a true Starry Sky Supreme artifact. In the end, it was only an attribute treasure and could not display the power of a true Supreme artifact. How could the black cloud be in the mood to investigate this? Looking up, he saw Lu Yi standing not far away and smiled, a look of victory on his face as he said, "Run. Why aren't you running any more?" But as soon as he said this, he suddenly felt that something was not quite right, because there was no trace of panic on Lu Ye's face. Instead, he stood there calmly, as if he had a card up his sleeve. "You broke it on your own." Lu Yi looked at him with pity. To be honest, although Little Nine could barely create such a scene, if the black cloud was careful enough and did not break in, Little Nine really would not have been able to forcibly take him in. Unfortunately, Black Cloud had been blinded by hatred and had been led here by Lu Yi. Black Cloud finally realized that the situation was far from good. Although he did not know what Lu Yi had hidden up his sleeve, he was still on high alert. Not daring to hesitate, he urged his monster essence and reached out to grab Lu Yi. No matter what tricks the other party had, in the face of absolute strength, they were all futile. But as he reached out, a shocking sword light suddenly appeared out of thin air. This sword light was biting cold, and the power it contained caused Black Cloud's face to change color. "Ri Zhao!" Black Cloud's eyes widened, and he hurriedly pulled back his hand. But even so, much of his monster essence had been cut off. "Condense!" A cold voice rang out, followed by a purple light that shot out from the side. Although Black Cloud sensed it, the purple light still brushed past his body, causing him to feel his entire body freeze. "Break!" Another vigorous voice rang out, and another purple light flew over. When Black Cloud turned his head to look, he was shocked to see that the purple light had turned into a huge axe and was chopping down on his head. From this purple light, he felt a different Ri Zhao aura than before. His face turned pale, and he wanted to dodge, but the chilling sword light appeared again. A moment later, Black Cloud stood in place with a face full of horror. He had suffered minor injuries from the sudden attack. At this moment, he looked at the three figures that appeared in front of him with incomparable surprise. 2 men and 1 woman, all of them exuding Rizhao's aura. Moreover, other than the brawny man in the middle, the other 2 did not seem to be ordinary Rizhao, especially the woman. And that purple light. You are from the hominid race? Hey, Yun finally reacted. Although he had never fought with Rizhao before, he had lived for so many years. After all, he had seen a lot of things. In this world, the only race that would use talismans to fight was the minions. But how could there be hominid race here and 3 Rizhao cultivators at that? He had not seen any cultivators above the constellations in Jiuzhou before. Gentlemen, I am Zishuan Demon Star Black Cloud. I happened to pass by this place. Why did you attack me? Is there some misunderstanding? Black Cloud asked in a low voice. The hominid race of Mount Fengsuan was famous, but Zishuan Demon Star was not weak either. He could only hope that the 3 in front of him were afraid of Zishuan and would give each other some leeway. That was why he happily reported his name and origin. Moreover, he knew that the various tribes of Mount Fengsuan were drifting in the starry sky and would not easily make enemies with any strong cultivators, because once they did, they were likely to be targeted. Unfortunately, to his disappointment, the 3 Rizhao cultivators only looked at him indifferently and did not seem to have any intention of responding to him. He abruptly turned to look at Lu Yi, who was watching the battle not far away, and his heart was filled with disbelief. Looking at the situation now, he was completely sure that the 3 Rizhao cultivators were helpers called by Lu Yi. He had heard that Lu Yi had a good relationship with the hominid race, and that there was a talisman shop opened by the hominid race on the 3-world island, but no one had said that they were so close. How could she summon 3 Rizhao cultivators so casually? The key was, how did she summon them? He did not understand. Let's do it, Lu Yi said softly. Dragon, roar! Chun Xianhai shouted. His talisman sword roared like a dragon, and he charged toward Black Cloud with sword light. Su Yuqing formed a seal with one hand, her dignified face calm. Rays of purple light shot out, and Wu Qimao's body was surrounded by purple light. For some reason, he had already transformed into a ferocious beast, wantonly attacking. If it were any other place, even if it was 3 against 1, if Black Cloud wanted to escape, the 3 Rizhao cultivators of the hominid race might not have a good way to deal with him, unless they were willing to exchange injury for injury. However, this was a scene created by Little Nine, and its ability was limited. This scene was not as vast as it seemed on the surface. The real space that could allow the Rizhao cultivators to fight was actually only that one area. The other areas were all fake and could not be entered. As a result, Black Cloud was in for a tragedy. End of chapter. Chapter 1970. The battle space was limited, and it was 1 against 3. Unless He Yun had Ma Bin's strength, he was no match for them. How many Ma Bins could there be in this world? Therefore, the final result of this battle was already decided. Half a day later, He Yun's huge monster body was in tatters, and his aura was extremely weak. He could die at any time, but in the end he was still alive. It was not that Su Yuqing and the others were merciful, but Lu Yi had specifically instructed them to do so. He had something to ask He Yun. The 3 Rizhao of the hominid clan were standing guard. Even at this moment, the 3 of them did not relax their vigilance at all. They were afraid that He Yun would suddenly fight to the death, which was possible. Lu Yi, on the other hand, kept a distance and shouted, "Demon Venerable, can you answer a few questions of mine?" He Yun crawled on the ground, feeling contempt for Lu Yi's caution, but he had to admit that this kid was really cautious. He still had some strength left, which was not much of a threat to Rizhao, but if Lu Yi got close enough, he might be able to drag the other party down with him. Who knew that this kid was so cautious? Winner takes all. If you want to kill me, just kill me. What's the point of talking nonsense? He Yun snorted coldly. Even at this moment, he had no intention of showing any weakness. Lu Yi nodded. I'll definitely kill you, but how I'll kill you depends on Demon Venerable. He Yun's voice was cold. What do you mean? Lu Yi said, I mean, if Demon Venerable is willing to cooperate, then I can give Demon Venerable a quick death. What if I don't cooperate? Haha. Lu Yi laughed and didn't explain anything. However, that smile made it clear that nothing good was going to happen. He Yun's expression changed, and his huge monster body quickly shrank back into his human form. With a look of waning interest, he said, Ask away. Retracting his monster body undoubtedly meant that he had given up his original plan. For him, death was not scary, but some torture methods were scary. Although the hominid clan was not an evil race, Rizhao was not necessarily not proficient in these methods. Not to mention, He Yun also knew that the hominid clan had a special talisman for torturing people. Once hit, it would really be better than death. Now he only wanted a quick death. Seeing this, Lu Yi asked, How did you find this place? Who gave you the route? Traveling from the Myriad Sea to the 9 provinces was not an easy task. Back then, Lu Yi only managed to find a specific route because of the guidance of the reincarnation tree. Along the way, he overcame numerous obstacles and finally returned to the 9 provinces. Therefore, it was definitely not a coincidence that He Yun was able to find his way here. Someone must have instructed him. Don't you know who your enemy is? He Yun asked with a mocking expression. Lu Yi blinked. Seems like the Demon Venerable isn't very convinced. I'll have to trouble Senior Martial Brother Wu to suppress the Demon Venerable's temper. Wu Qima stepped forward. No problem. He Yun's expression changed. No need. He then looked at Lu Yi and said, Yuan Du gave me a route. I followed it and found my way here. As expected, it was this old man. How did Yuan Du know the route from the Wanxiang Sea to here? Lu Yi asked again. He Yun sneered and instinctively wanted to mock him. However, he quickly reacted and said, Didn't many people go missing from your 3-world island? Most of them were secretly captured by Yuan Du, and he searched their souls. What information can't he get? I knew it. Lu Yi had already guessed it, but He Yun's words confirmed it. Some cultivators from the 3-world island did go missing, but it was not a large number. This was very normal. Before the battle with Zixian broke out, Luan Xiao especially reported this to him. They were all untraceable cases. In such a chaotic place like the Wanxiang Sea, there were many conflicts between cultivators. Killing or being killed happened all the time. Not to mention the 3-world island, even cultivators from famous big forces went missing or died mysteriously. Therefore, Lu Yi did not take it seriously at that time. Only Wei ended up triggering the battle between the 3-world island and Zixian. However, now it seemed that some of the missing cultivators of the 3-world island were killed by Yuan Du. He used the soul-searching technique and found the route from the memories of the cultivators of the 3-world island. So you followed the route and came all the way here to avenge Zixian? Lu Yi asked. That's right. You killed so many of Zixian's cultivators. It's not too much for me to kill the people of your homeland, right? Lu Yi did not comment. He Yun suddenly became angry. Yuan Du, that bastard, can't do anything right. His soul-searching technique is a pile of dog shit. You have 3 great sunshine guarding this realm, but he didn't know. It's funny that he wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. Lu Yi blinked and looked at He Yun sympathetically. It would be strange if Yuan Du knew. When Lu Yi brought the cultivators of the 9 states to the Wanxiang Sea, there was no Mount Fangsu in here, and there was no sunshine. Therefore, the information Yuan Du obtained through the soul-searching technique was already outdated. He thought this was just an ordinary large realm and secretly guided He Yun to take revenge. In the end, He Yun foolishly came and rushed into a tiger's den. Now his life and death were no longer in his own hands. Also, the route he gave was actually incomplete. I wasted a lot of time to find the correct route. He Yun's face was full of anger. He was obviously very dissatisfied with Yuan. No wonder this guy, as a sunshine, took several years to travel from the Wanxiang Sea to the 9 states. It turned out that this was the reason. However, Yuan Du couldn't be blamed because the soul-searching technique was extremely evil. Once it was used, it would cause great damage to the soul of the subject. Therefore, the information obtained through the soul-searching technique was limited and most of it was incomplete. Besides guiding you here, what else did he say to you? Lu Yi asked. The 9 states involved a lot. Since Yuan Du had soul searched the cultivators of the 3-world island, he might not know the real name of the 9 states. However, he still sent He Yun here. This undoubtedly showed that even if Yuan Du knew about the 9 states, he didn't think much about it. There was another point. The cultivators of the 3-world island all knew about the mermaid clan and the mermaid territory under the sea. Did Yuan Du know? Even if he didn't know everything, it was very likely that he knew something about it. It was just that he kept it a secret, so no one knew what his intention was. However, Lu Yi was not too worried about the mermaid clan. Even if Yuan Du knew, he couldn't do anything about it. He didn't say anything. He Yun assumed a cross-legged sitting posture and tried his best to make himself more comfortable. He lowered his head and said, "You've offended him before, and you also have enmity with me, Zixian. It's not easy for him to leave the 10,000 elephant sea. That's why he enticed me to come here. As long as I succeed here, he'll be much happier on his side." "That's not right." Lu Yi stared at him deeply. "I heard that you've been in this world for a while. What are you secretly looking for?" He Yin seemed to be very cooperative, but Lu Yi could feel that this guy was dishonest. There were some things he hadn't said yet. He Yun's expression didn't change. "I'm new here and just being careful. What can I be looking for? If I'm looking for something, I'm looking for someone related to you." Lu Yi looked at him quietly for a moment, then asked leisurely, "Have you heard of the Dao tree?" He Yun's expression still didn't change. He didn't reveal any flaws, but no flaws was the biggest flaw. He was a demon with a long lifespan. How could he not know about the Dao tree? If He Yun was in good condition, he might be able to disguise himself more reasonably. But now he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. He couldn't make the most perfect disguise. Lu Yi already had the answer in her heart. She asked, "Does Yuan Du know about the 9 regions and the Dao tree?" He Yun looked up at Lu Yi and said, "Yuan Du is very strange. Why do you claim to be the 9 heavens when you're obviously the 9 regions?" But that's it. If he knew that this 9 regions was the famous 9 regions of the past, he wouldn't have let me come. He would have come in person. It was a reasonable explanation. But he doesn't understand for the time being. But it doesn't mean that he won't understand for the rest of his life. If it's related to the Dao tree, even if there's the slightest possibility, he should come to investigate carefully. Lu Yi said happily, "Then you must welcome him when the time comes." He Yun's eyes twitched. He could almost foresee what would happen to Yuan Du if he came to the 9 regions. He would definitely be as miserable as he was now. "Is there anything else you want to ask?" He Yun looked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi shook her head slowly. There was nothing else she wanted to ask. She had already figured out everything she needed to know. She turned to Qin Xianhai. "I'll have to trouble senior brother to give the demon Venerable a quick death." Just as she finished speaking, a sword light flashed. When Lu Yi turned to look, he found that He Yun's head had been separated from his body. His vitality was quickly dissipating. "Little 9, let us out." Lu Yi looked up and shouted. Then she ordered, "Also maintain this scene for the time being. Only remove it after He Yun is completely dead." A vortex slowly appeared. Lu Yi and the three little humans left in the sunshine. Somewhere in the starry sky, a huge planet stretched across. Outside this planet was a ring of nebula. Looking from afar, under the light of the sun, this nebula actually showed a mysterious purple light. The name of purple jade came from this, and it was famous in the starry sky. On the demon planet, countless demon clans lived and bred. Powerhouses were as common as clouds. In the entire purple jade demon planet, there were 5 greater demon venerables and 18 lesser demon venerables. A total of 23 demon venerables level powerhouses guarded various parts of the realm. Because of this, the huge purple jade demon planet was divided into 23 regions, each belonging to a demon venerable. The greater and lesser demon venerables were all sunshine powerhouses. 23 sunshine powerhouses in one realm showed the strong foundation of purple jade, and this did not include the sunshine powerhouses in other realms in the galaxy. At this moment, in the territory of the demon venerable, Heiyun Peak, a roar came from the main hall. The entire spirit peak was trembling. Who killed my doppelganger? In the main hall, the demon venerable's face was full of anger. It should be known that the dead doppelganger was not an ordinary doppelganger. He had spent 3,000 years to prepare for the impending catastrophe. It was no longer a doppelganger but a Dharma body. Although the Dharma body was not as strong as his original body, it was still in the sunshine realm. It was only slightly weaker than his original body. Now that it was suddenly dead, his 3,000 years of preparation had gone down the drain. How could he not be angry? End of chapter. Chapter 1971. Although he didn't know who had killed his embodiment, as long as the embodiment and the embodiment weren't isolated, they were still connected. This connection had nothing to do with distance. After raging for a while, Heiyun frowned and fell into deep thought, recalling what had happened to his embodiment before the incident. The 9 prefectures, which had suddenly disappeared after the earth-shattering battle 10,000 years ago, was now in an extremely remote galaxy. If he hadn't known about this, it wouldn't have mattered. But now that he knew, how could Heiyun let it go? His embodiment had clearly checked carefully that the 9 prefectures was now an extremely ordinary large realm. There were only constellations in the realm, not even a Yu-Yao. How could he have been killed? The only one who could kill Rizhao was Rizhao, and the embodiment's strength wasn't something an ordinary Rizhao could deal with. Therefore, there was definitely more than one Rizhao expert hidden in the 9 prefectures. Sure enough, even after 10,000 years, one could not underestimate this domain in the slightest. He wouldn't let the embodiment's death go easily, not to mention that the 9 prefectures involved the supreme treasure, the Tao Tree. From the looks of it, he would have to ask for help and use a lot of connections. In addition, he also had to consider the possibility that the Tao Tree's inheritance had already been obtained. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered something that Yuan Du had mentioned to his embodiment. Lu Yi of the 3 world islands' cultivation progress was extremely fast. It was obvious that he had a great opportunity. Previously, he didn't know that Lu Yi was from the 9 prefectures, so he didn't think too much about it. But now that he combined the information he had obtained, this Lu Yi wasn't. Heiyun's eyes flashed and his spirit was shaken. If that was the case, then there was no need to go to the 9 prefectures. He just had to find a way to deal with Lu Yi in the Wanxiang Sea. No, that Lu Yi was now in the 9 prefectures, so he couldn't let the 9 prefectures go. Many thoughts flashed through Heiyun's mind, and he quickly came up with a vague plan. No one knew if that great calamity would come or when it would come. At his level of cultivation, he was already making preparations for the future, and if he could obtain the Tao Tree's inheritance, he would have more power to protect himself when the catastrophe came. No matter what, this was a starry sky treasure. Only a starry sky treasure could play a role in the catastrophe that swept across the starry sky. In the 9 prefectures, the scene created by the Azura Field treasure was hidden and isolated. Lu Yi thanked Qin Xianhai and the others and sent them back to Mount Fengsuan with his eyes. Only then did he leisurely make his way to the Guardian Hall. Lu Yi didn't recognize the constellation master guarding this place. He should have been promoted in the past 2 years. Lu Yi didn't know why his fate was so bad that he was assigned to guard this place. Lu Yi didn't know him, but he knew Lu Yi, so he greeted him respectfully. With the improvement of his cultivation, his status in the 9 regions had become higher and higher. In terms of age, perhaps many cultivators of the older generation were older than him, but in terms of contribution to the 9 regions, no one could compare to him. There was no one in the cultivation world who didn't know that the current prosperity of the 9 regions was due to Lu Yi of the Jade Blood Sect. Even the Jade Blood Sect had become one of the top sects in the 9 continents, and no one dared to underestimate them. After exchanging a few simple words with the Guardian, an order was quickly sent out from the Guardian Hall. Through the layers of cultivators, it was quickly transmitted to various places. On the Wushuang continent, a small team of 4 people was searching for traces of the corpse race. The few people in the team were only in the True Lake realm, and the leader was a handsome young man. He wore a white robe and had a long saber at his waist. He was obviously a weapon cultivator. Due to Lu Ye's influence, the number of weapon cultivators in the 9 regions had increased greatly in recent years, especially those who used sabers. Countless young people were imitating his style. This young man was undoubtedly one of them. After searching for 3 days, we only found a few lone corpse race members. It's getting harder and harder to earn merits. In the team, a woman dressed as a spell cultivator sighed. It had been some years since the 9 regions and the Wushuang continent established a connection. The entire Wushuang continent was no longer a place where the corpse race ran rampant. With the continuous hunting of cultivators, the number of corpse race members decreased. Today, earning merits in the Wushuang continent had become a more difficult task. It mainly depended on luck. If one was lucky, they might encounter a few corpse race members, but if one was unlucky, they might not even see one in a few days. It was considered good for them to encounter a few lone corpse race members in 3 days. Yes, this efficiency is not as good as returning to the 9 regions to meditate and cultivate. Another body, cultivator, added. As the foundation of the 9 regions continued to increase, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within the borders gradually became richer. Although most of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth had been stored by Little 9, it was impossible for there not to be any spiritual chi of heaven and earth within the borders. Compared to when Lu Yi was cultivating, the cultivation environment within the 9 regions was many times better. Although the efficiency of meditating and cultivating was low, it was good for a long time and could be done at any time. Do the deity ocean cultivators have any solutions? Another ghost cultivator asked. What solutions can the deity ocean cultivators have? The weapon cultivator smiled bitterly. They are also having a headache about their future cultivation path. It's not only us who can't hunt corpse race members. The deity ocean cultivators are the same. The body cultivator was worried. Then where is the future of the 9 regions? The few of them fell silent. Where was the future? Who knew? Suddenly, the expression of the weapon cultivator changed. It was obvious that someone had sent a message. Almost at the same time that he checked the message, the others also received the message one after another. After a short while, they raised their heads and looked at each other. They all saw the surprise in each other's eyes. I just received a message from my sect. A new training field has appeared in the inner realm. It can meet the training needs of those below the constellation realm and even those at the constellation realm. Any cultivator from the 9 regions can enter with the battlefield imprint to train themselves and earn merits. The weapon cultivator said, I also received this message. The spell cultivator nodded. Me too. The 4 of them were stunned for a moment. The weapon cultivator then called out, Then what are we waiting for? Let's go back and take a look. After speaking, He took the lead and flew towards the nearest camp. The other 3 followed closely behind. As they flew, they saw countless cultivators rushing towards the camp from all directions. Obviously, they had all received the message from their respective sections. Everyone was very curious. Just what kind of training ground was it that could actually support Constellation Realm cultivators to temper themselves? This was something they'd never heard of before. Not only did cultivators return to the 9 regions from the Wushuang continent, but in the starry sky, after the Constellation Realm cultivators who were searching for spirit jades received the news, they also hurried to the 9 regions. It was not like when the 9 regions had just been promoted to a large domain. At that time, the 9 regions were undeveloped and the Constellation Realm cultivators could find a lot of spirit jades. At the very least, it was absolutely no problem to meet their own cultivation needs. However, over the years, the number of Constellation Realm cultivators in the 9 regions continued to increase. As long as the spirit jades in the nearby starry sky were born, they would be quickly discovered and collected. As a result, the Constellation Realm cultivators had to spend more time and energy to obtain spirit jades. Although Lu Yi had brought back a large number of spirit jades from the 3-world island, which was enough to meet the cultivation needs of the Constellation Realm cultivators, cultivators not only needed to cultivate, but also needed all kinds of experience. Therefore, the Guardian Hall had always strictly controlled the distribution of spirit jades and did not let the Constellation Realm cultivators become overly dependent. The entire 9 regions became very lively in a short period of time. In a space of nothingness, Lu Yi stood quietly, and little 9 was beside him. Little Huanyang still had that timid look, hiding in the thick hair on little 9's neck. From time to time, she would poke her head out to look at Lu Yi, but every time Lu Yi looked over, she would shrink back in fear. Near Lu Yi and little 9, there were large and small mirrors, reflecting all kinds of different scenes. In those scenes, there were the figures of 9 regions cultivators from all levels, going through the test in their own scenes. The Azura field treasure had officially been put into use. Although Lu Yi roughly knew what was going on, he was still a little worried, so he stayed here to investigate. He was mainly worried about whether little 9 would be able to control this treasure or not. But now, it seemed that he had worried too much. Little 9 could do this with ease. Thinking about it, little 9 had been maintaining the Spirit Stream battlefield and the Cloud River battlefield, as well as all kinds of secret realms. All the cultivators in the 9 regions were given the overall calculation and distribution of merit points, the exchange of materials and spirit lots, and so on. It could also do it in an orderly manner and had never made a mistake for thousands of years. Now, with the help of the Azura field treasure, it was even easier than what it had done in the past. Lu Yi, you brought back a good thing. Little 9 was undoubtedly a little excited. As the intelligence derived from the combination of the origin of 9 regions and the tool spirit of the plate of heavenly secrets, little 9 only had one wish since birth, and that was to protect 9 regions and let 9 regions prosper. Anything that was beneficial to 9 regions was something it would pursue with all its might. The power of the Azura field treasure spread out, allowing it to completely remove one of its worries. From now on, it no longer had to worry about the future of the cultivation world of 9 regions. Yes, I'll need you to take care of it later. Lu Yi looked at it apologetically. From the standpoint of the human race, little 9 was simply like a housekeeper who worked hard without complaint. Its temperament was clearly like a child's. Little 9 waved its claws. It doesn't take much. It's a very simple thing. As it spoke, it suddenly thought of something. Lu Yi, say, in this way, is there still a need to maintain the Spirit Stream battlefield and the Cloud River battlefield? Without waiting for Lu Yi to answer, it made a decision. As expected, there's no need to maintain it. Let the Spirit Stream tier and the Cloud River tier come in to temper themselves. As long as you like it. Lu Yi smiled. Although the shadows recorded in the Azura field were all above the constellations, they could actually be adjusted. So, even if the spirit stream tier cultivators came in to temper themselves, Little Nine could also use the treasure to adjust the strength of those shadows to the corresponding level, so that the cultivators would not face a situation of death. There was no unsolvable situation in the training. This was one of the rules of the Azura field, and the treasure would naturally be inherited. End of chapter. Chapter 1972. After a few days, Lu Yi left. Little Nine, who had just obtained the Azura field, was like getting a favorite toy and would definitely be immersed in it for a short time. Fortunately, with little Huan Yang accompanying him, he wouldn't feel lonely. The matters of the 9 provinces had been dealt with. Lu Ye's figure stood midair as he released his divine sense in the direction of Blue Blood Sect. After pondering for a moment, he slowly shook his head and gave up the idea of returning to the sect. In today's Blue Blood Sect, he basically couldn't find anyone he knew or was familiar with. In the past, his second senior sister and sect master were still in the sect, so every time he returned, he would feel a sense of warmth, just like returning home. Now that his second senior sister, sect master, and honored master Yunshuachu were both gone, it didn't matter whether he returned or not. Moreover, with his current level and strength, rashly returning would only cause the entire Blue Blood Sect to tremble in fear. In this vast 9 provinces, he seemed to have nowhere to go a moment of frustration. Raising his eyes, Yang Kai glanced towards the direction of the blood refining realm and could perceive that his 3 blood warriors were cultivating inside. A moment later, 3 blood-red lights flew over from that direction and soon arrived in front of Lu Yi. "Greetings, Master." Xian Yu, Xiang Yin, and Ding Bei Feng saluted together. Lu Yi looked at the 3 blood warriors in front of him seriously and found that compared to a few years ago, these 3 seemed to have changed a lot. So he couldn't help showing a look of interest. "It seems you've all had some gains." Was the blood refining realm really beneficial to blood race cultivators? But strictly speaking, he was also a blood race cultivator, and his bloodline was closer to the blood ancestors than the blood warriors, so why hadn't he noticed? Pondering for a moment, perhaps it was because his bloodline was too rich that he couldn't detect it? Xiang Yin was the most lively and happily said, "We had some gains, many thanks to Master." Lu Yi nodded and waved his hand, then continue to cultivate. If the 3 of them had been sunshine, they might have been able to detect the invasion of the black cloud earlier. As for whether these 3 would be able to break free from his control after breaking through, Lu Yi wasn't very worried. His current cultivation wasn't low, so it was hard to say who would break through first. As for the other blood warrior, Old Ma was the first blood warrior he had subdued and had remained loyal to him over the years. It was time to bring him back and give him a chance. Xiang Yin and the other 2 left again. It was a rare opportunity to see the secrets of the sun, and none of them wanted to miss it. Lu Yi stood where he was and thought for a moment. Then he decided to head for Mount Minuscule. On the immortal spirit peak, they spent several days together. Su Yuqing's amorous feelings washed away Lu Ye's exhaustion of the past few years. In the secret chamber, Lu Yi sat alone. Of the 2 of them, one was in sunshine, while the other was in the late stages of moon jade. Naturally, it was impossible for them to be together all day long like a mortal man and woman. Previously, Lu Yi had planned to go to Mount Fengsuan to ask Su Yuqing about some of the secrets he had seen in the ocean loft of the Heaven Azure race. There was one piece of information that caught his attention. One of the jade slips mentioned something about the external incarnation and the inner core method. It said that these methods were just for accumulating energy in advance. Lu Yi remembered that Su Yuqing had something that looked like a Naiden. Back then, it was because of this Naiden that the 2 of them had gotten into a dispute. But after talking with Su Yuan, Lu Yi gave up on his original plan. Su Yuan was right about one thing. There were some things that were meaningless to know in advance. For cultivators, what was important was their own cultivation. When one's strength reached a certain level, they would naturally know what they needed to know. The secret chamber wasn't big. Su Yuqing's aura still lingered on Lu Ye's body. Lu Yi took out the various resources he had exchanged from the Azura treasury and placed them beside him. There were treasures of different sizes and varieties. All of them were extremely valuable and rare. The Azura field had closed too suddenly. Otherwise, he could have exchanged for enough treasures in the Azura field to polish his source to perfection. But now these might not be enough. But whether or not they were enough, he could only use them first. Lu Yi casually picked up a fist-sized blue moon spirit scroll and urged the power of his talent tree to refine it. He could clearly feel an extremely mysterious energy being swallowed by the talent tree from the blue moon spirit scroll and fused into his source. And after fusing with this energy, the quality of his source began to slowly improve. Treasures were consumed one by one. The speed at which the talent tree swallowed them was extremely fast. If it were any other Yu Yao refining so many treasures, it would take at least a few years for her to succeed. But for Lu Yi, they were all consumed in just a few days. Lu Yi checked the state of his source. He could clearly feel that compared to before, the quality of his source had improved tremendously. This was very easy to verify. He only needed to refine spirit jades and see the change in the efficiency of converting spiritual power into magic power. But as expected, his source indeed did not reach the state of perfection. He could feel that it was still lacking by a bit. This was a little unbearable. After a long time, Lu Yi sighed. 2 days later, Lu Yi bade farewell to Su Yuqing and stepped on the road to the 10,000 Elephant Sea. He had an agreement with Ma Bin, so he couldn't stay in the 9 states for too long. It would be bad if Ma Bin went to the 10,000 Elephant Sea first and couldn't find him. Moreover, in the current situation, he could only start from the 10,000 Elephant Sea if he wanted to obtain more treasures to polish his source. When he left the 3-world island back then, he had asked Ti Baichuan to put up a bounty for such treasures and buy them regardless of the cost. After all these years, he should have obtained some. Moreover, Yuan Du was a problem. Yuan Du had searched the souls of the 9 states' constellations. If the matter of the mermaid tribe was exposed, then so be it. Yuan Du had no right to say anything. But if Yuan Du realized that the 9 states was the 9 states from 10,000 years ago, he had to think of a way to deal with this old man. They had been enemies for a long time, and there was no possibility of peaceful coexistence. But this old man was still sunshine and stayed on the 10,000 Elephant Island all year round. How could he deal with him? No matter what, he could only return to the 10,000 Elephant Sea first. He was also afraid that something would happen to the 3-world island while he was away. But if that really happened, he already had a plan. As long as he used the door opened by the Azure Sea Snail to transfer the cultivators of the 3-world island to the mermaid tribe's territory, there wouldn't be too many casualties. It was a long journey. A month later, Lu Ye's figure appeared on the 10,000 Elephant Sea and headed straight for the 3-world island. Looking from afar, the 3-world island was still as prosperous as before. Many cultivators came and went. Lu Yi finally calmed down. It seemed that nothing had happened to the 3-world island while he was away. This was also reasonable. The 3-world island had made a name for itself in the battle with Zixian. Now, in this vast land, who would be foolish enough to provoke the 3-world island if Sunshine didn't do anything? Bai Wet and Zixian were examples. After the 2 major forces fought the 3-world island, almost all of Yu Yao's subordinates were killed. Countless constellations were also killed. Lu Yi had left quietly. No one knew that he had left. With his reputation as a deterrent, the 3-world island had become more prosperous in the past few years. This time, Lu Yi had disguised himself as well. He scanned the entire 3-world island with his divine perception. Soon, he appeared in the dwarf tribe's talisman shop. He met Haitang in the back hall and handed over the things that Su Yuqing had given him. They were materials used to refine talismans. Most of them were specialties of the Fengsuan mountain. They couldn't be bought anywhere else. Almost every time Lu Yi came to the 3-world island from the 9 states, Su Yuqing would prepare a batch of these materials for him to bring over. Haitang was very happy. She chatted with Lu Yi for a while and asked about her master's recent situation. Lu Yi told her the truth. After a while, Lu Yi stood up and prepared to leave. Haitang suddenly shouted, "Senior brother." Lu Yi turned to look at her. Haitang lowered her head and said, "Although Shi Zuan is Ri Zhao, she has never been in a relationship with a man and a woman in her life. Moreover, she is much older than you, so her feelings may not be as passionate as those of young people. Senior brother, you don't mind it too much." She had mustered up her courage to tell Lu Yi these things. After all, she had stayed on the three-world island for many years and gradually heard some things. Senior brother Lu Yi seemed to have met a senior sister from the same sect when he was still a nobody. She was now on the three-world island, but something had happened to her and she had been in seclusion somewhere. Compared to her master, although her master's cultivation level was higher, which man didn't like younger and more energetic women, she was afraid that Lu Yi would dislike her master because of the comparison. Her impression of Lu Yi was actually a little complicated. At first, Lu Yi had saved her life. Later, under her master's arrangement, she became Lu Ye's Dao companion. Only then did she have the qualifications to participate in the dwarf tribe's battle of the Black Abyss. However, later on, her master actually had a relationship with him. Although she had always called Lu Yi senior brother because of her master, how could she really treat him as a senior brother? Lu Ye's eyes flashed. Was it not that hot? Haitang knew nothing about her master. Of course not. Yuqing is very good, Lu Yi said with a sincere expression. That's good. Haitang smiled and nodded. After leaving the dwarf tribe's talisman shop, Lu Yi directly returned to the island's cultivator's area. Then his divine sense surged. A moment later, he Baichuan, Ma Shangxi, Yu Shi, and Cheng Exan gathered in the conference hall. Tang Jun. They were basically all the members of the island's management. Among them, Yu Shi and Cheng Exan were the two elders of the mermaid tribe. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he Baichuan went straight to the point. He began to report to Lu Yi about the three-world island's income in recent years. Lu Yi hurriedly raised his hand to stop him. Senior brother he. When senior sister Luan was here, she never mentioned these things to me. You don't have to treat me as an outsider. He Baichuan said, "This isn't about treating me as an outsider. Junior brother, you are now the island master. How many spirit jades we earn, where we spend them, and how much surplus we have you should know. After all, the three-world island is our overall force." I don't need to know. Lu Yi looked at him seriously. He only needed the full support of the three-world island when he needed spirit jades. End of chapter. Chapter 1973. All right. He Baichuan smiled helplessly. In the vast 10,000 elephant sea, it was rare for the first island master to act like Lu Yi, especially when the three-world island was already a top-tier spiritual island. Which of the other island masters didn't firmly grasp the financial power of the island in their hands? Only Lu Yi didn't seem to care at all. He Baichuan didn't know whether to say that he had a big heart or was free and easy. Putting aside the matter of the spiritual jades for now, he Baichuan said, "Junior brother, there are now a few new Yu Yao on the island. Aside from everyone here, there are 18 other Yu Yao on the island. These newly ascended Yu Yao were all cultivators of the Jade Conch realm. When they first came to the myriad manifestation sea, they were already late-stage constellation realm cultivators. After cultivating in the three realms island for all these years, they were able to advance. The cultivators of the 9 prefectures had started too late. Therefore, although there were cultivators at the late stage of the constellation realm, there were no cultivators at Yu Yao's level. As for the Qing Li Dao realm, there was something wrong with this realm itself. The cultivators who ascended to the constellations in this realm had their paths cut off. There was basically no hope of ascending to Yu Yao. How should we deal with these new Yu Yao? Junior brother, please come up with a plan, He Baichuan said. Lu Yi asked, what about the other spiritual islands? He Baichuan said, although the myriad phenomenon C doesn't have any rules regarding the maximum number of Yao a spiritual island can accommodate, the other forces would usually send out new Yao if they have one. They would either return to their own world or leave the island to make a living on their own. After all, the energy on each spiritual island is limited. Yao's consumption of energy is much greater than that of the constellations. If there are too many Yao, it would affect the cultivation efficiency of the constellations. Therefore, there are usually not many Yao on other spiritual islands. Just like Bai Yu and Zi Xian back then, there were actually not many Yao. It was not that they did not have them, but that there was no need for so many Yao to remain on the spiritual island. Every spiritual island could only have 5 guardian Yao. Therefore, even if there were 100 Yao on the island, only the 5 registered guardians would be able to participate in the battle. There were already more than 20 Yao in 3 World Island, and there would be more in the future. So, it was time to consider this problem. Sending the extra Yao out was indeed a good idea. With her strength at this level, she should have no problem making a living. However, the situation on Yuan Du's side was unclear at the moment. If he really did that, it might give the enemy an opportunity to take advantage of. As for returning them to their home world, not only was the journey far away, just the explosion zone alone was extremely dangerous for Yu Yao and her companions. If things went wrong, they might even die. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yi said, let them do what they want. There's no need to send them out. They were all new to the spiritual island. Even if Yu Yao consumed some of the spiritual island's energy, how much energy could she consume? Moreover, he could also adjust the power of the minor constellation palace, which was enough to ensure that the 3-world island had a good cultivation environment. In that case, senior brother thanks junior brother on their behalf. He Baichuan nodded. In truth, he was also a little worried about the ability of those newly ascended Yao to make a living. Lu Ye's words had undoubtedly relieved him of his worries. After all, those newly ascended Yao were all members of the Jade Conch realm. If he allowed them to continue cultivating, it would undoubtedly be better for them to stabilize their cultivation bases. That's right, Lu Yi suddenly said. Did anyone come looking for me while I was away? If Ma Bin had come to the 3-world island, he would definitely have let Zhu Yuan inform him. Although 3 months was not a long time, the sun moved very quickly. If Ma Bin had set off immediately after they parted ways, he might have already reached the 10,000 Elephant Sea. Yes, He Baichuan nodded. I was just about to tell junior brother about this. Oh, Lu Yi raised his brows. Where is he? He Baichuan said, near the spirit jade mine. Lu Yi was stunned. Was Ma Bin really that efficient? He had already arrived before he had even returned. Moreover, he had already entered the spirit jade mine. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he felt that something was not quite right. If Ma Bin had come, he would have definitely contacted him. If he had not been around, he would have only waited. There was no way he would have contacted He Baichuan. However, if it was not Ma Bin, then who was the one inside the spirit jade mine? Lu Yi suddenly had a bad feeling. He looked at He Baichuan. Senior brother, who are you talking about? The backer of the 3-world island, Senior Juyan from the Che-Ling realm. He Baichuan looked at him in confusion. Junior brother, who else do you think it could be? Juyan. Lu Yi was dumbfounded. Why would Juyan come to the 3-world island and occupy the spirit jade mine? What was she trying to do? More importantly, he had already promised Ma Bin to let him use the spirit jade mine to heal his injuries. However, now that Jian was inside, if the two of them accidentally met, Lu Yi did not dare to imagine what would happen. He suddenly remembered something that Ma Bin had said before. When this old senior from the 9 states had mentioned the spirit jade mine, he had said that it was not only a resource that could only be found in a top-tier realm. It was also related to Ri Zhao's future path. Lu Yi did not know what Ri Zhao's future path would be like. His level of cultivation was not high enough, so he had not come into contact with it for the time being. However, from the looks of it, Jian might have come to the Three-World Island because of this. However, the timing was too unfortunate. Jian had not mentioned coming to the Three-World Island in the past. Lu Yi suddenly remembered that the Three-World Island had only become a top-tier spiritual island after the battle with Zixian. In the past, the Three-World Island had only been a top-tier spiritual island. Naturally, Jian would not have been attracted to the Three-World Island. On the surface, she was the backer of the Three-World Island. Back then, it was because of her that the Three-World Island was able to gain a foothold in the Wansheng Sea and develop rapidly. Jian had not made any requests at all. Now that the spirit jade mine was beneficial to her cultivation, who could say anything if she wanted to occupy it? Not to mention that Lu Yi wasn't there at the time. Even if Lu Yi was there, he wouldn't have dared to say no. However, if that was the case, what about Ma Bin? Lu Yi felt a headache coming on. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. It was obviously not appropriate to bring Ma Bin back to the dwarf tribe. He did not want to have anything to do with the dwarf tribe. More importantly, he did not want to be involved with the 9 states. Since that was the case, there was only one place left for him to go. How are senior sister Luan and elder Yan Miao doing recently? Lu Yi turned to look at Yu Shi and Chung Xan. Yu Shi had a standard, foxy face. When she smiled, she was very charming. She said softly, reporting to the first island master, "Senior sister Luan and great elder miss you very much." A few days ago, they sent a message saying that if the first island master comes back, remember to tell you good news. Lu Yi was stunned. He immediately understood and could not help but smile. Okay. I will go back and visit the 2 senior sisters. She did not say it too clearly. After all, there was a local Ri Zhao in the Three-World Island, so she did not dare to say it too clearly. However, Lu Yi already knew what she meant. He did not expect that in just a few years, the 2 of them had succeeded. This was really a pleasant surprise. Although this good news should not be made public, this way, Ma Bin could go to the mermaid tribe's spiritual land to heal. He would not have to worry about disturbing the 2's cultivation. In fact, the 2 of them could even ask Ma Bin about Ri Zhao's cultivation experience. As a veteran Ri Zhao, who had been promoted for who knows how many years, it would not be a problem for him to give guidance to 2 newcomers. In this way, the Three-World Island could be considered to have its own Ri Zhao. Although he had just been promoted, Ri Zhao was still Ri Zhao. He was not someone Yu Yao could compare to. The worries in his heart were swept away, and Lu Ye's mood became much more relaxed. Also, as he Bai Chuan spoke, he took out a storage ring and handed it to Lu Yi. In the past few years, the island has put out a bounty and found a few treasures for Junior Brother. There are not many, but Junior Brother can use them. Lu Ye's mood became even better when he took a look at them. Shockingly, these were all treasures that could be used to temper one's source of magic. Even though there weren't many of them, it was undoubtedly not easy to find them in a place like the Myriad Sea. Since he could find these few items, he would definitely be able to find more. Increase the bounty. Collect as many of these treasures as possible at all costs, Lu Yi instructed. Okay, I will arrange it later, Baichuan agreed. After the meeting, everyone dispersed. Lu Yi had a rough understanding of the situation on the Three-World Island in the past few years. He sat cross-legged in his bamboo building and used the power of his talent tree to refine the treasures. He felt that the quality of his art source had improved by a sliver, and he was one step closer to perfection. Satisfied, he stood up and left the bamboo building, heading in a certain direction. There were very few people on the road. On the Three-World Island, cultivators would only walk around when they were on patrol duty. Most of the time, they would be cultivating on their own. They had all come from poor places, so they naturally knew how precious and rare such a good cultivation environment was. Any cultivator with even the slightest ambition would not waste their time. As a result, the environment on the three-world island could be said to be two distinct areas. The trade area was bustling with people, while the area where the cultivators were stationed was quiet and empty. There were very few traces of people. Soon, he arrived in front of a building. With a light flick of his finger, a spell formation was activated. Soon, a head poked out from the second floor of the building. When he saw Lu Yi, he was overjoyed. "Big brother!" With that, he retracted his head. After a while, the door to the building opened. Chu Shen walked out with a smile. "Big brother, you're back?" Outsiders only knew that Lu Yi had been cultivating in seclusion for the past few years. Only a few people knew that he had not been on the three-world island. Chu Shen was undoubtedly one of them. Lu Yi looked him up and down and nodded slightly. "Your cultivation has improved quite well. You're already a Yao." Chu Shen's cultivation talent was undoubtedly very high. When they last met, he was already close to Yao. It was not surprising that he had advanced. Chu Shen chuckled. "It's all thanks to Big Brother. If I hadn't come to the three-world island to cultivate, how could my cultivation have improved so quickly? Big Brother, come in and talk." After a while, the two brothers sat down. Chu Shen poured a cup of tea for Lu Yi. Then he looked at Lu Yi curiously. "Big Brother, when did you advance to sunshine?" Lu Yi laughed. "Is sunshine that easy?" Chu Shen said matter-of-factly, "Of course it's not easy for others, but for Big Brother it's as easy as pie." It was as if he thought that Lu Yi was omnipotent. Lu Yi did not know why he thought this way. He could only reply, "I still need to polish it for a while." Chapter 1974. Speaking of which, he was really lucky to have met Chu Shen in the 10,000 Elephant Sea. If not for Chu Shen, he would not have met Jiyan. Without Che Ling Realm, the three-world island's predicament would not have been resolved. It was because of Chu Shen that Lu Yi had gone to the Che Ling boundary to visit Jiuyan. Since then, the three-world island had had a smooth sailing. Today, it had been promoted to a top-tier spiritual island and no one dared to covet it. Chu Shen was a descendant of Rizhao. However, he did not have the usual arrogance of Rizhao's descendants. He was simple and honest and had great potential. He would definitely achieve great things in the future. After leaving the 9 states for so many years, Lu Yi had met many people of all shapes and sizes. However, there were not many whom he could really interact with. Chu Shen was one of them. The two brothers chatted for a while. Then Lu Yi said, "Actually, I came to find you because I have something to ask you." "About my mother?" Chu Shen understood. Lu Yi nodded. "Did Senior Jian say anything to you?" Chu Shen shook his head. "She did not say much. She only said that the spirit jade mine here is beneficial to her cultivation. That is why she came here. She wanted to mention it to you before, but you were not in the three-world island, so she went in herself. Indeed, it seemed that the spirit jade mine was an extremely important cultivation resource to Rizhao. This had nothing to do with the production of spirit jade. Instead, it was a mystery that Lu Yi did not know about. That mystery could even heal the injuries to Ma Bin's Dao Foundation. After pondering for a while, Lu Yi said, "Since Senior is here, I have to pay him a visit. Little brother Shin, if you have nothing to do, why don't you come with me?" No matter what, he was the first island master of the three-world island. Now that his backer was here, as the master of the three-world island, he had to pay him a visit. Otherwise, it would be rude. It would be easier to talk to Chu Shen if he brought him along. This was why he came to find Chu Shen first. But Chu Shen was about to nod when his expression suddenly changed. Then he shrank his neck and looked at Lu Yi pitifully. "Big brother, mother told me to focus on my cultivation and not be distracted." Lu Yi blinked. He did not sense that someone was watching them. However, since Juyan had sent him a message, it meant that she had been paying attention. As expected, Rizhao's power wasn't something that Yu Yao could fathom. Then you should focus on your cultivation, Lu Yi said and stood up. I'll come and see you again later. Take care, big brother. Chu Shen waved his hand. After leaving Chu Shen's residence, Lu Yi went straight to the spiritual jade vein. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He couldn't describe his feelings towards Jiu Yan, but he felt that this senior was different from the other Rizhao he had met before. Especially his attitude towards him, he seemed to be annoyed. However, Lu Yi didn't think she had done anything to offend her. If she really did hate her, why would she be willing to become Three World Island's backer? Lu Yi couldn't figure it out, but he didn't have the time to think about it. Jiu Yan didn't want Chu Shen to follow them, so she probably wanted to talk to him alone. It didn't take long for them to reach the entrance to the Spirit Jade Mine. Cultivators from the island were stationed here. Ordinary people, even if they were from the island, were not allowed to enter without orders. Seeing Lu Yi, several cultivators hurriedly saluted. Lu Yi waved his hand and walked straight into the cave. The Spirit Jade Vein of Three World Island wasn't very big, so the cave wasn't very deep. After walking for about 100 feet, they arrived at the vein. The energy here was extremely dense, especially at the locations of the veins. Many spirit jades were being nurtured, whether they were formed or not. A voluptuous figure was sitting, cross-legged there. Her eyes were closed, and her hands were placed on her knees. Her hair was tied up into a woman's bun, revealing her slender and fair neck. Her tight palace attire revealed an exaggerated curve of her breasts, which tugged at one's heartstrings. However, what made Lu Yi helpless was that Juyan's face was still shrouded in light, making it difficult for him to see clearly. It was the same when he went to the Che Ling realm last time, and this time he lowered his head and cupped his fists. Lu Yi greets Senior. There was no response. Lu Yi just stood there and waited. He waited for more than half a day, but Lu Yi didn't show any signs of impatience. He just silently thought about his own matters. He knew that Sunshine had no concept of time, but since Juyan had sent a message to Chu Shen, she definitely wouldn't leave him here. After a while, Juyan's voice suddenly rang out. In the starry sky, Sunshine is the peak. No matter who it is, once they reach the peak of Sunshine, their cultivation will have no room for improvement. Do you know where the path lies after Sunshine? Lu Yi was stunned. He shook his head and said, This junior doesn't know. He was only in the late Moon Jade realm and hadn't reached Sunshine yet. How would he know the path after Sunshine? After Sunshine is Dao. Dao. Lu Yi looked puzzled. But didn't Senior say that Sunshine is the peak? If that's the case, then where does Dao come from in the future? Jian seemed to chuckle. Sunshine is the peak, and after Sunshine is Dao. The timing is different, and the path ahead is different. Lu Yi thought hard. He didn't understand why Juyan would suddenly tell him these things. Juyan seemed to have seen through his doubts. She slowly said, You are extremely talented and your strength is improving rapidly. Sooner or later, you will face these problems. I just don't know if you will be able to find your own Dao by then. Senior praises me too much. This junior is still worried about breaking through to Sunshine. These matters are a little far away from me. Jian said, Don't belittle yourself. When that day comes... She suddenly stopped talking and changed the topic. The foundation of the three-world island is shallow. There seems to be no expert behind you to guide you. The path of cultivation will be bumpy. Since you are close to Shin, I would like to accept you as my disciple. Are you willing? Lu Yi was completely stunned. He didn't have much contact with Juyan. The last time they met, Juyan didn't seem to have a good impression of him. Therefore, he didn't expect Juyan to have the intention of accepting him as her disciple. However, In the eyes of outsiders, the foundation of the three-world island was very shallow. There was no sunshine in the entire jade conch galaxy. Juyen's suggestion was undoubtedly out of goodwill. It was mostly for Chu Shen's sake. But in reality, Lu Yi thought about it carefully. Not to mention Ma Bin's side. Just Mount Fengsuan alone had more than 10 Rizhao backing him. If he really needed someone to guide him in his cultivation, Su Yuqing alone would be enough. There was no need for him to become a disciple of another Rizhao. But Juyen had already said this, and it was out of goodwill. If he rejected her now, wouldn't she be angry? It was a good thing to become Sunshine's disciple, but correspondingly there would be some restrictions, especially when Ma Bin was coming. You have concerns. Juyen instantly saw through Lu Ye's thoughts. Lu Yi thought for a moment and said, "Senior, please forgive me. The three-world island has many grievances with Guardian Yuan Du Senior and Guardian Yuan Du are both Sunshine's disciples in the Vientiane galaxy. If this junior really becomes your disciple, Guardian Yuan Du." Guardian Yuan Du. Juyen sneered. "If you really become my disciple, he won't dare to have any ideas." These words were very domineering. Lu Yi was slightly aware of Juyen's power. No hurry to reply. "When you have thought it through, you can tell me," Juyen said slowly. "Thank you, Senior." Lu Yi breathed a sigh of relief. If Juyen really wanted him to reply now, he could only accept his fate. After all, becoming Sunshine's disciple was not a bad thing. If Senior has no other instructions, this junior will take his leave. Lu Yi raised his eyes and looked at her carefully. "Go." Juyen waved her hand. Lu Yi turned and left. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. "Have you found the person you are looking for?" "Who?" Lu Yi was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Juyen should be asking about Ban Ci. Last time in the Carbell world, he asked Juyen about this. Not yet. Lu Yi shook his head. "Then take your time. You will find him eventually." Lu Yi stood in place, looking a little lost. After confirming that Juyen had nothing else to say, he left. Vientiane Island, in the Guardian Palace, Yuan Du's eyes were gloomy. It had been a few years since the battle between Three-World Island and Zixian. Although Zixian had taken back her own top-grade spiritual island, she had suffered heavy losses. Because of this, Zixian had completely cut off all contact with Yuan Du. This was obviously Zixian's higher-ups expressing their dissatisfaction. If not for Yuan Du's secret instigation, Zixian would not have encountered such a disaster. In the end, she lost her spiritual island, and Yu Yao's people were all killed. Her reputation was greatly damaged. Three-World Island was the main culprit, but Yuan Du could not escape responsibility. As a result, Yuan Du no longer had a decent spiritual island to rely on. Originally, he had Baiwe and Zixian, but now he only had the title of guardian, but he could not reap any benefits from it. Yuan Du could not do anything about Zixian's actions. He could only pour all his hatred on Three-World Island and Lu Yi. Calculating the time, He Yun should have reached Lu Ye's hometown. If Sunshine attacked, such a realm would not be able to stop him. When the news spread, Lu Yi would be devastated, right? But this was not enough. From his perspective, as long as Three-World Island did not fall, his reputation would not be restored. Therefore, no matter what, he had to destroy Three-World Island and kill Lu Yi. He already had a detailed plan, and this time he had a good reason to attack. As a result, even if he attacked personally, it would not be considered breaking the rules of the Vientiane Sea. If Sunshine attacked, even a top-grade spiritual island would not be able to stop him. But he did not make a move. Because of an accident, his plan was disrupted. Che Ling Realm's Jiuyan had entered Three-World Island and had not left. This made him very vexed. Although his plan had a good reason, it could not withstand too much verification. At most, it could be considered a suspicious point. If Jiuyan was not there, he only needed to confirm this suspicious point. However, with Jiu Yan around, things would not be so easy to handle. If Jiu Yan wanted to get to the bottom of it, what could he use to confront her? He did not want to go for wool and come home shorn. Therefore, what he needed to consider now was how to get Jiu Yan to leave Three World Island. End of chapter. Chapter 1975. It would be best if Jiu Yan could leave the Wanxiang Galaxy. Otherwise, Rizhao's speed was too fast. Once he received the news, it would not take much effort for him to rush over from Chelingjia. At that time, he could quickly take action and destroy the Three-World Island. Even if Jiu Yan found out later, she would be powerless. As long as the Three-World Island was destroyed, not only would he gain a ready-made top-level spiritual island, but he would also gain control of a channel to contact the Mermaid Clan. He had searched the souls of a few of the Three-World Islands constellations before. How could he not know about the existence of the Mermaid Clan? They were an extremely rare race. If he could control them, it would be a huge fortune. Not to mention, the Mermaid Clan lived under the Wanxiang Sea, which was a foreign land in the galaxy since ancient times. There was the magical Tianluo Palace there, and there was a huge spiritual jade mine there. Therefore, in his eyes, the Three-World Island represented not only the value of a top-level spiritual island, but also more than its apparent value. He did not mention this secret to anyone. After thinking about it, Yuan Du felt that calling an old friend was a good idea. It just so happened that he and Jiu Yan had a mutual friend, Rizhao from another galaxy. If he had something to ask, Jiu Yan should give him face. After deciding on the plan, it was time to carry it out. On the Three-World Island in the alchemy room, Lu Yi came to visit his second senior sister. Although she no longer needed to make pills to maintain the livelihood of the island, she still stayed in the alchemy room. She still needed to make a lot of spiritual pills outside of cultivation. These spiritual pills would not be sold outside. They were used by her family. After chatting for a while, Lu Yi suddenly remembered something. Where's Yaya? When he left that year, he had entrusted Yaya to Shui Yuan. However, when he returned this time, he did not see any trace of the little girl. There seemed to be no trace of her in the entire Three-World Island. He could not help but feel puzzled. Shui Yuan said, Yaya is at the Mermaid Clan's territory. She seems to like the environment there. Once, she went there and did not come back. I went to see her once. She was very happy there, so I did not care about her anymore. Lu Yi understood. Speaking of which, he had to go to the Mermaid Clan's territory. When Ma Bin came back, he would have to borrow their spiritual jade mine. No matter what, he had to greet the Mermaid Clan. Moreover, Luan Xiaoa and Miao Yan had both been promoted to Sunshine, so he really should go and congratulate them. After a short while, Lu Yi took back her blue sea snail from second senior sister and opened the door to the mermaid tribe's territory. His figure entered the door and appeared outside the Tianluo Palace in the next instant. After a while, Lu Yi finally saw Yan Miao and Luan Xiaoa. On the surface, the two women didn't seem to have changed much, but the unconcealable aura of sunshine on their bodies showed their powerful cultivation. This was normal. After all, they had just advanced not long ago, and the two of them had not stabilized their cultivation for the time being. After a period of time, they would be able to freely withdraw and release their auras. Both Luan Xiaoa and Smoky Miao were very happy and grateful to Lu Yi. Yan Miao's gratitude was natural. If Lu Yi hadn't helped her get rid of the bloodline curse poison, she wouldn't have been able to reach Sunshine. Now, not only had her cultivation improved greatly, but she was also no longer troubled by the bloodline curse poison. She could leave the Wanxiang Sea at any time. If it weren't for the living environment in the mermaid tribe's territory, the entire tribe would have considered moving. As for Luan Xiaoa, if she had stayed in the Yuluo realm, she wouldn't have been able to reach Sunshine either, because there wasn't such a good cultivation environment and abundant cultivation resources. Other things aside, she had taken a lot of supreme-grade, soul-refining pills over the years. Both women were the first and only sunshine of their tribe. Now that they had made the great leap, it was as if they had been reborn. Lu Yi congratulated the two women and then looked at Yan Miao. "Great elder, I have a request." Yan Miao smiled. "Junior brother, you can say whatever you want. Don't say request. Our tribe is where we are today because of Junior brother's help. If there's anything you like in our tribe, feel free to take it." Lu Yi nodded. "It's like this. I have an elder who was injured in a fight with someone a few days ago." He briefly explained Ma Bin's situation. He didn't mention Ma Bin's identity, nor did he mention anything about the Taoist Foundation. After all, he didn't know anything about it. He only said that he wanted to borrow the spiritual jade vein here to heal his injury. Yan Miao nodded and agreed. Although the mermaid clan respected the queen, she was still young. Thus, Yan Miao had always been in charge of the clan's affairs. There was no need to report such trivial matters to the queen. Lu Yi also vaguely mentioned that the elder had a high cultivation level. He should be at the peak of the Sunshine Realm. He asked Yan Miao and Wan Xiaoa to take good care of him. He might be able to guide them on their future cultivation path. The two women were overjoyed. This was undoubtedly what they wanted the most right now. "Lu, you wanted to ask Wan Xiaoa about her future plans. After all, she had already reached the Sunshine Realm. There was no point for her to stay in the Wansheng Sea. Moreover, she couldn't show her face in public. She could return to the Luo Galaxy and take charge of the Luo realm." But seeing her expectant look, he didn't ask. While they were talking, a petite figure suddenly rushed over. Along the way, she let out a string of bell-like laughter. Then, she threw herself into Lu Ye's arms. "Daddy!" Her little head rubbed against Lu Ye's chest. Lu Yi hugged Yaya and patted her head. "Why are you here?" "It's fun here." Yaya raised her head and smiled at Lu Yi. Lu Yi also raised his head and looked at Bai Lu, who had rushed over behind Yaya. Ghost was with Bai Lu. It seemed that Bai Lu had been taking care of Yaya all this time. Otherwise, they wouldn't be together so coincidentally. Bai Lu was still the same. She didn't change much. When she saw Lu Yi, she smiled gently. "Senior brother." Lu Yi nodded. "Sorry to trouble you." Ghost looked at him with disdain. "If you know it's trouble, then hurry up and take the doll away." During this time, Bai Lu had been taking care of Yaya and didn't have time to cultivate with her. This made her very unhappy. Yaya, who was in Lu Ye's arms, suddenly turned her head and glanced at Ghost. Ghost couldn't help but shrink her neck and hide behind Bai Lu. She couldn't tell what was wrong with Lu Ye's daughter. She only instinctively felt that this little girl was not normal. After all, from her appearance, this little girl didn't show any signs of cultivation. But if she really didn't show any signs of cultivation, how could she appear in a place like this? Moreover, she seemed to have suffered a loss at the hands of the other party once, but she couldn't remember the specific situation. This matter was very strange. One had to know that she was now Yi Yao. Means that could interfere with her memories and thoughts were not ordinary. It had been a long time since Lu Yi had come to the mermaid clan. Yan Miao immediately set up a banquet. Firstly, it was to entertain Lu Yi. Secondly, it was to celebrate her and Wan Xiao's marriage to Jin Rizhao. The entire Huang Luo Palace was full of joy. Lu Yi stayed at the mermaid clan for a few days, mainly to wait for the interval between the blue sea snails to be used. After the banquet, he went to the place where Hu Po was and stayed by her side. Several years had already passed, but Hua Si still showed no signs of awakening. Lu Yi couldn't help but worry. Ever since he started cultivating, this was the first time he had experienced what it meant to be afraid. He was afraid that Hua Si would remain in this sealed state forever, never to wake up. He talked to himself and told Hua Si a lot of things. It didn't matter if he didn't get a response. A few days later, Lu Yi left. He originally wanted to take Yaya with him. After all, it wasn't good for her to stay at the mermaid clan. Unfortunately, Yaya didn't want to go, and with Bai Lu's support, Lu Yi could only let her go. When he returned to the three-world island, Lu Yi left a precious blood clone to guard the island. His main body, on the other hand, left silently until he reached a remote and uninhabited place. Only then did he find an opportunity to dive into the sea and begin his cultivation. His current cultivation level was indeed at the late stage of Yu Yao's, but he hadn't cultivated properly since his breakthrough. Now that he couldn't solve the problem of his source origin quickly, he could only cultivate first. After several years of accumulation, his cultivation level at the late stage of Yu Yao had already stabilized. The next few days were calm and peaceful. The three-world island was as prosperous as before. Nothing special happened. Lu Yi was also immersed in his cultivation and didn't pay attention to the outside world. It wasn't until 2 months later that the precious blood clone, who was guarding the three-world island, received news and hurried out. As expected, he saw a familiar figure in the guest hall. Fellow Taoist Zhu. Lu Yi cupped his fists. Fellow Taoist Lu. Zhu Yuan returned the greeting. He didn't see Ma Bin, but Lu Yi knew that Ma Bin had come. Ma Bin seemed to have a special ability that allowed him to possess other people's bodies. Back then, Lu Yi had seen him plunge into Zhu Yuan's body and disappear. It was thanks to this method that Ma Bin was able to leave safely under the heavy blockade of the Vientiane galaxy. As per fellow Taoist's invitation, this Zhu has come, Zhu Yuan said with a deep meaning. Lu Yi didn't dare to show the slightest change in expression. When he invited Ma Bin, he didn't expect Jiyan to come to the three-world island. Now that Jiyan was here, he didn't know if she was secretly paying attention to something. If there was something strange, she might notice it. Follow me. Lu Yi called out and took the lead to walk out. Although Zhu Yuan didn't understand what he meant, he still followed. Just as the two of them moved, Lu Yi felt a figure flash in front of him. Then a fragrance hit him. He looked up and saw a plump figure standing in front of him. Her face was surrounded by light, so he couldn't see her face clearly. Zhu Yuan was even more shocked. He quickly put on a defensive posture. Lu Yi blinked and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Senior Jiyan. Senior, what's the matter? Jiyan didn't answer. Even though Lu Yi couldn't see her face clearly, he could still feel that Jiyan was looking at Zhu Yuan at this moment. Was Rizhao's perception so sharp? Lu Yi was secretly shocked. Jiyan couldn't have come here for no reason. She obviously sensed something. After thinking about it carefully, Lu Yi felt that something was wrong. If Rizhao's perception was so sharp, then Ma Bin couldn't have escaped from the Vientiane galaxy so smoothly. It seemed that either Jiyan was strong enough or Ma Bin was injured, causing his aura to leak out. End of chapter. Chapter 1976. Jiu Yan's sudden appearance left Lu Yi unperturbed, but Zhu Yuan turned pale with fright. He hurriedly looked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi hurriedly said, "This is Senior Jiu Yan from Ling Jia. She's been cultivating on the island recently." Zhu Yuan had traveled the 10,000 manifestations sea before, so he had naturally heard of Jiu Yan's name. He hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Senior Jiu Yan." Jiu Yan's silent pressure not only made Lu Yi nervous, but also made Zhu Yuan nervous. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. At one point, Lu Yi even felt that Jiu Yan's magic power was about to go berserk. But for some reason, she managed to suppress it. Then she slowly turned her head and looked at Lu Yi. "Your friend?" Lu Yi hurriedly replied, "Yes." "Why are you here?" Zhu Yan asked again. "Brother Zhu wants to buy something, but he's not familiar with the 10,000 manifestation sea, so he asked me to take him to the 10,000 manifestations island." He casually made up a story. Jiu Yan didn't speak. After a while, her figure suddenly disappeared. Only her voice could be heard. "Let's go." "Yes," Lu Yi hurriedly replied. After a short while, he took Zhu Yuan to the 10,000 manifestations island and entered the 10,000 manifestations Chamber of Commerce. Half a day later, The two left the 10,000 Manifestations Chamber of Commerce and flew toward the 10,000 Manifestation Sea. When they reached a desolate star and entered a secret place, Lu Yi set up a formation to conceal them. Only then did Zhu Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. "Senior, you can come out now," Lu Yi softly called out. A shadow flashed out of Zhu Yuan's body and condensed into Ma Bin's figure. Compared to a few months ago, Ma Bin's current state seemed to be worse. Even his face was slightly pale. "Zhu Yan is really something." Ma Bin's face was full of admiration. He looked at Lu Yi. "How did you get involved with her?" Lu Yi smiled bitterly. "She's the backer of the island. She suddenly came to the island and occupied the spirit jade mine to cultivate." "Did she discover you?" "I sense something, but I'm not sure. Moreover, she doesn't know it's me. Otherwise, she wouldn't have held back," Ma Bin said. "Since the spirit jade mine has been seized by her, it's my fate." "It's fine." Lu Yi understood Ma Bin's meaning and immediately said, "Although we can't use the island's spirit jade mine for the time being, there are other places to go." "There's a place to go?" Ma Bin's face was filled with astonishment, but he soon remembered that Lu Yi had indeed mentioned a third mineral lode. "Senior, please wait a moment." After a while, a spirit inscription suddenly flashed in front of Lu Yi and disappeared, followed by another Lu Yi appearing out of thin air. Surprisingly, it was the master who had received the news from his doppelganger and had hurried over. He raised his hand and recalled the precious blood clone. Zhu Yuan was dumbfounded. Even Ma Bin showed an interested expression. What kind of doppelganger technique is this? Even he hadn't been able to see any flaws. Although his strength had been damaged, he had lived for so many years and his eyesight was still there. Lu Ye's move was truly unexpected. "It's just a small trick, not worth mentioning." Lu Yi didn't know how to explain that this was the blood race's precious blood doppelganger, so he casually changed the topic. He took out the blue sea snail and blew it. Soon, a door appeared in front of him. "Senior, please follow me." Saying so, Lu Yi took the lead and walked in, followed by Ma Bin and Zhu Yuan. A moment later, in front of the heavenly spiral palace, Zhu Yuan was dumbfounded as he looked at the mere people walking around. He never thought that one day he would be able to see such a rare race. After all, according to the rumors, the mere people should have been extinct long ago. Although Ma Bin was surprised, he was still able to keep his composure. But when he learned that he was actually under the 10,000 Elephant Sea, his calmness turned into astonishment. He had never known that the 10,000 Elephant Sea was such a scene. Luan Xiaoa and Yan Miao came to greet him in person. Lu Yi had already greeted them before, so there was no need to say anything more. "Senior, please rest assured and recuperate here. This portal won't last long, so I have to hurry back. Our island is in contact with this place. If Senior needs anything, just let someone tell me, and I will prepare it for Senior." Ma Bin looked at Lu Yi with a complicated expression. "You are so considerate." Back then, when Lu Yi learned about the recent situation in the 9 regions, he was gratified that his homeland still existed, but he never thought that he would have any intersection with his homeland. But he never thought that when he was most trapped and helpless, it was a junior from his homeland who solved his worries and solved his difficulties and gave him the hope and possibility of making a comeback. "Senior, you are too polite." Lu Yi nodded and looked at Yan Miao and Luan Xiaoa. "I will have to trouble you here." "Don't worry." Yan Miao smiled and watched Lu Yi step into the portal and disappear again. After settling Ma Bin down, Lu Yi finally had one less worry. However, Ma Bin's injury was a wound to his Tao foundation. Although he could use the spirit jade vein, he was afraid that it wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. It should take a long time for him to recover. Lu Yi only needed to do one thing, and that was to cultivate. First, he would raise his cultivation to the peak of the Moon Jade realm. When his source origin was polished to perfection, he would be able to condense the flower of Qi and advance to the Sunshine Realm. The precious blood avatar returned to the three-world island. Zhu Yan did not appear again, nor did she ask anything. It seemed that Ma Bin was right. Zhu Yan vaguely sensed something, but she could not make a specific judgment. That was why she asked Zhu Yuan to buy something and leave quickly. It was not that there was no sunshine in the Wanxiang Sea, but it would not stay for too long. A short break would not be a problem. Of course, the precondition was that when Luo Xie from the Daluo galaxy escorted many cultivators here, he was immediately targeted by sunshine from the Daluo galaxy and summoned to talk to him. Even so, Luo Xie did not stay in the Wanxiang Sea for too long. That time he seemed to have stayed in the Wanxiang Sea for less than a month. Time passed. Another year passed in the blink of an eye. Under the Wanxiang Sea, Lu Yi slowly opened his eyes. His cultivation had reached its limit. The improvement of the quality of his source origin had greatly increased his cultivation efficiency. That was why he could make such great gains in just 1 year. Generally speaking, when a Yu Yao reached his level, they would consider preparing to advance to sunshine. However, this barrier was not easy to break through. Luan Xiaoa and Yan Miao in the past, to Baichuan, Yuxi, Qing Xian, and the others were all stuck at this barrier. In the universe, countless Yao had failed to break through this barrier. The cultivation of the upper three realms was the cultivation of essence, energy, and spirit. Sunshine corresponded to spirit. Therefore, Yao not only needed their cultivation to reach the standard, but also their divine sense to reach the standard. This was the fundamental reason why supreme grade, divine, refining pills were so popular. Luan Xiaoa and Yan Miao were able to advance smoothly largely because they had persisted in consuming supreme grade, divine, refining pills all these years. However, the Yu Yao of the Daluo galaxy had such convenience. Other Yu Yao did not. They could only try their best to find some spirit pills or treasures that could improve their divine sense cultivation. However, if they ate too many spirit pills, unless they were supreme grade, they would not benefit them. It was foreseeable that on the Daluo galaxy, Baichuan and the others would have an easier time advancing to sunshine than the other Yu Yao. This was because they were currently being supplied with supreme grade, divine, refining pills. However, this did not mean that they would definitely advance. This was also related to their previous accumulation. However, on Lu Ye's side, a disappointed expression appeared on his face. This was because when Yu Yao's divine sense cultivation had reached its limit, he could clearly feel a layer of shackles binding his body. This layer was the biggest barrier for all Yu Yao. He felt that he only needed to exert a little force, and he could break through. This was definitely not an illusion. It was the truth. In other words, if he wanted to advance to sunshine, he could do so now. This undoubtedly meant that this layer of shackles did not pose any hindrance to him. In fact, if he thought about it carefully, this was only natural. Back when he was cultivating in the 9 states, he was only at the true lake realm. However, he had already nurtured his soul avatar and spirit sea. Compared to ordinary cultivators, his divine sense had always been stronger. After that, he had obtained a rainbow divine lotus in the Soul Tribe's ancestral land. Since then, his divine sense had been constantly nourished and strengthened. So many years had passed. Even if he had not consumed any supreme grade divine refining pills, the rainbow divine lotus was still much more useful than simply consuming spirit pills. The strength of his divine sense was enough to meet the requirements for advancing to sunshine. Once his divine sense was strong enough and his divine sense had accumulated enough cultivation, the shackles were no longer shackles. They could be easily broken through. However, Lu Yi naturally could not advance to sunshine just like that. If he had only wanted to increase his divine sense cultivation, he would have done so many years ago. All these years, he had been searching for resources to refine his divine sense cultivation. His various experiences in the Azure realm had brought him very close to success. If he gave up now, all his previous efforts would have been for naught. Thus, no matter what, he still had to condense the flower of qi. Unfortunately, over the past year, even though the three-world island had increased the bounty on his head, he still had very little to show for it. So far, he had only obtained a single treasure that could refine one's divine sense cultivation. Lu Yi wanted to go to the carriage bell realm back then. He had obtained a spoil of war from Zixian. It was a treasure of this type. In the end, he had given it to Aunt Yu. However, by the time he had found out, it was already too late. However, after thinking about it, he decided against it. Normally, Yu Yao would refine such a treasure as soon as she obtained it. Aunt Yu was not someone who lacked spirit jades. She would not keep it. After all, it was something that he had given away. How could he take it back? Based on his current needs for such a treasure and his own judgment, if he could only obtain one each year, it would take him at least 20 to 30 years to achieve his goal. After returning from the sea, Lu Yi was depressed. Where should he go to find it? He could not help but think of the Azura realm. Mi Shi, the leader of the heavenly Azura tribe, had advanced too quickly. If he had advanced a year or two later, and if the Azura realm had closed a year or two later, he would not have been in such an awkward situation. This was the 10,000 Elephant Sea, where countless cultivators from different galaxies gathered. It could be said to be the center of the universe. If he could not find what he needed here, where could he find it? End of chapter. Chapter 1977. Just as he was feeling depressed, his expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly rushed off in a certain direction. He didn't know why Jiao Yan had summoned him. A moment later, inside the spirit jade mine, Lu Yi bowed. "Greetings, Senior." Jiao Yan was still cultivating, but she didn't make Lu Yi wait. Instead, she directly asked, "Have you considered the matter from last time?" What? Lu Yi was stunned. The matter from last time was about Zhu Yuan? However, he quickly realized that Jiao Yan was probably asking about accepting him as a disciple. He didn't know how to answer, because he hadn't considered this matter at all. However, it wouldn't be good if he rejected her directly. "It seems you're unwilling." Jiao Yan snorted softly. She could already tell what he was thinking. Lu Yi apologized. "Senior, please forgive me. It's just that, no need to say anything more. Since you're unwilling, I won't force you." Zhu Yan interrupted him, seemingly a little annoyed. "On the other hand, your cultivation seems to have made significant progress." Lu Yi hurriedly said, "I've been cultivating in seclusion recently and I've made some progress." Zhu Yan said, "Yu Yao and Ri Zhao are only one step apart, but in reality they're worlds apart. Once you cross over, you'll enter a whole new world. However, if you can't, you'll only be wasting your life away. You're currently at a critical juncture, so you must remember to guard against arrogance and rashness. Try not to fight with others, and don't get injured easily." "Yes," Lu Yi replied. He suddenly felt that he might have misunderstood Jiao Yan. She didn't seem to hate him at all. Her words were clearly the concern of a senior toward a junior. "I heard that you're looking for treasures that can improve the quality of your art source." Jiao Yan suddenly changed the topic. Three-World Island had been sparing no effort in offering rewards for such treasures, so it was impossible for Jiao Yan not to have heard of them. "That's right." Lu Ye's expression changed. "Does Senior have a way?" Jiao Yan didn't answer. She only said, "Of course, the higher the quality of your art source, the better. However, everyone has their own limits, so it's fine as long as your art source's quality is sufficient. There's no need to pursue it too much." Lu Yi naturally understood this principle. An art source's main function was to convert the spiritual energy that a cultivator refined into magic power during cultivation. It was something unique to Yu Yao. If a cultivator's efficiency in refining spiritual energy was limited, then no matter how high the grade of the source was, it would be meaningless because there would not be enough spiritual energy to be converted. Therefore, it was fine as long as he had enough source energy, but Lu Yi didn't just want to have enough. He also wanted to polish his spiritual source to perfection. This wasn't something that he could tell Jian. He could only obediently say, "Junior understands." "It's good that you understand." As Jiuyan spoke, she flicked her finger and an item flew over. Lu Yi instinctively grabbed it. However, before he could inspect it, Jian's voice rang out, "Go on. Cultivate well and break through as soon as possible." Lu Yi blinked, then bowed and left. Only after leaving the spirit jade mine and returning to his residence did Lu Yi have a chance to check what Zhou Yan had given him. It was a storage ring, but when Lu Yi checked the contents of the ring, he couldn't help being pleasantly surprised. This was because there were a total of 8 treasures in the ring that could temper the quality of one source. According to the rules of the Azura field, these 8 treasures were worth at least an Azura seal. What did Zhou Yan mean by this? She had called him over to give him pointers, and said that it was fine as long as his source energy was of sufficient quality. It was as if she was trying to persuade him not to waste his energy and time on this. However, she had also given him these 4 treasures. Lu Yi couldn't figure out what was going on. As a member of the Sunshine sect, who had lived for who knew how many years, it was normal for her to have such treasures. But why would she give them to him? This was what Lu Yi couldn't understand. "Aunt, you should want them." Not to mention Aunt Yu. Chu Xin had already advanced to Yu Yao. He also wanted them. Why would Zhu Yin give them to him? If it was because of Chu Xin, it didn't make sense for him to love the house and its crow. After thinking about it, Lu Yi felt that there was only one explanation. Whether it was Aunt Yu or Chu Xin, the quality of their source energy was sufficient. The treasures in Jiu Yan's hands were completely unnecessary. She also knew that he had asked the 3-world island to put a bounty on such treasures, so she gave them to him. But no matter what, this gift from Jiu Yan was exactly what Lu Yi wanted. He silently remembered this favor in his heart. Now that the gap between their strength and status was too big, there was no need to talk about repayment. He would think about it in the future. After happily refining these treasures, Lu Yi keenly sensed that there were some unusual changes in his source energy. It was as if it wasn't too far away from reaching the Great Circle stage. He carefully sensed it and confirmed that it was not an illusion. His source energy was indeed not far from perfection. This made him pleasantly surprised. It seemed that his previous estimate was somewhat different from the actual situation. Based on the current situation, he only needed 2 or 3 more sets of treasures to complete the task. 2 or 3 treasures, it was really not much. If he was lucky, he might be able to achieve it in one day. Even if he was unlucky, there was still hope for him to achieve it in 2 or 3 years. Now that his cultivation was enough, and he had fulfilled all the requirements for breaking through to the Sunshine sect, all that was left was to condense the qi refining flour. Lu Yi was in a good mood and was looking forward to it. On the island of versatility, Yuan Du was guarding the palace. A gust of evil wind swept over, and He Yun revealed himself. Yuan Du sensed something and immediately came out to greet him. When he saw the figure in He Yun's hand, he nodded slightly and said, "Fellow Taoist He Yun is quite fast. You caught her so quickly." He Yun threw the figure in his hand to the ground in front of him. "It's just catching Yu Yao. What's the trouble?" That being said, this Yu Yao was not someone he had casually caught. At this moment, Yu Yao was lying on the ground with a slender figure. Her exposed skin was blood red, and her 2 pointy ears indicated that she was a blood tribe member. At this moment, this blood tribe member Yao had been sealed by He Yun and couldn't move at all. Her face was full of fear and uneasiness. "So what do we do next?" He Yun asked Yuan Du with a gloomy expression. Not only had Zi Xian suffered heavy losses, but he had also listened to Yuan Du's nonsense and made a trip to the 9 states. In the end, even the avatar he had spent 3,000 years to create had died there. How could he not take revenge for such a great grudge? Moreover, unlike Yuan Du, he had recognized the 9 states and was still thinking about the supreme treasure of the starry sky, the Tao tree. His avatar hadn't found any traces of the Tao tree in the 9 states. In addition, he had previously inquired about Lu Yi, so he boldly speculated that this Lu Yi might have obtained the inheritance of the Tao tree. Otherwise, how could his cultivation have improved so quickly? This was a very suspicious point. Since it was suspicious, he couldn't let it go. With this speculation, he naturally came to the 10,000 Elephant Sea to take down Lu Yi. In this regard, he and Yuan Du were like-minded. The only difference was that Yuan Du was purely venting his anger for the sake of his own dignity, but he had other motives. He had no choice but to join forces with Yuan Du if he wanted to take down Lu Yi in the 10,000 Elephant Sea. He couldn't avoid the 10,000 Elephant Galaxy. Therefore, he could only cooperate with Yuan Du with Yuan Du's help. The resistance would be much lower. He didn't have any other requests. He only wanted Lu Yi to be handed over to him. He told Yuan Du that he wanted to avenge the dead Zixian demon cultivator and bring him back to the Zixian demon planet to sacrifice to the demon god. Yuan Du didn't suspect anything and immediately agreed. In any case, as long as he could take down the 3-world island and the passage to the mermaid clan's territory, there was no harm in handing Lu Yi over to He Yin. He believed that He Yin wouldn't let Lu Yi live. Moreover, Zixian had indeed suffered great losses because of him. Yuan Du knew that if he wanted to maintain his relationship with Zixian, he couldn't refuse He Yin's small request. Both of them had their own motives, so of course they hit it off. Moreover, from their point of view, the 2 Rikus joining forces to plot against Yu Yao and the top-grade spiritual island behind her was like pinching a conch with 10 fingers. No accidents would happen. Half a year ago, He Yin came once and reached a verbal agreement with Yuan Du then. Yuan Du asked him to capture a member of the blood tribe. He Yin didn't know why, but since it was a cooperation, he didn't refuse. He had also worked hard to capture Yu Yao in the blood tribe's domain. Because of this, he had been hunted down by a few Rikus for a month. Next, we just need to wait. Yuan Du smiled slightly, as if victory was already in his hands. As long as Jiu Yan left the 3-world island, then he could act without worry. Jiu Yan's presence there made him wary. As for how to get Jiu Yan to leave the 3-world island, he had already planned for a long time. He believed that in a few days, the news would reach Jiu Yan's ears. Days passed by. On this day, in the 3-world island's garrison area, a group of people sat cross-legged in front of Lu Ye's bamboo house. They surrounded him in the middle. Lu Yi couldn't raise his cultivation level, and he couldn't find any treasures to improve the quality of his spiritual power source. He seemed to have nothing to do. He wasn't willing to participate in the management of the 3-world island, so he simply spread the news that anyone who had any questions about cultivation could ask him at any time. His original intention was to help the island's cultivators solve some of their problems and help them grow better. However, after the news was spread, many people came to him every day to ask for help. Gradually, more and more people gathered, and gradually it became the current scale. Not only people from the Qingli Dao world and the Yukong world came to look for him. Many seniors from the 9 states came as well. Even the sect master came to ask him a few questions. Lu Yi answered all of their questions carefully, and many cultivators learned a lot. While it was bustling here, Lu Ye's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head and looked in a direction with a puzzled expression. Half a day later, the crowd dispersed. Lu Yi went to look for Chu Xin. Why did Senior Jiu Yan suddenly leave? He clearly felt Jiu Yan's aura flash past. She should have left the 3-world island. End of chapter. Chapter 1978. Jiu Yan didn't tell Lu Yi anything before she left, so there was no reason for her to tell him. Therefore, he came to Chu Xin's place to ask. Perhaps Chu Xin would know something. Sure enough, Chu Xin knew the situation. Mother said an old friend called her and asked her to go to another galaxy to help. She'll be back soon. I see. Lu Yi understood. Jiu Yan was visiting a friend. However, as Rizhao, it was normal to have friends from other galaxies. Even Lu Yi himself knew many people from other galaxies. Therefore, Lu Yi didn't think too much about it. After chatting with Chu Xin for a while, he left. But for some reason, as Zhu Yan left, Lu Yi suddenly had a feeling of unease, as if something bad was about to happen. This feeling made him secretly vigilant. When one's cultivation had reached such a level, sometimes the sudden inspiration might be a kind of omen. In the bamboo building, Lu Yi thought about it for a long time, but he did not find anything wrong or worthy of attention. This was the Myriad Sea. As long as the rules of the Myriad Sea were not broken, then with the foundation of the three-world island and the reputation he had gained through killing, he could rest easy. After thinking for a long time, he reached into his pocket and took out the dice of fate. He was proud of this thing. He had only rolled it once. The other times were when he entered various training scenarios and the dice of fate appeared on its own. However, based on his previous experiences, the dice of fate lived up to its name. The divinations it rolled were closely related to his future situation to a large extent. Therefore, Lu Yi felt that it wasn't the dice of fate that controlled his fate, but the future's misfortune. If it weren't for the palpitations this time, he wouldn't have used it so casually. However, he couldn't care too much at this moment. After thinking for a while, he threw the dice in front of him. With a rumble, the small die froze. A dim light flashed and turned into the word, how. Before Lu Yi could take a closer look, the word, how, turned into a dim light again and entered his forehead. Lu Yi frowned. This how was obviously not a good sign. This undoubtedly showed that his palpitations weren't for no reason. Something could really happen. However, since it was how and not a misfortune, then it didn't seem to be a big deal. Or perhaps it was not too dangerous. But the process might be a little bumpy. But no matter what, this made Lu Yi cautious. After thinking for a while, he got up and walked towards the pill room. He found Second Senior Sister and talked to her. Second Senior Sister didn't ask anything and just nodded repeatedly. After leaving Second Senior Sister's place, Lu Yi checked the talent tree. Under the illumination of the flames, a gray mist rose. It was obvious that the mysterious power of the dice of fate was being burned away by the talent tree. At this rate, it would be completely burned away in less than 2 or 3 days. He calmed down a little. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. On this day, Lu Yi was answering the questions of some cultivators when he suddenly felt a brilliant aura rapidly approaching from a certain direction. He hurriedly raised his head to look in that direction and frowned. His sudden impulse had really come true, but what he hadn't expected was that it would actually be that old bastard, Yuan Du. Moreover, it happened to be less than 2 days after Jian left. Was this a coincidence? Lu Yi didn't think so. He wasn't the only one who felt the radiant aura. Many of the Yu Yao on the island also felt it. Immediately, divine thoughts were transmitted from all over the island. After a brief exchange, Lu Yi got up and headed in Yuan Du's direction. At the same time, following his order, the defensive formation of the entire three-world island was activated to the extreme. Yuan Du had come personally, so it was obvious that he didn't come with good intentions. There were some things that he had to guard against. A moment later, inside the defensive formation, Lu Yi and the other island lords gathered behind him. They stood in the air and looked in the direction Yuan Du had come from. This old bastard didn't hide his radiant aura at all, but his speed wasn't fast. In fact, it could even be said that he was very slow. Therefore, along the way, he attracted the attention of countless cultivators. They didn't know what Yuan Du was doing. However, when they realized that Yuan Du was actually heading towards the famous three-world island, many cultivators showed interest and followed him from afar. Many cultivators knew about the grudge between the three-world island and Yuan Du. However, as the protector of the 10,000 Creation Sea, Yuan Du had to strictly abide by the rules of the 10,000 Creation Sea. Therefore, even if he was radiant, he couldn't do anything to the three-world island as long as they didn't violate any rules. Now that Yuan Du had suddenly pointed his sword at the three-world island, it was obvious that he was going to make a big move. Naturally, it made people curious. Junior brother Lu, this old bastard doesn't have good intentions. Baichuan's face was full of worry. Of course, he understood Yuan Du's intentions. As Radiant, he could have come quickly, but he chose to walk so slowly. He deliberately attracted attention and made people follow him. This was to create momentum. On one hand, it was to put pressure on the three-world island. On the other hand, it was to show others that he was fair and just. He had absolute confidence in himself. Therefore, no matter what he did, he would do it according to the rules of the 10,000 Creation Sea. No one would criticize him. News spread quickly in the 10,000 Creation Sea, especially regarding Radiant and the three-world island. Therefore, in just a moment, the entire 10,000 Creations Sea knew about what was going on here. Those close to the three-world island hurried over to take a look, while those far away also hurried over. Everyone realized that something big might happen today. The journey that should have taken only a dozen breaths took Yuan Du an incense stick's worth of time. When Yuan Du arrived at the three-world island, there was already a sea of people in all directions. Yuan Du didn't come alone. He had brought nearly 100 Yu Yao with him. Some of these Yu Yao belonged to the local star system's domain and were directly under Yuan Du's command. However, most of them were the guards of the major spiritual islands. For example, Lu Yi saw Giant Blade Island's Zhao Yunqi, the island master of Giant Blade Island, who had been taken advantage of twice by the three-world island, couldn't help but shrink his neck when he met Lu Ye's eyes. He was traumatized. This time, he didn't want to get involved in the matter against the three-world island. However, since Yuan Du had summoned him, he had to come. On the surface, it seemed that the three-world island had no power to resist since Yuan Du had personally come. However, Zhao Yunqi still felt uneasy. He had a feeling that things wouldn't go so smoothly. If Yuan Du failed, the Giant Blade Island would no longer have the qualifications to establish itself in the 10,000 Creation Sea. Although he knew that this was unlikely to happen, he was still worried. Zhao Yunqi wasn't the only Yu Yao guard summoned by Yuan Du. There were a few other Yao cultivators who were obviously on Zixian's side. However, they were all new Yao cultivators, so Lu Yi didn't know any of them. As for the other Yu Yao, Lu Yi didn't know any of them either. As the Rizhao Realm's guard, he had the right to summon the Yu Yao of the major spiritual islands to help him when he encountered some problems. Yuan Du had taken action this time to make a big deal out of this matter. He wanted to let the world know that he wasn't seeking personal revenge, but was standing on the side of righteousness. On one side, Rizhao had come in person with 100 Yu Yao cultivators following him. On the other side, there was only Lu Yi and a few others. The two sides were separated by a defensive formation and were less than 100 feet apart. Lu Yi looked at Yuan Du and said calmly, "What a powerful aura. I didn't know who had such a powerful aura. It turns out that it's Guard Yuan Du who has come in person. I apologize for not going out to meet you. May I know the reason for your visit?" Yuan Du only looked at him indifferently. Due to the angle, he seemed to be looking down at him from above. He didn't respond to Lu Ye's question at all. Obviously, he didn't think Lu Yi was qualified to talk to him. Beside him, Yuan Cheng stepped forward and smiled at Lu Yi. "Island Master Lu, we meet again." Back then, he had seen with his own eyes how Lu Yi killed Lionheart. His heart had palpitated for a long time. Lu Yi gave him a feeling of lawlessness. He even dared to offend Yuan Du. Yuan Cheng didn't get along well with Lu Yi. If Lu Yi wanted to kill him one day, how could he stop him? However, from today onwards, he didn't have to worry about anything. Yuan Qingjin didn't know what Lu Yi was thinking. Was there a hole in his brain? How dare he offend Rizhao when he was trying to make a living on the Vientiane Sea? Yuan Qingjin didn't know what Lu Yi was thinking. Fellow Taoist Yuan Cheng. Lu Yi turned to look at him. Yuan Qing nodded, and his expression turned serious. "Island Master Lu, Lord Guard has come for an important matter. Therefore, I would like to ask Island Master Lu to open the defensive formation and let us in first. The defensive formation. Lu Yi tilted his head. That's unfortunate. A few days ago, the island's formation suddenly ran into some problems and can't be opened for the time being. Lord Guard, if you have something to say, you can say it here. In the face of Zhao Ri, the defensive formation might be a layer of protection. But how could Lu Yi casually open the formation to let others in? If he did, and the other party harbored ill intentions, Yuan Cheng would be powerless to resist. Moreover, from the other party's attitude, it was obvious he wasn't here to talk to him. The defensive formation can't be opened. Yuan Cheng's eyes twitched. He really didn't understand how Lu Yi could be so thick-skinned as to lie through his teeth. However, before he could say anything, Lu Yi said, "Or is there something the Lord Guard doesn't want to tell outsiders?" It was obvious that he was worried about Yuan Du and wanted to secretly play some tricks. Yuan Cheng smiled. "Of course not. That's good. It's rare for so many fellow Taoists to gather here today, so there are some things that need to be revealed in public and let everyone know the true face of some people." It was expected that the three-world island would close the formation, so Yuan Cheng didn't care at all. As long as this matter was confirmed, the three-world island and Lu Yi would never be able to rise again. Bring him in. Yuan Cheng suddenly waved his hand. In the next moment, Tu Yu Yao escorted a figure to the front. Countless gazes gathered on the figure, and soon cries of surprise rang out. Blood race. It's the blood race. Why did they bring a blood race member here? Could it be many people knew that there were blood race members hiding in the 10,000 Elephant Sea? However, the blood race members were very well hidden. Even Zhao Ri couldn't detect them unless he was at close range. Moreover, there weren't many blood race members hiding in the 10,000 Elephant Sea, and they hadn't stirred up much trouble. Most of them just quietly cultivated and collected some information. It was harmless, so no one paid them much attention. However, at this moment, a blood race member had been brought in to face the three-world island, even though Yuan Du had personally appeared. This inevitably caused many people to wonder. End of chapter. Chapter 1979. This blood clan member had obviously been tortured. His aura was weak, and his face was very pale. The insect and blood clans were hated by everyone in the galaxy. It would be fine if he didn't expose himself under normal circumstances, but in this situation he knew that he would die without a doubt, so he had no intention of resisting at all. The 10,000 Elephant Sea naturally had their reasons for sparing his life. He only needed to cooperate a little later, and he would have a quick death. Under everyone's gaze, Yuan Cheng pointed at this blood clan member and explained with a smile, "This bastard has been hiding in the 10,000 Elephant Sea for many years with evil intentions. A few days ago, the Lord Guardian discovered some clues and captured him. In fact, this blood clan member's origin was captured by He Yun from a blood clan realm. But outsiders didn't know, so Yuan Cheng naturally explained. The Lord Guardian asked around and found out that there is more than one blood clan member hiding in the 10,000 Elephant Sea. It's just that these blood clan members are proficient in the art of concealment and transformation, so ordinary people can't detect them." Many people nodded at his words. This was something that everyone knew, so they weren't surprised. Yuan Cheng's expression turned serious. The insect and blood clans are the most chaotic in the galaxy. The 10,000 Elephant Sea is the gathering place of various galaxies, the center of the galaxy. How can the blood clan be allowed to do as they please here? Unfortunately, ordinary methods can't find these hidden blood clan members, but just because ordinary methods can't find them doesn't mean the blood clan can't find them themselves. At this point, he turned to look at the blood clan member with a cold expression. "Don't you think so?" The blood clan member immediately understood that it was time for him to cooperate. He didn't resist and said with a wooden expression, "That's right. My clan has a secret technique called the blood cry technique. When used, I can sense the presence of my clan members nearby. Right now, he only wanted to die quickly, so he was willing to cooperate with Yuan Du when the time came. He would choose the targets according to the agreement. The ones who died were humans anyway, so it wouldn't hurt him or the Blood Clan at all. In fact, he was quite happy to see the human race fight like this. It made him feel good to drag someone down with him before he died. The surrounding cultivators were in an uproar. Yuan Du's side had rushed to the three-world island with a Blood Clan member. More importantly, this Blood Clan member had said such words, which made the original fanciful thoughts become more and more suspicious. Could it be that the three-world island that had risen to fame in recent years? Island Master Lu. Yuan Cheng looked at Lu Yi with a smile. I wonder if Island Master Lu has anything to say? Lu Ye's expression was calm. What do you want me to say? Yuan Cheng was a little disappointed. He had thought that he would see Lu Ye's flustered look. Who would have thought that this guy's temperament would be so calm? At this point, Yuan Du's purpose in bringing a Blood Clan member here was obvious. He wanted to identify Lu Yi as a Blood Clan member. However, both Yuan Du and Yuan Cheng knew that this was obviously a false accusation. But so what? As long as this Blood Clan member pointed out Lu Yi, they would have a reason to attack. When that time came, the three-world island wouldn't compromise. If the three-world island dared to resist, they would be accused. When Yuan Du attacked, no one would say anything. This was an overt scheme, and it was an overt scheme that couldn't be broken in the face of absolute strength. It was true that the Rizhao Guard wouldn't interfere in the battles between the major spiritual islands, but killing a Blood Clan member wasn't a problem. That was why Yuan Du wanted to find a way to get Jiu Yan away. Otherwise, as long as she was on the three-world island, this plan couldn't be carried out. If that was the case and Jiu Yan came to confront him personally, how could he defend himself? Jiu Yan's temper wasn't good. If she came back and attacked him directly, he would have a bump on his head. Now that Jiu Yan wasn't here, and the other guards didn't come out, Yuan Du was the only one on the Vientiane Sea. Since Island Master Lu has nothing to say, then I'll say it. Yuan Cheng was still smiling. I've seen Island Master Lu fight from afar. Actually, I'm very curious about one thing. Since Island Master Lu is a weapon cultivator, how did you manage to cultivate such an exquisite blood Dao technique? Without giving Lu Yi a chance to speak, he raised his voice. Regardless of whether it was the battle against Baiyu or the attack on Zixian a few years ago, Island Master Lu's Blood Sea technique was amazing. That level of Blood Sea technique isn't like any other secret technique of the Blood Dao. It shouldn't be cultivated by a weapon cultivator. It would have been better if he didn't say this. Once he said this, many cultivators around frowned and fell into deep thought. Regardless of whether it was the battle against Baiyu or Zixian, there were too many spectators. Lu Ye's Blood Sea technique was indeed impressive. Now that they thought about it, there seemed to be something wrong. Lu Yi of the Three-World Island was known as the #1 person under the Rizhao Guard. It was because he was a weapon cultivator that he killed his way through. After all, a person's energy was limited. Even those Dharma cultivators who specialized in Blood Dao secret techniques might not be able to display such a level of Blood Sea technique. However, a weapon cultivator was able to do it. This was indeed abnormal. Lu Yi blinked. It's true that I'm a weapon cultivator, but I'm also a Dharma cultivator, body cultivator, sword cultivator. What's the problem? Yuan Cheng was stunned by his words. I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Don't waste your breath on him, Yuan Du impatiently urged. If it weren't for the righteous side, he wouldn't have created such a troublesome situation. However, if the Rizhao Guard personally made a move, he would have a good reason to do so. Therefore, there were some things that needed to be done. Yuan Cheng's expression turned serious. He looked at Lu Yi coldly. You're a weapon cultivator, but you can display such a Blood Dao secret technique. There's only one reason. Island Master Lu, do we have to be so clear? Lu Yi said. If you can explain it clearly, then go ahead. I'm all ears. As he argued with Yuan Cheng, his divine consciousness surged. In the three-world island, in the pill room, second senior sister had already blown the blue sea conch. The cultivators of the three-world island were retreating to the mermaid clan's territory. Since a few days ago, when Lu Yi felt uneasy, he had a premonition that something was about to happen. Since that was the case, he had already made arrangements. Right now, the most precious thing on the three-world island was naturally the cultivators on the island. Therefore, as long as the cultivators on the island were evacuated, it wouldn't be a big deal even if the three-world island was lost. This time, Yuan Du obviously wouldn't let the matter rest. Lu Ye's fist was not as big as his, so he didn't want to fight him head-on. It wouldn't be too late to wait for Jiao Yan to return and ask her to solve the problem. Yuan Cheng was rambling on, so he was happy to stall for time. Yuan Cheng looked at him deeply. As you wish. After that, he looked at the Blood Clan cultivator and ordered, Find your clansmen. The Blood Clan cultivator didn't say a word and immediately activated the blood cry technique. When the real blood cry technique was activated, it was actually silent. The user could easily sense the presence of their clansmen nearby. However, Yuan Du had warned him before coming here. Therefore, the blood cry technique he used now was a little different. Under everyone's gaze, the Blood Clan cultivator's chi and blood surged. Immediately, a bloodline stretched out from his body. It wriggled like a living creature and slowly extended towards Lu Yi. This bloodline was completely useless. Its main purpose was to make it easier for outsiders to observe. It was a direct way to let the crowd know that Lu Yi was a Blood Clan cultivator. Seeing the bloodline pointing at Lu Yi, the cultivators who didn't know the truth immediately exclaimed in surprise. Yuan Cheng's face was filled with pride. After today, there would be no more three-world island and no more Luya in the Wansheng Sea. According to the plan, the Blood Clan cultivator would identify Lu Yi next. But just as Yuan Cheng was looking forward to it, the Blood Clan cultivator suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. He stared blankly at Lu Yi and then at Ma Shangxi beside Lu Yi. He had indeed used despicable means to frame the young man in front of him according to Yuan Du's instructions. However, he had also secretly activated the real blood cry technique at the same time. In the end, he was shocked to find that the young man he was going to frame was actually one of his clansmen. He had the blood of the Blood Clan in his body, and it seemed to be very pure. Not only him, but the other person standing behind him also had the same, and there seemed to be traces of a third Blood Clan cultivator on the island. This three-world island was a spiritual island occupied by a powerhouse of his clan. The captured Blood Clan cultivator was shocked. He had never expected such a ridiculous thing to happen. He met Lu Ye's gaze and saw that the other's gaze was leisurely and seemed to be hiding something. Many thoughts flashed through the captured Blood Clan cultivator's mind. His clan was suffering. Just like the insect clan, everyone in the starry sky wanted to beat them up. In this vast and bustling Wansheng Sea, every clan had the right to have a share of the pie, except for the insect clan and the Blood Clan. Even if the Blood Clan came, they would have to find ways to conceal themselves and hide their true selves in the dark. Who would have thought that a top-grade spiritual island had been occupied by a powerhouse of his clan? If he caused the other party to be exposed this time, wouldn't he be the sinner of his entire clan? He had long been prepared to die. Death was nothing to be regretted, but he definitely couldn't harm his clansmen. Now that his clan had occupied a top-grade spiritual island in the Wansheng Sea, he would have the opportunity to start a prairie fire in the future. Therefore, he made a prompt decision. The bloodline that was supposed to extend toward Lu Yi turned in front of Lu Yi and landed directly on Yuan Cheng, who was looking forward to it. Yuan Cheng was stunned and turned to look at the captured Blood Clan cultivator. The Blood Clan cultivator had an excited expression and shouted, So fellow cultivator Yuan Cheng is actually a member of our clan. You hit it so well. The surrounding cultivators were in an uproar and exclaimed continuously. Yuan Cheng was dumbfounded. He looked at the captured Blood Clan cultivator in disbelief. What nonsense are you talking about? Things shouldn't have developed this way. According to the original plan, the Blood Clan cultivator should have identified Lu Yi, and he should have stepped forward to question him. Once the Blood Clan cultivator identified him, it wouldn't matter whether Lu Yi admitted it or not. But what was the situation with this Blood Clan cultivator now? Why was he lying through his teeth and framing him instead? How could he not know whether he was a Blood Clan cultivator? How could he be a Blood Clan cultivator? Moreover, they had clearly agreed on this beforehand. Inside the protective array, Lu Yi looked at the farce in front of him and thought, so this is the true meaning of the word error? Sure enough, there was no danger and no big deal. End of chapter. Chapter 1980. Lu Yi knew what Yuan Du was up to when he saw him bring a blood descendant. He was surprised by the blood descendant's betrayal, but he could guess the reason. The blood descendant must have used the blood cry technique and sensed his and Ma Shangxi's blood descendant's bloodline. From the blood descendant's point of view, he would never harm his own people. That was why he framed Yuan Cheng. This was the reason for the awkward situation. Yuan Cheng scolded the blood descendant with an innocent and angry face. The blood descendant was not afraid at all. He was going to die anyway. He could help his people hide better before he died. Yuan Du frowned and looked at the blood descendant. If his original plan was to frame Lu Yi through this blood descendant, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. The blood descendant's behavior was no doubt a cover-up. What was he hiding? Why didn't he follow his orders? He couldn't say that Lu Yi of the Three-World Island was really. Yuan Du's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have discovered a shocking secret, but he quickly reacted. If the blood descendant did not identify Lu Yi, then what was he doing here? As the guardian of the Sunshine State, he could not do anything to the Three-World Island without any evidence. Otherwise, he would be breaking the rules. Especially this time, in order to show off his impartiality, he had purposely attracted so many cultivators to come and watch. This time, he had really shot himself in the foot. For the first time, Yuan Du felt that his identity as a guardian was a restriction. Suddenly, a fierce magical power surged. Yuan Du was shocked. He quickly turned around and shouted, "No!" However, how could the person who activated the dermic powers pay any attention to him? A figure charged out and punched the air. With this punch, the Blood Clan member who was tangled up with Yuan Cheng was blasted to smithereens. The power of the punch did not diminish at all as it slammed into the protective array of the Three-World Island. Visible shockwaves rippled out from the point of contact. The entire Three-World Island shook violently. I told you to just do it. Why did you have to do all this nonsense? What a waste of time. Inside the defensive formation, Lu Yi looked at the figure in disbelief. Hey Yun, isn't this guy dead? More than a year ago, he was surrounded and killed by a few Rizhao from Mount Fangsuan. How could he appear here? However, the other party's appearance and temperament were clearly that of the dead, black, cloud, demon, venerable. Moreover, based on his impression, the black cloud in front of him seemed to be much stronger than the one he had seen before. He Yun stared coldly at Lu Yi through the protective array. He sent a telepathic message to Lu Yi. Kid, if you don't want anything to happen to Juzhou, you'd better surrender yourself. Lu Yi frowned. What did you do? He Yun snorted coldly, nothing much. At this moment, 2 great demon venerables and 8 lesser demon venerables, a total of 10 demon venerables, have joined forces to lead an army to the 9 states. They will arrive in 3 months. Ever since his Dharmakaya had fallen into the hands of the 9 states, He Yun had been thinking about revenge all the time. However, according to his speculation, Lu Yi had most likely obtained the inheritance of the Tao tree. Therefore, when he asked Zixian's army to move out, he himself came to the Wanxiang Sea and decided to take down Lu Yi personally. Attacking the 9 states was a safety measure, because the inheritance of the Dao tree was only his speculation. He could not be sure. Therefore, the best plan was to take down Lu Yi and the 3-world island while taking down the 9 states. Then, no matter where the inheritance of the Dao tree was, it would not be out of his control. He knew that there were strong cultivators in Jiuzhou. Otherwise, his Dharmakaya would not have fallen. However, no matter how strong they were, Zixian's 10 Rizhao were mobilizing together, leading tens of thousands of troops. It was impossible that they could not take down Jiuzhou. Calculating the time, Zixian's army should be halfway there. After he took down Lu Yi, he would even have time to join Zixian's army and personally preside over the battle to see who had destroyed his Dharmakaya. Lu Ye's expression changed. Although there were several Rizhao from Mount Fengtsuan in Jiuzhou, Zixian's force was too strong. Mount Fengtsuan alone was unable to contend with Zixian, unless the south and west also came to help. Even so, they could only contend with Zixian in the Rizhao level. When the battle started, the people of Jiuzhou would be plunged into misery and suffering. Seeing the anger in Lu Ye's eyes, He Yun transmitted a message. Of course, if you are willing to surrender and answer a few questions, I will immediately call back Zixian's army. Of course, this was a lie. Zixian's army had already been mobilized. Even if he was one of the 5 great monster lords, he could not interfere with the army's progress. He only said this to make it easier to take down Lu Yi. He could feel that Yuan Du had ulterior motives. However, in his opinion, Yuan Du was after the 3-world island itself, while he wanted Lu Yi and the cultivators of the 3-world island. Therefore, their demands did not conflict. You are courting death. Lu Yi looked at him coldly. He Yun snorted. No one has dared to speak to me like this for many years. The exchange of divine thoughts between the two only lasted for a moment. But this unforeseen event shocked all the onlookers. No one expected Rizhao to suddenly appear from behind Yuan Du at this time and attack so brazenly. Moreover, Rizhao's aura was obviously unusual. He is a monster lord of the monster clan. Someone with good eyesight recognized He Yun's origin at a glance. Monster clan. So, he should be the monster lord of Zixian. Is it monster Lord He Yun? I remember seeing him once from afar when I was young. A monster lord attacking for no reason is against the rules. Didn't the guardians do anything? While the cultivators were discussing, for figures gathered in front of the guardian palace on the island of all manifestations, looking in the direction of the 3-world island. These 4 people were none other than Yuan Du, the other 4 guardians of the palace. Gu Shi of the Tianyan realm, Mu Qing of the Kunyu realm, Mo Wenli of the illusion god realm, and Chan Xuanba of the Gaotian continent. Including the Yuan realm where Yuan Du came from, these realms were basically the most powerful in the entire Wanxiang galaxy. What is senior brother Yuan Du doing? Mu Qing frowned. As guardians of the Rizhao realm, Yuan Du had been planning something recently. Of course, they knew about it. Before Yuan Du left this time, he had informed them and promised that no matter what he did, he would not break the rules of the Wanxiang Sea. But now it seemed that Yuan Du's promise was bullshit. The outsider Rizhao had already made his move here. If this matter was not resolved properly, it would greatly damage the prestige and reputation of the Rizhao realm. It might even lead to a series of turmoil. Should we go and take a look? Mo Wenli asked. What can we do if we see? Chan Xuanba shook his head slowly. Do we help or stop them? If they helped, the reputation that the Wanxiang Sea had built up over the years would be gone in an instant. But if they stopped them, they would only be seen as a joke by outsiders. So, no matter what choice they made, they could only wait and see. They could only wait for Yuan Du to settle this matter, so that the Wanxiang Sea's interests would not be damaged too badly. It's the 3-world island again. They are indeed restless. Gu Shi snorted coldly. His words seemed to be criticizing the 3-world island. The other Rizhao realm experts knew very well Gu, she had always looked down on the three-world island. It was not because of his deep friendship with Yuan Du, but because the unparalleled island had been taken by the Tianyan realm behind him. In the end, the unparalleled island had fallen and the three-world island had risen. Gu, she had always felt that the three-world island had stolen the fate of the unparalleled island. That was why the situation of one spiritual island falling and the other rising was happening. If the three-world island did not exist, the matchless island might still be as prosperous as it was now. It could bring great benefits to the Tianyan realm. But today, how many people in the Wanxiang Sea still remembered the matchless island? He was happy to see Yuan Du attack the three-world island. Maybe after Yuan Du took over the three-world island, the matchless island that belonged to the Tianyan realm would have a chance to revive. At this time, outside the three-world island, He Yun brazenly attacked. Yuan Du couldn't stop him in time. Many doubts flashed through his mind. He immediately shouted, "This blood race would rather die to frame me. Lu Ye, you are indeed from the blood race. Show your true form." That blood kindred's previous actions were too strange. It was impossible for him to believe that Yuan Qing was a blood kindred, because Yuan Cheng was his junior in the Iyuan world. Others might not know whether Yuan Cheng was a blood kindred or not, but how could he not know? But the other party had clearly made such a decision in advance. He was undoubtedly covering up for Lu Ye. Yuan Du was 80% sure that Lu Ye was from the blood race. He didn't have evidence, but it didn't matter. He would first pin this big accusation on Lu Ye, and then he would have the right to do so. Although the process was not satisfactory, it was fine as long as the direction of the matter was not out of his control. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Lu Yi coldly snorted. After the insect and blood race suffered a great loss at the reincarnation tree's alpha origin stage, they jointly issued a huge reward for me. I believe many people have heard of the name Lu Ye from the Nine Heavens. How can I be from the blood race? Yuan Du was taken aback. Yes, if Lu Yi was from the blood race, then what was the matter with the reward? There were many people who had the same doubts as him. Many people knew about the reward issued by the insect and blood race back then, and also knew that the person on the bounty was Lu Ye from the Nine Heavens. However, very few people knew that Lu Ye from the Nine Heavens was actually Lu Yi from the three-world island. Now that he said it out loud, it naturally became a means to prove his innocence. Fortunately, He Yun's brain worked quickly. He knew that he shouldn't be entangled with Lu Yi at this time and should quickly take him down. He immediately sneered. I have naturally heard of Lu Ye from the Nine Heavens. But are you really from the Nine Heavens? You are clearly from the Nine Heavens. He was certain that Lu Yi wouldn't dare to answer this question. As expected, Lu Yi immediately shut his mouth. While the two were exchanging words, He Yun's subordinates didn't stop. After a few punches, the entire three-world island was thrown into turmoil, and the defensive formation that had been accumulated for many years was on the verge of collapse. This was the power of sunlight, let alone the defensive formation of the three-world island. Even Zixian's defensive formation couldn't withstand such an attack. In comparison, Zixian's defensive formation was much stronger than the three-world islands. End of this chapter. Chapter 1981. When he sensed Yuan Du's arrival, Lu Yi had already pushed the power of the island's protective array to its limit, consuming the spiritual energy it had accumulated over the years. If not for this, He Yun would have been able to break the array in 2 or 3 strikes. Even at this moment, the array wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Lu Yi could clearly see the array's light curtain dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even small cracks flashed across its surface. This was clearly the result of the array withstanding an attack that exceeded its limits. Lu Yi frowned and sent a divine sense message to He Baichuan and the others beside him, "Go!" Yuan Du and He Yun had come with such ferocity this time that it was impossible for them to give up. Once the array was broken, everyone would become fish on the chopping block. Therefore, they had to evacuate Three World Island before the array was broken. Receiving his orders, He Baichuan and the others didn't hesitate at all, turning around and flying down, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Over at the pill room, the door leading to the merfolk territory was wide open, and all the cultivators on Three World Island were nervously evacuating in an orderly manner. However, there were many cultivators and the door was only so big, so it would still take some time for them to evacuate. Lu Yi estimated that before the array was broken, all the cultivators on the island wouldn't be able to evacuate in time. He still had to use the red talisman. Thinking so, Lu Yi no longer hesitated, his body releasing a bright red light as his aura rose rapidly. Red talisman. Yuan Du had been watching Lu Ye's movements closely. He had seen the scene of He Baichuan and the others leaving just now and could roughly guess where they were going, but he didn't care. All he wanted was to keep an eye on Lu Yi. In other words, as long as Lu Yi was still here, no one else mattered. Once he captured Lu Yi, the entire Three World Island and even the merfolk territory would be his. But at this moment, when Lu Yi activated an unknown red talisman, Yuan Du was surprised. He knew that Lu Yi seemed to have a good relationship with the humanoid race, but he didn't expect it to be so good that he even had a red talisman. Just as he was thinking about what type of red talisman this was, and what kind of power it would erupt with, Lu Yi suddenly shouted, "Combine!" As his voice echoed, the red light shot into the Three World Island's defensive formation and fused with it. In an instant, the entire defensive formation turned red. From afar, it looked like the cultivators of the Three World Island were covered in a layer of blood. The defensive formation that was on the verge of collapse under the onslaught of the black clouds suddenly became much more solid. "You're kind-hearted, aren't you?" Yuan Du looked at Lu Yi, having already seen through the power of the red talisman. It was clearly a red talisman used for protection, but Lu Yi didn't use it on himself. Instead, he used it on the defensive formation to increase its strength. This was clearly to buy time for the other cultivators to escape. But there was no point in doing so. "What nonsense are you spouting? What are you waiting for?" He Yun shouted in a low voice. From the moment he attacked until now, Yuan Du had actually been watching with the cold eyes of a bystander, and even had the mood to criticize Lu Ye's actions. He Yun simply didn't know what Yuan Du was thinking. Didn't he know the principle of long delays being fraught with problems? The defensive formation here was about to be broken, but with the support of Lu Ye's red talisman, it was able to struggle at death's door for a while. If Yuan Du had attacked with him earlier, Lu Yi would have been captured by now. This undoubtedly displeased He Yin. As soon as He Yin finished speaking, Yuan Du took a step forward. Even at this time, he didn't forget to shout, "Lu Yi of the Blood Tribe, hiding in the Myriad Sea and occupying the Three World Island. You harbor evil intentions. Today, this guardian will take you down and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed forward. This silent attack caused the barrier of light, strengthened by the red talisman, to tremble violently. Lu Yi couldn't help but take a few steps back. With two great suns attacking at the same time, the defensive formation wouldn't even last 5 breaths. It was time to evacuate. He didn't run toward the pill room because it was a bit far away. Moreover, the Azure Sea Snail's door could only be opened for a limited time. There was no aura left over there, so Lu Yi didn't know if the door had closed or not. If the door was already closed by the time he got there, he would have no tears to cry. Thus, he quickly arrived at the edge of a cliff. Below him was the pitch-black Myriad Sea. He had never worried about encountering too much danger on the Myriad Sea because he had an ability that no one else had, and that was to survive under the Myriad Sea. When he first came to the Myriad Sea, Lu Yi had thought that if he encountered an enemy he couldn't beat one day, he would jump into the sea to escape. However, he had never encountered such a situation. He didn't expect to be forced into such a situation at the late Yueyao stage. Lu Yi turned around and looked at Yuan Du and He Yun, who were attacking the defensive formation from afar. A cold glint flashed through his eyes. It hadn't been easy for the three-world island to reach this point. Under the rules on the surface, no one dared to provoke them. If nothing unexpected happened, the three-world island would stand here for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even longer. It would provide long-term and powerful support to the development of the Jade Conch galaxy. However, rules were indeed meant to be broken. In the end, his fists weren't strong enough. He had lost Matchless Island back then, and now he was about to lose the three-world island. This made Lu Yi angry and helpless. He still needed to be strong enough. If he was strong enough, he wouldn't have to follow the rules set by others. At that time, he could become the one who set the rules. Not good. Yuan Du met Lu Ye's gaze. Although he didn't know what Lu Yi wanted to do, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. He couldn't help but increase the strength of his attacks. Under his and He Yun's fierce attacks, the defensive formation of the entire three-world island shattered, like a mirror in a short time. Countless cracks spread, and the power of the red talisman was exhausted. A loud crash resounded in all directions. The defensive formation was completely broken. Two figures rushed towards Lu Ye's position at almost the same time, their speed extremely fast. Lu Ye's expression was calm as he stared coldly at He Yun and Yuan Du, as if he wanted to remember their ugly faces deep in his mind. Then he was about to jump into the sea. But at this moment he suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the alchemy room. A vigorous aura appeared out of thin air in the alchemy room. This is... Lu Ye's expression couldn't help but change. At this moment he couldn't help but think of the word, how, that the dice of fate had rolled out. This is really... Ma Bin had been in the merfolk territory for more than a year. During this time, he had been recuperating in the spirit jade vein. The results were obvious. Although he was far from fully recovered, the injury to his Tao foundation had stabilized and would not continue to worsen. As long as he continued to recuperate like this, he would recover sooner or later. But today he suddenly noticed some abnormalities. In the direction of the celestial spiral palace, it had become very lively. It seemed that many cultivators of the three-world island had come here. In the past, there had often been exchanges between the three-world island and the merfolk territory, but there had never been so many people at once. At first, Ma Bin didn't pay much attention to it, but gradually he found that something was wrong. His divine sense was so powerful that it only took him a little investigation to roughly understand the cause of the matter. The cultivators of the three-world island had come to take refuge. Yuan Du disregarded the rules and joined forces with a purple jade demon venerable to attack the protective array of the three-world island. The three-world island was unable to resist and could only temporarily avoid the attack. This time, Ma Bin couldn't sit still. He walked out of the place where he was recuperating and came to the celestial spiral palace. After asking around, he learned that Lu Yi was still in the three-world island. He Baichuan and the others said with certainty that Lu Yi had already made arrangements and there was no need to worry about his safety. After everyone in the three-world island retreated, he would have a way to escape. Ma Bin suppressed his temper and waited in front of the palace, waiting, but he didn't see Lu Ye's figure. In the end, he couldn't wait any longer. Ignoring the dissuasion of others, he stepped out of the palace and prepared to go to the three-world island to see the situation in person. Lu Yi had taken him in and given him hope of recovery. As a junior of the 9 provinces who he thought highly of, how could he just stand by and watch when he was in trouble? Although he wasn't in a good state at the moment, if Lu Yi was really in danger, he wouldn't have a problem protecting him. The moment he stepped into the three-world island, the protective array was broken. Lu Yi stood at the edge of the cliff, as if he was about to jump into the sea in desperation. Yuan Du and He Yun pounced on Lu Yi with lightning speed, as if they were going to kill him. Ma Bin was furious. The aura of a peak sunshine realm cultivator burst out, and he roared, "You're courting death!" Boom! The alchemy rune shattered. Ma Bin turned into a ray of light and rushed to He Yun and Yuan. His spiritual power surged and wrapped around the two. He Yun and Yuan were both stunned. They didn't expect such a strong cultivator to suddenly appear in the three-world island. But soon, Yuan Du's face changed drastically. He exclaimed, "Azure Demon King Ma Bin. How? Why is this god of death in the three-world island?" And he jumped out at this time. "My life is over." Although Yuan Du had never crossed paths with Ma Bin before, he knew how powerful Ma Bin was. After all, it was all thanks to Ma Bin that he was able to take up the post of guardian of the Vientiane Sea. If Ma Bin had not forcibly killed Rizhao back then, the number of guardians of the Vientiane Sea would not have increased, and he would not have had a chance. He was focused on dealing with Lu Yi and the three-world island. He thought that the situation was under his control. But today, there were so many unforeseen events, and the current one was the most fatal. Even the Azure Demon King, Ma Bin, had appeared. This guy had been hiding in the three-world island all this time? But that's not right. Zhu Yan had been guarding the three-world island all this time. If Ma Bin was here, how could Zhu Yan not notice him? These two can't have a personal relationship. Ma Bin killed Rizhao of the 9 provinces. If Zhu Yan saw him, she definitely wouldn't let him go. End of chapter.